Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Mars felt that his brain was broken just now. Why did he think that this girl had Fanna's shadow on her body? But in fact, it is indeed the case. Mars's brain is broken, and it is quite serious. If the brain is not broken, how could the magic warrior listen to those people? Mars was lying on the ground, with blood on the corners of his mouth, and passed out. He is full of binding magic with various magic attributes. When he was just pulled down, he was not only in this slimy mud trap, but also Yuan Xiling's punch with a bowl charm. Then he vomited blood with one punch and passed out. Fortunately, Mars just couldn't move. He also released Nemia armor at that time, protecting his whole body. Otherwise, it's not just vomiting blood and unconscious. I'm afraid the whole person will be blown up directly. Regarding this matter, Yuan Xiling was also quite embarrassed. At that time, I was thinking of giving him the last one, the lighter one, the best one that was not severely injured, but had to recover for a long time. But it seems that there is no magic that meets this condition. If you use the Night Sword, I am afraid that a sword will cut him in half. Then just use your fist directly, simple and rude. However, Yuan Xiling has forgotten that his current physical fitness is 4 or 5 wild boars plus Sith and his friends. Then the power has a bull spell bonus. This punch goes down, tut-tut. Fortunately, close in time. Being able to survive indicates that Mars also improves his physical fitness. Otherwise, if he only relies on the light diamond armor to defend him, Yuri can also punch him through with one punch. Yuan Xiling held Mars's magic book in his hand, squatting beside him, observing the magic stone on his forehead. If Mars is killed, I am afraid that he will directly be an enemy of the Diamond Kingdom. Although I am not very afraid of the Diamond Kingdom, and there is a Magic Emperor on the Clover Kingdom, the Magic Emperor does not recommend helping his barber carry the black pot. But why is it so troublesome inexplicably? Number Magic 9. Yuan Xiling pressed Mars's chest and used digital magic to divide the magic power in his body into 9 parts. The total amount of magic power in each part is not uniform, and they are all separated by Yuan Xi's magic power, and they don't communicate with each other. If you get hit by this digital magic while activating the skill, wouldn't it be possible to directly interrupt the forward shake? It's a pity that this digital magic needs to touch the opponent's body before it can be activated. While Yuan Xiru injected magic power, he also put a little spiritual power in and carried out deep in-communication flow with the magic structure in Mars's body. The magic power turns into magic, and the spiritual power is like an earthworm searching inside Mars. Sure enough, just like what was said in the magic compatibility, the ability to use the 2 magic attributes is not only related to Mars's stitched magic book. The magic guide stone on his forehead is also needed to store the magic power of different attributes. There is only one type of magic in a normal human body, and 2 or more types of magic will inevitably produce some bad chemical reactions. And when Yuan Xiling just probed, only the magic power of the diamond attribute was found in Mars's body, and most of the magic power of the fire attribute was in the magic guide stone. He is truly a genius scientist. Even this step has been calculated. The magic guide stone was only inlaid on his forehead. Yuan Xiling touched that position and suddenly felt a chill. This is afraid that a hole was made in the skull, and then the magic guide stone got stuck there. How to install it, the book didn't say. Alas, I feel sorry for these magic warriors. Then let the kind-hearted me save you from the sea of suffering. Since your magic warriors possess these powers, they will be controlled by others, which is very painful. Then just give these powers to me, isn't that all right? Yuri thought so. It's not a logical ghost. Yuan Xiling put his hand on the magic guide stone and tried to pull it out directly. After several times of hard work, I felt that the magic guide stone was loosened a lot, but if I pulled it out hard, Mars's head would not be gone. Since you want to take away your magic guide stone, let's save your life. Anyway, if Mars wants to retaliate, Yuan Xiling can't ask for it, and it saves a lot of trouble in finding fault. If the whole country retaliates, the source of such a big trouble is still not wanting to provoke more. But if an individual like Mars embraces, it is really no different from sending warmth. Should I just cut it off with break magic? It doesn't seem to be easy to cut, so let's try it first. The magic power gushing out from Yuan Xiling's index finger, forming a blade, knocked on the magic guide stone first. This magic guide stone is still quite hard compared to other magic tools. As long as he doesn't have a strong desire for splitting, he shouldn't even chop the magic guide stone. In the coma, Mars' expression became richer for some reason, frowning and smiling, constantly moving the muscles of his face. Can you continue to be a zombie face? Yuan Xiling murmured. The skin on the opponent's forehead twitched. Even if he was a professional player, it was not easy to do it. Fana. After doing facial exercises, Mars began to talk in sleep again. Can't you be a little restful? Yuan Shi's mouth twitched. If it weren't for fear of waking up, it would be difficult to do it. She really wanted to slap him to wake him up. Senior Yuan Shi 0, when this zombie face hit us just now, he kept saying the name Fana. Asta walked out of the treasure hall. Although he was still a little dizzy, he had basically recovered his mobility. Just after Yuan Xiling stunned Mars with a punch, he asked Asta and others to explore the treasure hall first. Anyway, he had taken away the big head of the good things inside. Then that Klaus walked over with a serious face and apologized to him, making Yuan Xiling look dumbfounded. I just said that you are a trash, sorry. I apologize to you here. Klaus wanted to slap himself fiercely, but he was disrespectful to such a powerful person. It seems that in addition to the leader of Vankans, the other magic knights also have powerful people. Yuan Xiling was stunned and didn't know what to say. Then the Klaus went to the treasure hall to make a strategy, and Yuan Xiling was also studying Mars here. In other words, is Fana a person? Yuan Shirue played with her hair, frowning while watching Mars. Well, it should be. I care about looking at the zombie face, Yasta said. Yuan Xiling suddenly put a hand on Mars' forehead. He just slightly felt the whole magic palace shook. The magic palace can be maintained to the present, and it is indispensable for the magic power and the credit of many magical devices. And the 5 more practical pieces here have been taken away by Yuan Xiling, and this magic palace may not last long. Let's dig out this magic guide stone as soon as possible. Senior Genshi 0, what are you doing now? Yasta asked. Dig out this stone. Asta has no magic power, and he can't feel the magic power of this magister. Is this stone very powerful? Yes, Mars has such a huge magic power, it all comes from this one. When Gen Yururi said this, he turned his head and glanced at Asta's expression. However, there was no change in Yasta's expression. I thought you would reject this very much, but I'm taking other people's power right now. No, I am not qualified to give pointers to the actions of seniors. Asta shook his head. In addition, I believe in Genshi 0 Senior. Haha, I didn't expect you to think that way. Gen Yuri felt that Asta was too innocent, but he was such an innocent person who was the most persistent. Then he concentrated on digging the magic guide stone. Yuan Shi, professional doctor. 0 is online. He scraped a circle along the magic guide stone with the blade, and shook his hand slightly to untie the magic guide stone. Shaking while scraping, he also used water magic to flush the blood leaking out of Mars' forehead to prevent it from affecting his vision. Okay, it's already very loose. Yuan Xiling shook slightly. He felt that the process was a bit like pulling a tooth when he was a child. When I was young, I didn't dare to go to the hospital to pull my teeth. It's just that it's not Yuan Xiling that hurts now. All right, this time is really coming out soon. The mental power lurking in Mars can perceive that the magic guide stone has obviously moved upward, and only a small tail is still stuck in the skull. The mental power continued to detect and found that this magic guide stone was not only stuck in the skull, but the other end was placed directly in the head. I don't know if it is Gen Yururi's illusion. He feels that the left and right brains in Mars's head are obviously shifted back than normal people. If this magic guide stone is left for a long time, it will be integrated with itself, but it will definitely have the greatest impact on the brain. No wonder Mars looks stupid. What a genius invention. But evil, disgusting. Yuan Xiling said this with a disgusting expression on his face, as if he was about to throw up. It's really uncomfortable to put mental power into someone else's body. There are dark red unknown things everywhere. If you keep looking at this thing, sooner or later you will be crazy. It's better to hurry up. Yuan Xiling used a little force and wanted to pull out the hole directly. There was a click. The magic guide stone was pulled out completely, but because Yuan Xiling used too much force, the magic guide stone was crushed by a corner. Yuan Xiling, can this magic guide stone still be used? It shouldn't matter if a corner is missing. The little paper man in the satchel also jumped out, dancing with his hands, conveying to Yuan Xiling the wishes of the person who want. Then he was taken aback again and found the magic book of Mars in Yuan Xiling's arms, and he shook it even more happily. Oh, since you want it so much, shake a hand and show it to me. Yuan Xiling was a bit disdainful. This magical stone was prepared to be placed in the Book of Immortal Magic Book, but Mars was prepared to leave it to his master magical book. He also wanted to see what tricks the blank magic book could do when it swallowed it to the end. The little paper man didn't understand what Shake Flower Hand was, but he understood that the magic book was not for him. Suddenly became wronged, and she shed black tears. People also want to become stronger quickly. What's wrong? You bad silver. Yuan Xiling received the message conveyed by the little paper man, but why does this little paper man have the sense of sight of a little lowly? Obviously, what is conveyed is information, not voice. Yuan Xiling helped the wound on Mars' head heal, but it only healed the epidermal wound. If the skull cracked such a big hole, it was better to leave it to others. Huh? This magical equipment looks good too. Yuan Shirua examined a piece of Mars again. Basically, every member of the Magic Knight group, or the Magic Warrior of the Diamond Kingdom, will have a magical equipment. It is to make up for the weakness of the physical body, otherwise it will be killed by a shot. Yuan Shirue reached out and touched Mars everywhere, trying to find the extra magic device, but in the end it was only the robe he wore. The pants are relatively ordinary, and the defensive performance may not be as high as Jinuri's, Chiba. Hey, Mars is doing good abs training, and it feels pretty good. Yuan Xiling is still quite obsessed with cleanliness and won't really wear clothes that others wear. Not to mention such a big robe, Mars can wear it to his feet, and Yuan Xiling can sweep the floor when he wears it. Just now Yuan Xiling also used the system to identify the attributes of this robe. Item Magic Warrior Uniform Robe. Reinforcement. Possess a certain physical defensibility after injecting magic power. Transparency. It has good magic permeability, and the use of magic power is not affected. Mars, one of the 8 great generals of the Diamond Kingdom, passed through and still had the magic power of diamonds remaining. That means physical defense is okay, and magic defense is 0. But this robe is also quite open, similar to a cloak, at best preventing a backstab. It's better to be used to make new weapons. The material of the new weapon +1. Yuan Xiling felt that she was too stupid before, and she had known it a long time ago not to return that pile of white clothes to Ding Zico. White outfits are also resources. From now on I will be a vampire too. Yuan Xiling muttered to himself. He put Mars's 3-piece suit robe, magic guide stone, and magic guidebook into the magic eye, and these things are ready to go back to the Black Bull Band's stronghold for processing. Also pulled out a few hairs, by the way. Successful analysis. Obtained diamond magic. Asta was stunned during the whole process. This senior Yuan Xiling would slap a stone on his head if he didn't agree with him, and would take off his clothes after he buckled. Still touching other people's abdominal muscles, isn't Gen Yururi senior male? Is there any hobby? Yasta looked down at his abs. My clothes were gone when I was fighting, and my pants were a lot torn. Genshi Zero Senpai won't keep an eye on him, right? But Genshi Zero Senpai is so cute, it's not unacceptable. No, I already have none, Lily. Asta shook his head frantically, trying to get rid of the thought. By the way, Asta, won't you go inside the treasure hall? I just saw a sword in it that looks like your magic sword. Don't you go and take a look." Yuan Xiling pointed to the treasure hall and said. The power of that magic sword was very tasteless to Yuan Xiling, and he couldn't handle it. As long as Yuan Xiling touches that sword will automatically offset Yuan Xiling's magic power. Compared with the first one, this sword has the extra ability to borrow magic power from people with better bonds. Even if this ability is integrated into a new weapon, it is definitely an incomparable ability. It's also like Asta, who has no magic power to need this sword. Good. Asta ran over and fumbled on the wall. The little paper man jumped out again and conveyed a message to Yuan Xiling. Didn't you just say you want to be a vampire? Why are you giving away weapons again? Yuan Xiling glanced at it. Then you can't integrate everything into the new weapon. It's still a bit standard. The reinforcement and transparent of that robe are very good. If this magic sword is added, the new weapon can't be used after the new weapon is produced, and it will be laughed to death. Senior Yuan Shi0, I didn't see that sword. There was only one thing on the wall that looked a bit like a clock. Asta said. The hands of the clock on the wall are all there, but the numbers on the back are gone. Don't ask. If you ask, Yuan Xiling has deducted it. Those numbers that resemble stripes are also one of the 5 magical devices selected by Yuan Shi0. Behind that wall, just break that wall. Good. Asta rubbed his hands and almost passed out again when he was so excited. He still had to be careful. The magic sword swept across and the wall instantly collapsed, turning into magic and disappearing. I saw another magic sword alone in the secret room, which was very light compared to the weight of the first one. Asta pulled up the magic sword, and the 5-leaf clover magic guide was automatically included. The second sword. Asta turned around and wanted to say something, but the magic palace suddenly shook violently and collapsed quickly. The magic palace collapsed, and the original place became a ruin. The collapse of the magic attack this time was much faster than the original plot, because he was sucked blood by a guy who was determined to become a vampire. Fortunately, there is space magic, although it can't be used at first. Because when the magic palace just collapsed, the magic power was very messy, and all kinds of detection magic and space magic could not be used. Gen Yururi gave Asta a task, let him wield 2 magic swords, dance while dancing, and offset some of the magic power in this area. Arthur was already dizzy, jumped twice, and plunged his head on the ground, completely fainted. Yuan Xiling also seized the opportunity to open space magic and sent several people back to the Black Bullfighter's stronghold. Soon after Yuan Xiling left, it was in the ruins. An uncle crawled out of the ruins. He was hit by a stone on his head, bleeding a little, and he looked very embarrassed. Followed by his smoke magic running train. The little train has 3 positions similar to minecarts. The first position is Rhoda's and his comatose subordinates. In the second position was a pile of slimy liquid, exuding a strange smell, and inside was Mars with his upper body lying naked. The third position is the gold and silver treasures collected from the magic palace. Oh, life is not easy, the uncle sighed. Once he came down to the magic palace, he was the only one sober so far. Uncle Rhoda's touched his left arm again, and there was a wound that had been closed there, which was beaten by the strange big bear, and it was still a little painful. It's still numb. Is that bear's paws painted with poison? Shameless enough. The big bear had been in a stalemate with him for a long time, and then I didn't know why it suddenly turned into a purple mist and disappeared. The few black soldiers also licked their fingers and left without a trace. But now it seems that the hands of those soldiers should not have been poisoned. Okay, now it's time to return to the Diamond Kingdom, and the Clover Kingdom will definitely send the Magic Knights to review it again. This magic palace was originally located at the border between the Clover Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom, and Rhoda's flew for about a minute or 2 before reaching the border of the Diamond Kingdom, and only then settled down a bit. At the same time, Mars, who was in the second carriage, woke up because of the violent shaking. Mars's memory only remains when he was punched by the petite girl and fell into a coma afterwards. Huh? Brother Mars, are you awake? How are you feeling? Thank you. What? So you'll thank you seriously. Compared to this, How do you feel about your body? Rhodas smiled bitterly. Mars touched his forehead subconsciously, but was shocked. He touched a recessed area. Rhodas, what's wrong with me? Undoubtedly, Brother Mars, your magic book and magister were taken away by the people of the four-leaf clover sorcerer knights, so I ask you, what is wrong with your body? Although Rhodas is not a magic warrior, he also has an inlaid magic stone on his head. He knew that this magic guide stone was probably already in the flesh, so he would just dig it out, fearing that it would be no different from digging out an eyeball. Me? Mars stammered and couldn't speak, but he didn't expect that the other party would do such a thing. Fana, you say? What am I going to do? Mars leaned on the carriage and had nothing to love. The memory of his confusion due to the magic guide stone has been restored, and he has clearly remembered the promise Fana made with him. The boy with the hedgehog head put his hands up, but the pain of the flame burning in his imagination did not come. What is ushered in is a kind of warmth that I have never felt before. It is the warmth of fire, the warmth of the palms of the short-haired girl, the warmth of hugs, and a little bit of flowing warmth. The boy with the hedgehog head opened his eyes and found that the girl with short hair was holding him, and her palm was resting on the boy's forehead with the hedgehog head. The warm flame was burning in his hands. Is it flame healing magic, not attack magic? The girl with short hair smiled. She smiled happily, but her eyes were moist. Fana? The hedgehog head boy found that his diamond spike had penetrated the chest of the short-haired girl at some point, and the blood was dripping drop by drop. It flowed into the hands of the boy with the hedgehog head. The blood is warm, a little flowing warmth. Fana? Sorry, Mars. I can only do this. The hedgehog boy wanted to remove his diamond spike, but he was afraid that if he removed his spike, blood would gush out. Fana, you can heal yourself quickly. The boy with the hedgehog head did not dare to move, and let the short-haired girl hug him tightly, but her blood kept dripping on him. It's useless, Mars. Healing magic can't cure this. She hugged the boy with short hedgehog head tightly again and whispered softly in his ear. Mars, promise me one thing? Promise me, must, go out alive. No, Fana. The boy with hedgehog head also cried. I must, go out alive, even take me, that one, go out and have a look, okay? The lips of the short-haired girl gently pressed against the face of the boy with the hedgehog head. Forever. Left a lip mark. Take the copy of Fana and see the world. Mars cried and cried again after more than 10 years. No more, nothing left. Brother Mars sad and sad. In fact, you don't have to worry about the magic book and the magic stone. Rhodas also jumped to the second carriage, used smoke magic to make a small bench and sat down. He patted Mars on the shoulder and continued. Did you see these slimy white liquids? These things can help you regain your strength. Then you can take revenge. But Rhodas didn't know why Mars was crying, and Mars didn't want to avenge the kingdom of Clover at all. I want to kill other people's companions, and others have robbed my own power, and I deserved it. He hates himself and the royal family of the Diamond Kingdom. Magic Warrior is just a running dog of the royal family. He needs strength. Mars stopped and looked at Rhodas. There is nothing wrong with Rhodas. He needs to regain his strength to avenge the Diamond Kingdom. I also heard this from a senior, but I didn't expect to see it today. These slimy liquids are magical liquids. Magic liquid? Yes. The most important thing about the magic liquid is not the magic power inside, but these magic powers will absorb and produce life energy. Just when the magic palace collapsed, while escaping, I fell into a pool, and the injury on my left arm had basically recovered. Rhodas gestured to Mars with his left hand. Although his left hand could not be directly restored to its original state, the approval had already been concluded. And I just fell in for a second or two and immediately climbed up. After discovering the magical effect of this pool, I will put you in it. Rhodas scratched his beard again. Yuan Xiling has returned to the Black Bullfighter Group's stronghold and reported the mission situation to the head of the night. Really? You did a good job this time, and you handed in so many treasures. The head of Yijian patted Yuan Xiling on the shoulder and said happily, because of this mission, their Black Bull squad can add stars again. This star is not for showing off, but these are merits and can be processed. After the end, Gen Yuri also took out about 1/10 of the gold and silverware from this harvest and handed it to the headquarters of the Magic Knights. In fact, the headquarters of the Magic Knights group allows members to take items other than the task targets as trophies in the Raiders' mission. But Yuan Xiling thought for a while and still handed in a little bit. If you don't hand it in, it would be hard to explain that he was not there during the fight between Asta and Mars. But the Knights' headquarters seems to want to hear some reports from you, so you can take them on a trip later. Yuan Xiling. Oh yes. After you come back, I have another task for you. I think this task is suitable for you. Yuan Xiling. Didn't I help you make achievements? Don't have such an expression. What's the merit? Do you think I'm close to that merit? The group leader's salary is also related to the group members. The more the group members merit, the more the whole group's merit and the more the group leader's salary. Oh, you can see this. Didn't I make a knife to repay the loan? The loan has not been paid off yet. The head of Yi Jian smoked a cigarette with a shocked expression on his face. Yuan Shi's teeth were itchy with anger, and her blue hair exploded a bit, just like a cat with exploded hair. At night, the head of the group laughed, then suddenly became serious and continued. Actually, you have a lot of secrets, right? Everyone has their own secrets, and I don't want to pursue them. But do you know the Magic Council? Magic Council? What is that? Yuan Xiling frowned. What kind of organization is this? The Magic Council is a court composed of nobles, and it spares no effort to safeguard the interests of the king, royal family, and nobles. Once you have something powerful that they don't have, they will feel uneasy. The head of Yi Jian lit another cigarette. If you really get to that point, if you have enough merit, I and Boss Julius can use these merits to suppress them. The head of Yi Jian did not continue, but Yuan Xiling already understood what he meant. Okay, I get it. What powerful role does the Magic Council have? Even the Magic Emperor should be jealous? The topic gradually became heavy, but it was broken by the laughter of the head of Yi Jian. Haha, you don't really have any secrets you can't tell, do you? Look at scaring you like that. If something really happens, our entire regiment can go directly to the court and kill them. Yuan Xiling. So this is deceiving me? Good or bad? Yuan Shi opened space magic with zero anguish and went to the royal capital without paying attention to the head of the night. Kind of cute. The head of Yi Jian picked up the newspaper on the table. Regarding the Sith, their organization has been silent for a while. The previous Magic Palace mission was kept secret, and now if she knew that Yuan Xiling was going to perform the mission now, she might not be able to resist it. If you want to destroy a country, you must first destroy the talents of a country. They should understand this. Although Yuan Xiling was used as bait, the head of Yi Jian was not worried at all. High-end hunters usually appear in the form of prey. Mars felt with the little magic power remaining in his body that his current physical condition was indeed very good. The petite girl's punch basically shook her internal organs bleeding. But now it's just like a okay person, except for a dent on the side of the head. I see, Rhodes. What about the magic book? Mars no longer expects the magical stone, but the magical book is a must for every magician. The guys like the magic stone and the magic book will help you deal with it. Mars knew who Rhodes was referring to, those guys, but now he wanted to avenge them. What? Are you afraid the king will blame it? Rhodes rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and continued. The king is unlikely to blame. After all, this king is very weak and does not manage much political affairs. Although those nobles might bark a few times, they probably wouldn't say much. After all, you are also one of the 8 great generals. As for the royal family, it should be quite happy to help you restore your strength. Mars lowered his head. If the entire Diamond Kingdom is destroyed, innocent people will be injured. He wants to stop human experiments in the Diamond Kingdom so that the country does not have to constantly plunder resources, and there will be no innocent children being persecuted. But he has to borrow these powers now. Good. It seems that we have to enter the base again. However, Rhodes. Why are you carrying a cart of eggs? Egg. Rhodes turned his head and took a look. The gold and silver treasures in the last carriage just now had all turned into reddish eggs. Rhodes? This. Rhodas hadn't finished speaking, but the eggs of the whole car exploded in an instant. Smoke magic. The created little train was instantly exploded, sparks and smoke from the explosion, plus the smoke generated by Rhodas's smoke magic, being dispersed. It looks like fireworks, celebrating the victory of the four-leaf clover kingdom. As the culprit of this incident, someone from Yuan Xiling came to the royal capital and found that he had forgotten to bring Asta and Anuor, and ran back in embarrassment. Senior Yuan Xiling 0, your memory is too bad, right? It's not that I was angry with the leader of the night. All of them are like human beings, thinking about other people's words all day long. But when you were angry just now, did you subconsciously trigger something? It's weird. The meeting place this time is not the place where the Magic Emperor usually works, but a special honoring hall in the royal capital. Yuan Xiling has never been. At this time, the three of them were searching aimlessly in the royal capital. Oh, isn't this everyone from the Golden Dawn group? The three of them walked and found three familiar faces in long cloaks at the front corner, and Asta greeted them quickly. Huh? Asta, is your injury okay? Klaus suddenly pressed Asta's hand and asked eagerly. This time, Asta was his lifesaver. If Asta hadn't been fighting with the zombie face until the blue-haired girl arrived, they would have had an accident. As for the Anuor, she seemed to disdain their thanks. The blue-haired little girl seemed to be too cold, and when he went to apologize before, the little girl's reaction was also quite cold. It certainly doesn't matter. I have been eating and drinking well these few days. Asta rolled up his sleeves and showed off his biceps. Yo, welcome, young people. The Magic Emperor stood in front of a gorgeous building, reaching out to welcome the 6 people. As soon as Klaus saw the Emperor of Magic, he knelt on one knee instantly, moving smoothly and without hesitation. I didn't expect you to come here in person. And Yasta looked relaxed and casual, waving his hand, as if the Magic Emperor was really just a wild uncle who could be seen everywhere on the side of the road. Uncle Magic Emperor, long time no see. Klaus? The Magic Emperor, I haven't seen it for a long time. Yuan Xiling did not kneel down on one knee, but also gently greeted herself, the first customer in her professional hairdressing career. Klaus. In other words, your 5-leaf clover magic book contains new magic swords. Can you show me? Please. The Magic Emperor is a typical magic idiot, and he can't control himself at all when he encounters new magic. And Yasta was also very excited, and he also wanted the current Magic Emperor to give him some pointers. Yes, this one. Asta opened the page of the second magic sword and actively showed it to the Magic Emperor. This, totally incomprehensible, and there is no record in the literature. The Magic Emperor was a little bit troubled. It was the first time he saw the incomprehensible text in the magic book. Is this the characteristic of 5-leaf clover? This can summon a second anti-magic sword. Asta also drew out his second magic sword and brought it to the Magic Emperor like a treasure. Can you let me touch it? The response of the Magic Emperor also made Asta very satisfied, and the other party was very interested in his magic sword. The Magic Emperor held the hilt of the sword, but found that his magic power was constantly being offset by the magic sword. Moreover, the magic sword is very heavy, so the Magic Emperor can only hang the tip of the sword on the ground. Give it back to you, thank you. It's a shame that you can wield it, and this sword can only be used by you who have no magical powers. After satisfying the curiosity of repelling magic, the Magic Emperor turned his goal to Yuan Xiling. Well, can you show me your big magic book? Please. The Magic Emperor said, and gestured with his hands. When I saw the Magic Emperor last time, the Magic Emperor didn't have time to read this magic book because of those things. No. Yuan Xiling does not have the habit of proactively exposing her ability. He still remembered the reincarnation of Wasteland. The reincarnation was only the first to come, and there will definitely be many reincarnations coming next. At that time, he felt that he could only keep a black bullfighter group at best, and he dared not say anything about it. Therefore, one's own secrets should not be revealed too much to people other than the Black Bulls. It is not that they do not trust, but that there will be people who will use the memory to read the reincarnation. The time of arrival is unknown, Yuan Xiling also asked the system to be notified in time once the system arrived, even if he had already gone to other worlds at that time. He is still a little fettered by this world. Huh? Can't it? The Magic Emperor held his forehead, looking very disappointed. Anyway, you have worked hard this time. Let's go in for the meritorious service ceremony. Wait, Magic Emperor. I want to ask you a question. Yuno, who had been silent for a while, stopped the Magic Emperor. What do you want to ask? How to become a Magic Emperor? Yuno is really panicking now. I don't know when. My competitors have surpassed myself so much. I have met the Magic Emperor, and this time I have obtained a new magic sword. And his own four-leaf clover magic book. What it brings is only an increase in magic power. The magic book of the four-leaf clover kingdom is basically a clover. The 3 leaves of the clover represent honesty, hope, and love. The 4th leaf of the 4-leaf clover represents lucky, and the 5th leaf of the 5-leaf clover represents devil. Yuan Xiling felt that the owner of the 4-leaf clover magic book was indeed lucky. Most of the devils contained legends about demons in the underworld, and demons were divided into 3 levels: high level, low level, and middle level. The higher the rank, the stronger the strength, the stronger the underworld's binding power to the devil, and the harder it is to come to this world. One of the ways for the devil to come to this world is to possess his body in the 5-leaf clover magic book. But there was no 5-leaf clover magic book in the world, and some were another group of lunatics who wanted to communicate with the devil. They used the mysterious magic circle to open a channel between the world and the underworld, allowing the demons to descend on the world for a short time. After the devil contaminates the holder of the 4-leaf clover magic book, the 4-leaf clover will grow new leaves, and the devil will be parasitic. The devil does not need to return to the underworld. That's how it is written in that book, and the specific situation is not clear to Yuan Xiling. So he really felt that the 4-leaf clover magic book holder was very lucky and would be found by the devil. After being contaminated by the devil, he didn't know what it would become. Asta directly obtained the 5-leaf clover sorcerer's book, but he didn't seem to have any pollution. According to Nero, the head of the elven clan seems to be polluted and turned into a demon god. Yunua's 4-leaf clover seemed precarious. What the 4-leaf clover brought him only increased potential and magical power, which all needed to be developed. Without the help of the wind spirit, it would be difficult for him to develop quickly now. In the original plot, the wind elves occupied Yuno's 4-leaf clover magic book, and the devil had no way to do so, except to kill the wind elves. Yunua, it's very rude to ask the Magic Emperor directly like this. Listen, the so-called Magic Emperor must have a noble heart and be loved by all people. Yuno stopped the Magic Emperor, and Klaus hurriedly stopped Yuno. No. Want to become a Magic Emperor requires performance. The Magic Emperor feels a little funny. This clause seems to idolize him unusually. Wouldn't it be too annoying if this was the case? Actual performance? Yasta repeated the word again. Yes, self-esteem alone cannot protect anyone. Trust is an improvement in performance. There is only one thing that the Magic Emperor pursues, and that is what can be called the strongest achievement. Accumulating achievements with one mind, these are all. If this is not possible, the vertex cannot be judged. Just to my liking. Yuno seemed very firm on this matter. Then, I will definitely come up with more and stronger achievements than you. Asta slammed Yuno's fist lightly on Yuno's shoulder, and he just saw that Yuno seemed to have something wrong with his simple mind. Good. These 2 kids are really interesting. I hope they can reach the top one day. But the child's reaction seemed a little cold. The Magic Emperor looked at Yuan Xiling and found that he was in a daze, as if he had no interest in the honorable position of Magic Emperor. Okay. We are here today to participate in the honoring ceremony. Later, I will award honors to members who have won more stars in the near future. You must also participate. The Magic Emperor clapped his hands and motioned everyone to follow. The honoring ceremony this time is not specially set up for the members of the group who participated in the mission of the Magic Palace. So it is obvious that Yuan Xiling and others came to watch the show today. The headquarters of the Magic Knights, the Honor Hall. The buildings related to the royal family and the magic knights in the capital are all magnificent, and the honoring hall is no exception. Above the steps is a gold-rimmed table on which is placed the medals needed this time. The windows on the wall and the portrait are placed crosswise, and the magic device on the ceiling renders the whole hall a golden color, making it more solemn. The Magic Emperor sat alone behind the table, while the other members of the Magic Knights to be awarded were all standing under the steps. And Yuan Xiling and the others were more casual, and stood directly at the back of the hall, which was the door. Then, let's start the ceremony of awarding military exploits. The entire awarding conference was hosted by the Magic Emperor, who recited the names one by one, and added performance evaluations and corrections at the back. The members of the 4 knights were awarded the honors: 3 members of the Golden Dawn group, 2 members of the Silver Big Eagle group, 1 member of the Emerald Wild Rose group, and 1 member of the Red Lotus Lion group. In addition to these, Yuan Xiling discovered that except for the Golden Dawn group, the leaders of the above groups had come. There are 10 people in total. When the Magic Emperor commented on their magic, everyone looked different. Thank you, everyone. Then I have prepared a simple banquet for everyone. Please enjoy it. And today I invited some special guests. Please communicate with each other. When the Magic Emperor said this, he smiled, looking a little bit ill-intentioned. The members of the Magic Knights who were awarded also turned their heads. Times 7. Including Nero, the 7 people in the Magic Palace were speechless. Yuan Xiling knew this part of the plot, and was also shown by the move of the Magic Emperor. This is to increase their popularity and at the same time bring them a wave of hatred. Even if you come to someone else's celebration banquet, you can make such a fair announcement. The Magic Emperor led the crowd to the banquet hall, and then left under the pretext of leave temporarily for a while when something happens. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was a bit strange and terribly quiet. The awarding regiment stood around a table with 1 person, while the 6 members of the Magic Palace and his party were alone at the table. I don't know what etiquette this is, and I don't deserve a chair for dinner. Yuan Xiling muttered to herself, picked up a plate and picked up the cake, cut up a small piece and put it in her mouth. His proficiency in cooking is now full. I was not very familiar with this body when I ate before, and I scooped up a large spoon, only to find that the mouth was too small, and it would accidentally confuse it. And now you can feed yourself accurately. Proud.jpg. It's just that it's uncomfortable to eat while standing. Yuan Xiling used ice magic to build an ice chair for herself, which happened to be quite comfortable to sit on in this hot weather. Don't be afraid that the ice melts and sticks to your butt. The sights around are so terrifying. Why does the Magic Emperor want to give us such treatment? Klaus was also muttering to himself, but saw Yuan Xiling sitting there carelessly, and then Asta walked over. Senior Yuan Shizero, can you help me make a chair? Then the 2 of them sat there together and ate indifferently. It really deserves to be the 2 of them, really magnanimous. No, Yaster is just plain rude. Yuno said from the side. Excuse me, Mr. Yasta, can I be with you? Mimosa leaned down and asked Asta. Okay, Mimosa. Do you want to eat this meat too? Huh? Hey? Yes, this one looks very delicious to say. Yuan Xiling didn't know how, and suddenly felt a little sour. Except for the table of Emerald Wild Rose and Yuan Xiling, everyone else stood silently at the table, whispering. It was actually a loud conspiracy. At the same time, he also looked at Yuan Xiling's table. The humble people, it's really ugly to eat. It was a member of the Golden Dawn group who was talking about Asta who was devouring it. Why did the Magic Emperor treat this guy with his own eyes, and the blue-haired kid with unknown origin? I heard that it was specially recruited by the evil Black Bullfighter group leader. The one who followed him was a man with a big silver eagle, with his hair combed on the left side and hanging down on the right side. It was a bit like killing Matt. Look at she like that. It's better to eat than the one next to her, but she doesn't have any etiquette at all. She wears fancy clothes. I really don't know where the wild child came from. I'm afraid he is not 15 years old yet. Yuan Xiling is wearing a light blue t-shirt with a hat today with the Doraemon printed on it. And underneath is a pair of black overalls, matched with the shoulder bag on the waist, and the hair is tied, but it has a little handsome little boy feeling. It is indeed incompatible with the lack of funds, painting style on the side of the black clover. Furthermore, you are a waste of unknown origin, concealing your identity. I am afraid that you are also a citizen, wearing such ugly clothes. The words spoken are also so ridiculous. This long story is about another person from the Silver Eagle. This woman looks a bit like the other two people in their group, but their two big wise wisdom auras are not comparable to their leaders. Oh, that's what I said. But the aesthetics of the Silver Royal family is still as bad as before, and you seem to have some misunderstandings about your own strength, and it looks no different from the dizzy mouse in the ditch. Yuan Xiling also learned the words of these kings and nobles, with a good expression and a strange yin and yang. There are 3 royal families in the 4-leaf clover kingdom, including the Fanmian family and the Silba family. The Red Lotus Lion group obviously belonged to the Van Million family, while the Silver Eagle belonged to the Silba family. The eldest lady of the Silba family had obviously never been scolded in such vicious language. She has always scolded others like this since she was a child, and she has never been scolded like this. He just has a sharp mouth. But it's better than the arrogant person in our regiment. It is only us who can embody the wishes of Captain Vankins. The guy from the Golden Dawn group also continued to speak. I made Cho. Seeing that the people in his group were so sharp, Klaus wanted to come and persuade him to make peace. Enough, Klaus. Don't you feel ashamed to be with this group? And Mimosha heard that you had been injured and fallen on the battlefield early on, so she was frightened by the fact that you were facing the Bahue generals. Hey, it's a postmortem. You are also very confident in your own strength, but think about it. Just now you were awarded the medal by the Magic Emperor. It's normal to be proud. Huh? Let me guess, you won't be jealous. Yuan Xiling poured a glass of red wine, took a sip, and continued. Recently there are few missions, and this Raider's Magic Palace mission has more stars. If you don't get it, just talk coldly here. Does the royal family like to eat pickles? It's really idle. The minds of these nobles were obviously pierced by Yuan Xiling, and they were jealous. I am jealous of a few people whose status are not as high as theirs, but they can accomplish tasks that are difficult for them to complete. The belly of the dignified royal family is too small. It's really funny. Yuan Xiling looked at their gradually darkening faces, a little funny. What? Is it because of the lack of love since childhood? Yuan Xiling really couldn't think of any curse words. As a 3-good young man on Earth, he only remembers the 3-character curse in his hometown dialect. To shut up. The first one who couldn't stand it was the eldest lady from the Silba family, with a strange haircut and an ugly look. Mist Restraint Magic Binding of Miss Spider. This eldest lady is still a little sensible and didn't use attack magic. The water mist came to Yuanshi Zero's web like spider silk, but stopped for a while on the way, and it became ice. Yuan Xiling didn't even stand up, but just let out the nature of her ice magic, slightly, and the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. That's the only level of your magic? She curled her mouth and spit out a piece of ice. Just accidentally, even the wine was frozen into ice slag, and it didn't taste much. Mist Magic Fog appears clone. A bunch of clones that were exactly the same as her appeared next to the eldest lady of the Silba family, and all the clones raised their hands at the same time, trying to activate magic. Does this magic have its own ghosts? Yuan Xiling glanced lightly, then recognized that the middle one was the real body. It seems that this magic is not very good. A little stronger perception of magic can be seen through. After all, the real body must have more magic power, unless he can control the fluctuations of magic power like Yuan Xiling. On the outskirts of the royal capital, Pingjie. Here is a grassland with a few dead trees in the middle. There was a man sitting on the thin trunk on the ground. His clothes were ragged, and his left eye was covered. He is Yuan Xiling, who has been waiting for the scorpion magic user. Yuan Xiling is really brain dead, so he will participate in the kind of ceremony that is meaningless. He has only one purpose for participating in the parliament: gray magic and scorpion magic. According to the original plot, The king would be attacked after a while, and the other party was prepared to cut off communication with the outside world. And the members of the Magic Knights who participated in the council this time needed to stick to the royal capital. And Yuan Xiling only needs to fish in troubled waters and kill these two people. It's weird, isn't it? This uncle possesses magic more powerful than the royal family. Why is he still being kicked out? What's a joke? He muttered to himself, his palms stretched out and held it in the air. From his sight, it seemed that he was holding the king's capital tightly in his hand. Who are you talking to? A space unfolded in the back, and a man in black walked out of it. No, I'm talking to myself. Already prepared? Okay, let them take a look. The royal capital, the headquarters of the Magic Knights, the banquet hall. Since you have all made moves, it's my turn, right? Yuan Xiling took another bite of the cake. To be honest, this cake is even more flavorful than Mr. Sheep Chef. It may take more effort and time for this cake than the quick preparation of Mr. Chef Mianyang. It was 1v1 just now, and now the situation has become 3v1. Yuan Xiling sat alone on the ice chair, with two shields made of ice floating beside it, easily resisting the attack of the three. The two silver eagles use fog magic and water magic, which are completely restrained by ice magic. The person in the Golden Dawn group uses gravel magic, which is sand. The funny thing is that those sands created by magic power were frozen by ice magic as soon as they were face to face. That's the end of this farce, the girl from the Black Bulls? Nozer, the leader of the Silver Eagle group, stood out and stood in front of his group members. Heh, your face is still really great, the head of Uncle Silver. Why didn't you stop calling when they attacked first? Yuan Xiling is very upset now. This big white bird group doesn't look like a good thing. Our Silba family has a rule, don't use magic on the subordinates casually, but unfortunately you are not a subordinate, I didn't stop it. Nozer's magic power gathered beside his body, and the little braid left in the center of his nose drifted with the magic power. Then why are you stopping now? When Yuan Xiling said this, he had already used the magic water space gate to move to the side of Nozer. He had long wanted to fight with the white bird captain, and it was time to reclaim Mercury magic. Pigs are advancing by leaps and bounds. This is a skill learned from the wild boars of Sosi village, but this time he let water flow replace the flame. Water flow quickly included Yuan Xiling's right hand, and then pushed forward with his fist. Nozer did not expect Yuan Xiling to attack directly, and he was interrupted instantly when he was still brewing momentum. You can only use Mercury magic to set up a shield, support it with your feet, and prepare to hold the punch hard. There are his team members behind, and he can't retreat. Yuan Xiling still remembers that the ability of the Bull Talisman is to greatly increase the strength of the holder, while also allowing the holder's muscles to grow rapidly and become extremely strong. But the power enhancement that the Bull Charm brings to the user is not unlimited, because the core principle of the Bull Charm is not to empower the user, but to amplify the power of the user, which can be amplified by 300 times. In other words, the stronger the user's own muscle strength, the more obvious the improvement of the Bull Charm. Yuan Xiling's initial strength can be counted as 0, but there are predation for wild boars, 4 people, and a demon god who is less than 2%. The first-generation Magic Emperor has been sealed for a long time, and the physical quality of the virtual batch can be counted as 0. The devil is calculated at 1%. Then after the bull spell is increased by 300 times, it becomes 1,200 wild boars plus 1,200 people plus 3 demon gods. Ha ha. If the power of an adult wild boar is calculated by 4 adults, 1,200 is 4,800 people, a total of 6,000 people. There are 2 more results when punching muscle strength and impact. Muscle strength, it is impossible for an average person to reach 50 kilograms. Impact force, that is, the maximum force when hitting the target. The maximum impact force of an ordinary adult man's boxing should be between 100 and 150 kilograms. The minimum impact force of 6,000 is 6 times 10 to the 5th power of kilograms, that is, 600,000 kilograms. plus the devil whose specific value is unknown. Of course, this is the impact force that can be achieved by full punching, and the muscle strength will be much smaller than this. However, the prerequisite for all this is that you can obtain all the opponent's attribute points when you are praying. In fact, it's good to get some, and some kidney deficiency doesn't even increase. However, the power will not be any worse than these. At least it doesn't have the basic power to increase with the bull charm, which is higher than most of the four-leaf clover. Well, now that I think of it, Mars not only has blood in his body, but his sternum may be all shattered. It's no wonder that at that time, the mental power detection was all red and sticky. Senor had just used mercury magic to make a shield, and Yuan Xiling's fist was already on it. The huge impact force directly blasted the mercury shield, and the fragments turned into liquid again and flew around. The water flow formed by Ginyu Zero's magical power also caught the fragments that flew towards Asta and the others, but the others didn't care about it. Yuan Shi Zero retracted his fist. Water flow continued to cover it. As mentioned above, the greater the original strength, the greater the added strength after this doubling. But it also means one thing: the effective force is mutual. This force will eventually hurt yourself. With the physical fitness of Yuan Xiling's current 20 demon gods with kidney deficiency and 1%, it is impossible to completely control the power of 6,000 kidney deficiency and 300% demon gods. Therefore, some measures are necessary. For example, this water flow can not only protect oneself, but also reduce one's own strength, so as not to accidentally kill the opponent. Sinuar once again condensed a mercury shield and quickly retreated with his team members and distanced himself from Yuan Xiling. This person's speed is so fast, he almost teleported to his side, and his strength is particularly great. Combining the ice and water just now, he should use water-ice magic. Nozel made a preliminary judgment on Yuan Xiling, and the mercury magic in his hand also quickly accumulated power, and the power of the captain's magic power was released and turned into a silver-white giant eagle. He himself didn't realize that his whole body was already tense, as if he was facing an enemy. In the banquet hall, except for the leader-level guy, everyone else was stunned, especially the guy from the Red Lotus Lions group who threatened to do better. He didn't expect that the other party would really be able to fight the leader. Black Bulls, can you hear me say a few words? The Red Lotus Lion leader Fagrain was also standing between the two. Compared to the other leaders, he spoke more politely. You say, I believe Nozer did not intend to hurt you and your Black Bull team members. So he just allowed those people to attack me before? Yuan Xiling was a bit speechless. This Nozer did not mean to hurt them. But what he meant is also very obvious, that is, he is more indulgent in the actions of his team members. They're free to show the unique charm of European language, and they can also use magic to attack those who don't seem to be weak. But he dared to provoke him, and couldn't bear it. According to what you mean, do you still want to continue? Fagrain also had bruises on his head. Yuan Xiling did not speak, but his attitude was obvious. This is the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Fighting is forbidden here. This is because Nozel was wrong first, but I hope you can stop your behavior. Fagline's magical coercion also violently instantly, spinning around him, turning into a lion formed by flames. Opposing the giant vulture formed by Nozel, the temperature on both sides is divided by anxiousness. What a terrible magic collision. Those members who were proud of the awards were also thrown with cold water, and cold sweat broke out on their heads. The arrogance in the heart seemed so small in this terrible magical pressure. Yuan Shili raised his eyebrows and also released Long Wei. Long Wei, fully open plus initial fire. Behind Yuan Xiling appeared a phantom of a huge fire dragon, whose whole body was composed of flames, like illusion and real existence. Long Wei, as soon as he appeared, the momentum of the two regiment leaders was instantly suppressed. The glass utensils on the banquet table could not withstand the pressure and exploded one after another. After the low temperature just caused by the silver giant eagle was broken in an instant, its phantom could be seen to be reduced in a circle. The red lion was also shrunk in a circle, and the flames that had been burning on his body were sucked by the red dragon bit by bit. It had to lie on the ground, lying on its 4 legs, shivering. How is it possible? The coercion of our head was broken. The first to speak was the eldest lady from the Silba's house, with a panic face on her face and her head in her hands. This result did not surprise Yuan Xiling long way, as performance was very successful this time, and their expressions also made Yuan Xiling very satisfied. The magical coercion used by several regiment leaders is actually a very superb use of magic power, like the Yi Jian regimental leader. It is to make all the magic in the body boil, and coupled with the magic skin, you can create a certain form of coercion. And Long Wei is a serious deterrent skill, one of the talented skills of that fire dragon. How can these be comparable? It feels like scaring a small animal. Seeing that his own magical pressure was broken, Fagilane did not choose to make concessions in the matter of stopping Yuan Shirue. I apologize first for my brother Lei Obert for just saying such a rude remark. His eyes motioned to the red hedgehog boy named Leobert. Sorry, I was rude just now. Lei Obert gritted his teeth and did not bow his head when he apologized. The arrogant Lion King will not bow to anyone. But I still hope you can stop. Fagrain looked at Yuan Xiling again with a serious face. The strength of this little girl is very strong, and he is not 100% sure that he can beat him. What's the use of his apology? He wasn't the only one talking just now. Although Yuan Xiling was dissatisfied with their attitude of apologizing, he must teach the White Bird Group and the SB of the Sun Father Group a lesson today. It should be some time before the capital was attacked. The Red Kittens go to one side. Yuan Xiling, as the deputy head of the Black Bull Group, self-appointed, decided to revive the power of the Black Bull Group. Some time ago, he approached the head of Yijian to ask for the position of deputy head, but he did not expect that the head of Yijian said that the deputy head was already there. And perform missions in the Kingdom of Spades. Gee, are you so hungry? Then he will be a deputy head. And now, there is a good opportunity for the Silba and Vermilion families within the royal family to take the initiative to provoke. Although Fagline of the Vermilion family has already apologized, isn't there still a trio from the Silba family? Before going to harvest magic, we must teach these 3 a lesson. I want the 2 guys from the Silba family and the Golden Dawn group to apologize to me. Although Yuan Shirue said so, he felt it was unlikely that these 3 guys would really apologize. Sure enough, the siblings with strange haircuts in the Silba family hid tightly behind their head, with hideous faces. These 2 are definitely not apologizing. The guy from the Golden Dawn group clenched his fist, making it difficult to speak. Face slaps always come so suddenly. He was still reprimanding Klaus to stay with these guys without shame. In the end, the most ashamed is myself. I'm sorry for my rude words just now. Don't shame Captain Vankins for the Golden Dawn group, Barrett. What's the use of you being sorry? What I want is that you apologize to me. Don't you need to apologize? And the fellow from the Red Lotus Lions is the same. Yuan Xiling raised Erlang's legs and hugged her hands in front of the airport. He was very dissatisfied with this guy's apology. The guy from the Golden Dawn group looked at Yuan Xiling with a look of disbelief. Why, bad words hurt people. Can you show some sincerity when you apologize? So Yuan Xiling got a magic ring, not to mention the others. If you don't try your luck on the black market, the market price of this ring is still quite expensive. Well, I don't have any magic devices. I don't know why. Yuan Xiling felt that Lei Obert was a little proud when he said this. No magic device? As a royal family, should Yul, gold coin, have it? Then Yuan Xiling got nearly 300 gold coins, but this little royal family was really poor. The last is the Silba's house. Ainuoer, who had been bowing her head, secretly raised her head. She wanted to persuade senior Yuan Xiling not to embarrass Emperor Nozail anymore. But she knew that she didn't have that qualification, and the person who had just been attacked by Brother Solid and Sister Nebraska was not herself. But she didn't want the 2 sides to quarrel with her seniors on the one hand and her family on the other. Nozail glanced at Yuan Xiling, then at Ainuoer, and dissipated the mercury magic in his hand. This should be enough. Nozail whispered to himself, then turned to look at Solid and Nebraska. Silba's face has been lost by you." After speaking, he turned around and left. He really had no face to stay here anymore. Solid and Nibra turned around and wanted to follow Nozail to leave, but just after 2 steps, a water space gate opened in front of them. Make them return to the original place in an instant. Why? I want to leave without apologizing? What about the pride of the royal family? What about the pride of the Silba family? Yuan Xiling patted them on the shoulders, and his smile gradually perverted. Although Yuan Xiling smiled a bit pervert, in the appearance of the cute king, Pervert's funny smile didn't help. Yuan Xiling also successfully transformed into a vampire and sucked a little blood on the 2 of them, and got a headband, 2 earrings, and a ring. Laughing to death, just the magic level. I didn't expect it to be after the magic device bonus. How fine it should have been. The 2 fled in embarrassment. Yuan Xiling was also satisfied with putting these magic devices into the pockets of overalls. The magic device in this world seems to have no space type, and the magic ring is used to increase the power of magic. Asta, Anuoer, after the banquet is over, you can contact me with the poker card you gave you last time. I have something to leave now. After speaking, Yuan Xiling didn't care about the reaction of the 2 of them, and the water flow in her hands just covered her body instantly. The water polo broke open, and the people inside disappeared, leaving only Asta and Anal staring at each other. Senior Yuanxi Zero is gone? Seems like it. The chef downstairs was also curious about why there was such a big movement upstairs. After coming up, he found that the glass tableware was broken except for the table of the Busy and Rose group, so he had to take another set of tableware. So Yasta continued to eat and drink, but the others were not as big as Yasta, nor did they have the idea of continuing to have a banquet. But the magic emperor who presided over the banquet was not coming back. Gray magic is quite special. In the original plot, the old lady can use gray magic to absorb the vitality absorbed in the magic power of others. Then he has maintained a young state. Yuan Xiling thought for a long time at that time and felt that this could also be classified as a kind of curse magic. It just can be integrated into the voodoo puppet magic. If it can absorb the opponent's vitality and release toxins during the attack, it can also make patties a higher level. And scorpion magic can refine or transform other people's corpses, that is, make them into zombies. This ability is a bit tasteless for the current Yuan Xiling, but if it is integrated into the voodoo doll magic, Yuan Xiling always feels that there will be some unexpected effects. Yuan Xiling was sitting in a tall building in the underground city Sika, waiting for the 2 guys to throw themselves into the net. The layout of the royal capital can be divided into 2 parts, the royal castle and the underground city Sika. The royal castle is located above the center of the royal capital. It is an area where the king, magic emperor, and royal family are located, and the headquarters of the Magic Knight group is also there. The other parts of the royal capital were mostly houses with 3 or 4 floors of nobles. Although they were not as gorgeous as the royal family, they were not simple. But compared with the towering castle of the royal family, it is like underground, so it is called the underground city Sika. The entire royal capital is surrounded by magic circles, forming a shield to protect the entire royal capital, which can prevent large-scale long-range attacks. But Yuan Xiling felt that it was useless. His space magic can come and go freely. Yuan Xiling was originally going to stay in the Black Bullfighter's stronghold, and when it was almost time, he would use space magic to come here. But he suddenly remembered that the other side seemed to use space magic, and the collision of 2 space magic would cancel out. So I just came here directly. And he still remembered that the guys who attacked the royal capital seemed to be in the same group with Sith, and it seemed that this time they came for the magic stone of the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group. And this time, that lord seems to have also come. No, not good. A wizard ran into the banquet hall, breathing heavily. The royal capital. The royal capital has been attacked. Everyone who was hesitating was stunned, and even Asta stopped eating and drinking. You said the capital was attacked? Fugrain was shocked at first, and wanted to rush out to support, and then quickly calmed down. Those who dare to attack the capital must have some strength and should not act rashly. We act in groups. With a shoe sound, in Yuan Xiling's magical perception, the shield covering the entire royal capital was revoked. It is not broken, it means that the enemy used space magic to sneak in first and kill the wizard guarding the magic circle first. Yuan Shirue gently picked up the blue hair sticking to her mouth. This bangs sometimes stick to the mouth. In fact, Yuan Xiling could just wait for the enemy directly in the magic circle, and there would be nothing to do if he killed it directly. Knowing the plot, he understands that there are only two people dispatched by the enemy now, one using scorpion magic and the other using space magic. If you don't create a round first and let the opponent walk in, how can you lead to the one who uses gray magic? Yuan Xiling stood on the clock tower in the underground city Seikar and finally discovered the approximate location of the holder of the scorpion magic. The black four-leaf clover has no space for equipment, so the lowest class ordinary zombies need to enter through the gate, which is mighty and very conspicuous. But this also shows that the holder of scorpion magic is nearby. After all, these ordinary zombies are not as self-aware as potties and need to be manipulated by magic. Through simulation control, it is impossible to be too far away. And the holder of space magic does not have huge magic power, otherwise, these zombies can be directly airborne. Rock magic model rocks that narrate the world. The vision of the entire royal capital was contained in this small rock, and Yuan Xiling soon discovered that many zombies had flooded into the four gates of the royal capital. Dungeon Sika is not without civilians, but the civilians who can enter the realm of kings and nobles have certain strength. On the contrary, not all of the nobles who originally lived here have combat effectiveness. The zombies scurry around in the streets and alleys, and they bite when they see people. Although they cannot be assimilated into zombies, they can be bitten to death alive. Space magic space gate. Thunder magic thunder arrow. Fire magic multiple spiral fireballs. Yuan Ximing first used the model rocks to tell the world, to determine the coordinates and set up space magic. There. Boom sounded. The zombies that were still pouring into the city gate were washed by the fireball in an instant, and the charred corpses fell one after another. But he stood up quickly again, with flames on his body trying to continue rushing forward. After 2 steps, he fell to the ground again, completely burnt to ashes. And the zombie who just rushed to the front, the arrow formed by thunder and lightning passed through his chest and was nailed to the floor fiercely. The lightning spread across the zombie's body, trying to paralyze the zombie's nerves, but even if the zombie was nailed to the floor, his hands and feet were still moving. It seems that this thunder and lightning is of no use to zombies. Yuan Xiling muttered to himself. At the same time, he found that the trio of the Silver Eagle group had not left the capital, and had also chosen an area to clean the zombies. Oh, it's quite conscientious. Yuan Xiling snapped his fingers, and the arrow passing through the zombie's chest exploded instantly, exploding the zombie's body parts. He continued to use model rocks that narrate the world to scan the entire audience and found that Yasta and others had also rushed out of the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Since Yasta and the others came out to support, he was not in a hurry to blow up these zombies. Yuan Xiling glanced at the audience. Scorpion magic. If the bearer's brain is not broken, seeing his zombies being killed on such a large scale, he should run away. Difficult. It's just that he is the first to act on his own, and he should bring a large army over later. If it's a big deal, I swallowed it all, and I don't know if I can beat that adult. Yuan Xiling finally found the guy who was among the zombies. To tell the truth, the clothes were in tatters, and I wore a dirty blindfold, and I couldn't find it if I didn't look for it carefully. But this guy really has a broken brain. Can he not see that his zombies have been killed so many? Or do you think that with the 4 more advanced zombies in the original plot, you can save yourself? And many more. Yuan Xiling squinted her eyes and flicked away the hair sticking to her mouth again. Is that the power of a curse? Banquet hall. After all the members of the Magic Knights had left, a small cotton rose suddenly appeared from under one of the tables. Little Cotton quickly swelled and became a little girl. A lot of delicious food. Chammy drooled, pulled over the ice chair made by Yuan Xiling, and enjoyed the banquet here alone. The table is too high to help it. Sure enough, it was a good decision to follow them secretly. But now it seems that something very serious has happened. Next, it's my turn to appear on Chammy. If you show it well, you should be able to eat more advanced cuisine. Chammy poked her nose. Her painting style changed suddenly, and she seemed to have grown a lot taller. But suddenly a scent floated downstairs. You must fill your stomach before going to the battlefield. Where is your unreasonable scent culprit? There are many powers in the Black Clover. As far as Yuan Xiling knows, there are already demon powers that can be attached to different attributes in the hands of different people, which can pollute. And this vitality that Xuanziuxuan can't feel at all, and this the curse power that only cursing magic can produce. Yuan Xiling also has the power of cursing. His voodoo doll magic also belongs to cursed magic after all. It is integrated into poison magic. Magic such as teddy bear parties is actually a normal operation, while the two magics, standalone doll and voodoo doll, can be used even without the power of curse. But after adding the power of curse, the effect may be more significant. The acquisition of cursing power is also very simple. As long as you have the cursing magic that requires cursing power to activate, the body will naturally produce cursing power. It's just that Jinyuri's situation is strange. His curse magic was obtained by analyzing other people. The magic obtained is also in the original magic book, not an additional magic book. So the power of his curse is directly in the magic book. Yuan Xiling took out the blank magic book from the tattoo and opened the page of voodoo doll magic. This side is not the same as the other sides. In addition to the magic that is written on it, there is also an hourglass pattern painted all over the page. There are also number patterns from 1 to 12 arranged next to it. The power of cursing will be generated in the magic book. Yuan Xiling only discovered this week. It should be that the power of cursing generated before was too small, and he subconsciously ignored it. In the end, he was afraid that there was no place to store the power of the curse, so he matched the clock number obtained by the magic palace. Before the fit, Yuan Xiling asked, "Blank magic book," specifically. This book can choose oneself, it should also have a certain instinct. But this artificial mental retardation didn't seem to understand, so he just communicated for more than half an hour before giving a reply. When Yuan Xiling discovered that the holder of the dead spirit magic possessed the power of cursing, he was ecstatic in his heart. Regarding the scorpion magic, Yuan Xiling is to be integrated into the voodoo puppet magic, but he is afraid that the fit is not high and the system points generated by the fusion will not be enough. His current system points are only 4 left. But now that both gray magic and scorpion magic belong to cursed magic, there is a great chance that they can blend perfectly. It must be obtained. When Yuan Xiling reappeared, he was already not far behind the holder of scorpion magic. Rock magic fangs of the rock behemoth. There are many rocky spikes on the ground. These spikes are thin and sharp, but the surface is actually very rough. With the friction caused by the 3 or 4 spikes, the zombies were separated very easily. Soon, the obstructive zombies in this area were cleaned up. But 2 zombies easily blocked the rock spikes. Yuan Xiling retracted rock magic, released wind and thunder combination magic, hit the arrow, and aimed at these 2 guys. At the same time, there are also many slimy mud traps arranged around here to prevent the holders of scorpion magic from escaping. Number 4 Jimmy, number 2 Alfred, your task now is to solve that troublesome kid. The zombie named Jimmy is very slender, with bands tied up and down, and purple energy bombs are constantly emerging. After hearing the command, he waved his hands and pushed these energy bombs out. Yuan Xiling could feel that each of the energy bullets contained cursing power. It's really arrogant. I'm afraid this curse power has been saved for a long time. It's not good to be so wasteful. Pray. Yuan Xiling had an arrow on her right hand, and a cloud of black mist appeared on the palm of her left hand. Ha ha. Do you think this is enough to interfere with the line of sight? Each of this energy bomb contains the power of my curse. Even if it is scratched, it will bleed. Scorpion magic. The holder believes that Yuan Xiling wants to interfere with the line of sight so as to achieve the evasive effect. However, can you tell all the effects of your skills in this way? The energy projectile shot into the black mist and disappeared. The system, without analysis, separates the power of curse and magic. The power of cursing is stored in the magic book, and the remaining magic is filtered out of pure magic and stored in the book fairy magic book. Yuan Xiling secretly said in her heart. Received, currently executing. Yuan Xiling put away the black mist, and the arrow in his right hand aimed at Jimmy as an arrow. Wind-thunder combination magic blast thunder arrow. Thunder mixed with gust of wind turned into an arrow that pierced Jimmy's chest in an instant, and then another gust of wind, like a spiral, tore Jimmy's body to pieces. The broken bandage fluttered. How is it possible? Number 1 Carl. Behind him appeared a man with a pope's hat. The only exposed face of the person in the white robe was the same as the two just now, all tied up with bandages, with an eye symbol attached to it. Carl is already his strongest defense. This guy is really terrifying, wearing a black bullfighter's cloak. The head of the black bullfighter doesn't seem to be this guy either. Is the Magic Knight so scary now? He waved his hand again and called out the remaining number 3, but this time he didn't even call the name of the zombie, but shouted into the air. Walters, think of a way. Yuan Xiling shot number 2 Alfred with an arrow. To his surprise, this arrow only interrupted number 2's arm. Number 2 uses Thunder Magic, and the lightning shield has been set up before the launch of Blast Thunder Arrow. What's even more outrageous is that this number 2 wears a pair of shorts, but there are no legs under the shorts, and it has always been suspended in the air by Thunder Magic. Although it is not as fast as Wind Thunder Magic, it is also extremely fast because of proficiency. When the arrow was shot, it was aimed at the chest, and finally let him avoid it, but it was also affected by the gust of wind behind. This zombie is too flexible, is it self-aware? Yuan Xiling glanced at the expression of the holder of Scorpion Spirit Magic, and found that he was grinning. Well, I think too much. It's definitely the master in control. Yuan Xiling injected magic power again, and this time directly opened 3 arrows. At the same time, the left hand is also charging space magic. The Walters that the guy called just now should be the space magic. In order to prevent the other side from escaping, you have to use space magic to offset it in time. In a certain group of zombies in the capital, a strange zombie mixed in. Does Lattice also want to take me to death? He muttered to himself. This time, the adult's target is the magic stone. I don't know why Lattice is making such a big move. He continued to fish in the group of zombies because his whole body was also in tatters, and he was like a fish in the group of zombies. Found it. Head of the Red Lotus Lions group, Fagline. Walters pretended to be mad and ran into a nearby alley. Leave the rest to that lord. His space magic unfolded at Fagline's feet, without suction and no sneak attack. This space door was a bit like an invitation. Brother. Lay Obert discovered the situation here. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm going to see what tricks they can do. If you don't get into the tiger's den, you won't be a tiger. You and Asta stay here. Fagrain then gave up the resistance and jumped into the space store on his own initiative. Typical behavior of secondary 2 teenagers. Who on earth passed my brother to where? Lay Obert obviously didn't listen to Fagrain's words and started to burn with his flames everywhere. Calm down. The one just now is a fixed-point space magic, and the caster must be nearby. Ainuor is worthy of being a royal family, and she still knows something about magic. There. Asta suddenly pointed to the group of zombies, waved the magic sword, and picked up one of the zombies. One of the zombies jumped into a space door while flying and appeared on a building. Unexpectedly, I was seen through. I also specially put on makeup like this dirty look. Asta raised the magic sword and pointed at Walters. Zombies don't have a magic book. Walters also carried a satchel, which contained his magic book. It doesn't matter, but it looks like it's over. The 3 of them were still wondering what he was talking about, and suddenly a space door appeared in midair. The first thing that fell was an arm. Then it was Figrain, who fell out in embarrassment, and after falling to the floor, blood flowed from the cut on his right arm. At the same time falling on the floor and his magic book. Brother. Brother. Obert completely lost his mind. How could his proud brother lose? And the psychological qualities that Anuor developed from being scolded since childhood also showed up. She analyzed the situation very calmly. The magic book still keeps the entity, indicating that the person is not dead yet, so he must be rescued as soon as possible. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 MSKZN KW JQ smiley face. She tore off her skirt and tied it to the wound on her broken arm, but it didn't work at all. There is only one way left. The arrow passed through number 2 and number 3, and the gust of wind that followed smashed them to pieces. Cole. Why hasn't Walters come yet? Lattice felt very regretful in his heart, and had long known that he would not pray to that adult to undertake this task. The cute little B************ D opposite is really pervert. From the moment I met the opponent, I solved my own number 2, number 3, and number 4 within 1 minute. And the other party seems to be so young, if he is allowed to continue to grow, there is no limit. And now it is not irresistible. As long as the adult goes out in person, he can be strangled in the cradle. No, Lattice, how can you have this idea? The Lord, but we are so good, like brothers, how can you think of putting the blame on that Lord? You just need to be responsible for dragging him first. That adult can understand. Walters hadn't been here for so long, so he must have gone to deal with the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group first. Yes, just hold it up. Yuan Xiling naturally didn't know what Lattice thought. He relied on space magic to come behind the protective ball. This protection ball is the number 1 defensive magic, and it can also be attacked. But it only takes a punch to get rid of this. Yuan Xiling threw a punch, water flow, wrapped it up. The protection ball seemed to be nothing on this punch and was easily penetrated. What I encountered again was the back of zombie number 1. The zombies have no blood and the sound of hitting their hands on the vacuum sofa after being hit. Number 1 was knocked out with Lattice, embarrassingly mounted on the wall. With another boom, the entire building lost its support point and collapsed, burying Daedara and number 1 inside. It's over. I don't know if there is anyone in the house. Wind magic. The magical wind blows up like thoughts, holding up the rocks and debris formed by the collapse of the house. Yuan Xiling gently wiped away non-existent sweat. This, wind magic, is often used to accelerate the speed of himself and his skills, and it is the first time that it is used as a mind force to save people. Really tired. Hey, B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Yasta looked at Walters on the top of the building and shouted. The opposite ran so high that his magic sword couldn't be thrown there, and he could only furious incompetently. It's not that I didn't think about going up the stairs. What I was afraid was that when he went up, this guy would come down and attack Anuor and the others. Captain Figrain's injuries have been sealed by Nero, and for this reason Nero was almost exposed. How? Our goal has been achieved. What can you do? Walters is actually not easy now. It can be seen from him that most of the zombies in the royal capital have been cleaned up. He can also foresee that the next target of the Magic Knights is himself and Lattice. At that time, even if you have space magic, you will not be able to retreat all over. Walters estimated the position of the other Magic Knights. Fortunately, there is a backup plan. For this mission, Lattice took the initiative to ask that adult to perform the mission alone. As space magic, he is the most qualified porter, and he must follow him. In fact, not only were the two of them here this time, Walters also called Guy Celine of Grey Magic and asked him to wait outside the capital. Of course, only relying on the 3 of them is no match for the Magic Knights, but fortunately, the space trap magic has been arranged in the royal capital in advance. Although it cannot cause any casualties to them, at least it can be delayed for a while. Yuanxi used wind magic to lift up these broken rocks and debris. Sure enough, in addition to the owner of Scorpion Magic, there was also a pair of mother and daughter in the ruins, shivering and hiding under the table. The table is very small. To protect her daughter, the mother was hit on her head and arms. Fortunately, her head was only bruised, and her arm was broken. Yuan Xiling was also very embarrassed, and hurriedly used 3 different healing magics to heal them at the same time, but in the end it didn't matter. The owner of Scorpion Spirit Magic has passed out in a coma, fractured in many places all over his body, and is too fateful to die. Yuan Xiling pulled some of his hair like weeds. The analysis is successful, and you get Scorpion Magic. There is also the power of curses. Yuan Xiling first collected the 4 more advanced zombie fragments and stacked them with lattice. Then used space magic to move to an alley. The zombies in the area just now have been removed, and many children ran out of the house to see the magic knight. It was embarrassing to let him show how to kill in front of so many children. Pray. Walters estimated the positions of other magic knights. At present, besides Lattice, there are 3 others who have not entered the trap area. It's better to start it directly, and if you delay it, I am afraid that Lattice will really be over. After he returned, it was difficult for him to explain to that adult. Start it, space magic concealment. In the royal capital, a group of black space suddenly appeared under the feet of most magic knights, generating a powerful suction. The magic knights were relaxed because of the reduction of zombies and the cheers of the people. All the magic knights who stepped into invisibility were wrapped in the black space and disappeared in place. The people who were still cheering around were also very dazed, and they looked at the several undesired zombies on the side. Zombie. But it is not without exception. Yasta stuck the anti-magic sword on the floor, offsetting space magic. You guy, what are you doing? Yastal shouted. Walters ignored him and condensed a magic ball in his hand, knocking Leobert, who was convulsed in a daze, out of his faith collapse. While holding a small battery that was shining red, he put it in his mouth and said, "You can come in, Xiling." Yuan Xiling gained a lot of curse power this time, enough to use Substitute and Voodoo Doll for a long time. But this guy is also really fictitious. At that time, Predator, Sith had few attribute points, and this guy was not half of the Sith. Yuan Xiling suddenly felt a strong wave of magic. This feeling? Is it space magic? It should be the holder of space magic, who sent most of the magic knights to the wilderness and was afraid that they would not be able to return in a short time. The next gray magic holder should also be on the stage. I don't know if that adult went to the head of the Red Lotus Lion group to grab the magic stone. This magic stone doesn't know what it is. It's also good to use it as a necklace, like the head of the Red Lotus Lion group and Yuno. However, in the original plot, that adult only snatched the magic stone from the leader of the Red Lotus Lion group and did not snatch Yuno's, by the way. Why is that? Yuan Xiling used the system to identify the magic stone last time when he was bored, and finally said it was a special magic device, and he didn't know the others. It is also said that the last time the database was collected from other parks, there is no strategy for other parks in this magical world, and there is not much relevant information. Yuan Xiling can be regarded as understanding, except for those 4 basic functions. This system is not reliable at all. In addition to the Yasta team, Yuno's team was not sent to the wilderness. The 3 of them still took the form of the Magic Palace. Yuno used the wind blade to tear the entire row of zombies. Klaus used a steel gun to pierce through individual zombies that slipped through the net, and Mimosha treated the people who were bitten by the zombies. The 3 of them worked together more and more tacitly. But with the lessons of the Magic Palace, they did not relax their vigilance, nor did they move forward recklessly, but focused on appeasing the masses. Therefore, he did not go to the range of hidden and escaped the embarrassing situation of being sent to the wilderness in the original plot. Yunua, do you feel a lot quieter? I heard cheering just now, but now it's gone. Klaus struck the remaining zombies together and said. Yuno split the remaining zombies in half with a single wind blade. It's a little quiet. Klaus, the people here have also been treated, and they have been sent back to the house. Mimosha trot back. Thanks for your hard work, Mimosha. But do you feel a little quiet? The other magic knights have completed their mission? Mimosha, can you use your Magic Flowers Road sign to see it? Klaus made a request to Mimosha. I'm very sorry. Magic Flowers road sign is only a road sign at best, and it is still far behind the predecessors of rock magic. But I will continue to work hard. Then you can only go and see first. Mimosha, do you have different opinions? No. I suggest using my wind magic to fly to a high place and have a look. Well, it does save more time and effort than being on the ground, so be it. Have you seen other magic knights? The three of them stood in Tianfeng's arc, Klaus asked. Except for some of the missing zombies, no trace of the magic knights has been found for the time being. Those people should have avoided entering the house, but many of them are also outside. Mimosha reports the situation. Then go over there and have a look. Huh? I didn't expect someone to escape Walter's space magic. Your magic essence should be great. Suddenly a woman dressed as a witch sprang out from the side, sitting sideways on a broom. Her face is covered with all kinds of grease, and she looks like a 40 or 50-year-old aunt relying on cosmetics. Enemy attack? The three of them were on alert in an instant, and also set up a wind magic shield in the air. It's so stupid that other magic knights have all caught those traps. Let me play with you. Colorful energy bombs appeared around her, and she seemed unwilling to launch it at first. Oh, super handsome guy. He fits the type he likes, let me say. Do you want to do happy things with others? Did not speak, but responded with a blow, sighed Crescent Moon. Oh, don't like them. Don't just take action. Do you see how old they are now? Auntie, what is the purpose of your attack on the capital? Big. Auntie? Do you think I will tell you? Kill you. The energy bullets all around the body shot out in full. It's not just the three of you, but the sows below are also pretty good. Gray curse magic. She looked down, and several noble ladies were running back screaming. Just you sows. The gray magic in his hand grabbed hard and instantly locked a few sows, and the magic power was visibly extracted with the naked eye. Several aristocratic ladies fell to the ground, and their skins suddenly dried up, as if they were tens of years old in an instant. Don't pretend to be a cute kid. It's the breath of space magic. It should be that guy who made the shot. Yuan Xiling looked up at the sky. Next, it should be the gray magic. User coming on stage. 10N is very angry today, so let's keep squatting at the clock tower just now. After Yuan Xiling returned to the top of the clock tower, without using any magic, he directly discovered the witch flying in the air. Now, look at her look really arrogant. He also fought back and forth with the three of the Golden Dawn group. Yuan Xiling did not directly break into the battlefield, but continued to charge magic on the tower. Wind-Thunder combination magic thunder wind and thunder arrow. The arrow in his hand was set again and aimed at the old woman. Yuan Xiling was ready to make a quick battle and immediately killed the old woman in seconds. Lest the boss who uses light magic arrives, it will be difficult to clean up. Regarding this part of the plot, Yuan Xiling also remembered something. Scorpion magic, the three-eye signs on the clothes of the owner's chest should be the signs of the organization, White Knight Demon Eyes. The adult in their mouth should be their boss, as if using light magic. It seemed to be quite strong, and Fagline's arm was severed in a single encounter. I don't remember the others clearly, after all, I watched it in 17 or 18 at that time. Yuan Shirua took aim, and then shot the arrow, which pierced her chest in an instant, and the strong current made her lose any sense of touch. He couldn't move, blood was ejected directly from his chest, but he didn't feel any pain. Yuan Yurl shot it, but not completely. There is still a gust of wind in her hand behind. If this one is also shot out, the old woman is afraid that it will not be directly broken into pieces. This wind and thunder combination magic is already Yuan Shizuro's second fastest and second explosive magic. And it's still a combination magic, and the load is a little bit heavy. The first speed is light magic. This light magic is a bit different from what you imagined. It is fast, but not strong enough. I don't know if it is the reason why Jinuri's own proficiency is not enough, or what. The lightsaber he shoots is only the size of a fingernail. Although you can stab the opponent into a sieve, with the professional therapists of Clover Kingdom, you can still fully recover. Light magic, it's too quiet, I don't know why it feels a little lonely. All in all, the current, light magic, Yuan Xiling thinks it's good to be an assassin. As for the time magic, bug thing, Yuan Xiling didn't know how to use it at all. The basic skills are a bit like Fate Riemann Karitsu using the intrinsic temporal control, which can slightly adjust his own time flow rate. Obviously, it has the potential to operate on the time in a specific space, but now it can only adjust its own time a little. This kind of thing is really irritating. But unlike the intrinsic temporal control, this magic does not make my body have any burden. Although I don't know the principle of this, when using this time magic to speed up Genuri's operation with other magic is much reduced. Probably to the extent that it can set up another wind and thunder combination magic, which is about the level of 2.5 more magic that can be controlled. Yuan Xiling's strength has almost been raised to another level, and it should be possible to single out 2 ordinary team leaders. For example, like the 3 leaders in the banquet hall in the morning, it is more than enough to choose 2 to win heads up. The strength of the leader of the Magic Knights is also uneven, like the very special dark magic of the leader of Yi Jian. Absorb enemy magic attacks. Unless you use your fists, Yuan Xi's dark magic will probably not be effective against dark magic. Back at the scene, Yuno's wind barrier had just been pierced by the old woman's energy bomb, and a strange spherical object mixed with cursing power hit him. Gray magic happy and badass. The power of the curse began to work. Yuno felt that his 5 senses began to become blurred, and his world gradually lost light, touch, smell, and sound. Tianfeng's arc also lost the continuous supply of Yuno's magic power and fell apart in an instant. That's the case for the Magic Knights. I thought these people could surprise me. The old woman Guy Celine puts her right hand on her bright red lips, watching the scene where the 3 people fall, seeming to recall the smell of the energy bombing just now. But was it hurt just now? Guy Celine gently stroked the place where she had just been pierced by the steel gun with her left hand. Although it had been restored by magic, her mood instantly became very unstable. No, you must pay back this painful debt. However, before she could move, her chest was pierced by arrows formed by thunder and lightning, which did not cause her any pain this time. Mion Magic Sheep and Cloud Bound. Mion Magic Sheep Trampoline. 2 groups of soft white objects appeared at the same time, stabilizing the panic on both sides. It shouldn't be hurt, right? Yuan Shirue also appeared on the cotton flower, catching the 3 of Yuno. Mimosha realized that her healing magic seemed to not be able to help Yuno, so she hurriedly turned towards Genuri. Master Yuan Xiling, please hurry up and see Master Yuno. Now, this magic will be restored after a while, mainly because it will block the 5 senses for a short time. But as expected to be the royal eldest lady, this honorific expression is getting more and more smooth. Yuan Xiling put away the small cotton ball. He didn't expect this to be sheep cloud binding. It could shrink the opponent into the cotton ball like a Pokemon ball, which is really convenient to carry. Then the crisis of the royal capital was almost over, and only the space magic remained. Walters felt relaxed now. The mission was surprisingly smooth. He really didn't expect his invisibility to contain so many Magic Knights, including 2 commanders. It seems that the head of the Magic Knights of Clover is not invincible. The plan of the Lord sees this very thoroughly, and it is worthy of the Lord. He took out the small battery that glowed red again, and prepared to contact Lattice to find out about his situation. And below the house, Lei Obert stood up with some difficulty, but his legs trembled because of his brother's defeat. In the royal family, Lei Obert was also placed high expectations because of the glory of his brothers and sisters. But in the face of those expectations, how mediocre his current strength is. Although Ishin wanted to become stronger, he kept saying big things to comfort him, and was taught in the morning, but he still thought he could reach the realm as strong as his brother. Coco. My brother was also defeated. Then I can reach my brother's strength, and I can't defeat the enemy. Own. While Lei Obert was still thinking about it, he found that he had been punched tightly in the stomach. Your name is Leo, right? The morning banquet, didn't you say you could finish better than us? Then stand up now. Asta was tickled with hate. He hated those who speak big words and have little strength, and he was no different from those who laughed at him all day for lack of magic. Asta still remembers Gen Yururi Sr. said last time that if you are uncomfortable with someone, you can punch them directly. Anyway, a punch is also immune to death. It is best to wake them up. In fact, at that time, Gen Yururi only had the horrible thought that thunder magic would paralyze the nerves of others and was too kind to the enemy. If you want to torture them, you can try a few punches and heal them. Then Yuan Xiling was hilarious and accidentally said that he missed his mouth. Then the simple Asta got it wrong and believed it to be true. Then he really punched Leobert. Leobert clutched his stomach. He never thought that Asta would dare to punch him. You. Stand up. Didn't your brother say anymore, in battle, no matter what happens, be calm. Fagline severely accused Asta when he acted recklessly before. Although Fagline was not very good in Yasta's impression, he belonged to the type of group members who sheltered him. But after all, he is the leader, far better than Asta in any aspect. In fact, it is not the first time Fagline has seen Yuan Xiling. He had already watched the battle between Yuan Xiling and Jack when he was assessed by the Magic Knights. He also understood that the strength of this kid, by discussing what Zhong Yuan Yuru himself said, was unusual, and he could solve it by himself in the face of Nozer's shelter. But I didn't expect Nozel's imperial younger brother Huamei to take the lead. It seems that the Silba family usually spoil them too much. But at the same time, he was also afraid that Yuan Xiling would destroy the banquet hall, injure Silba's house, and anger the king. In addition, Yuan Xiling did not have any merits now, and might go directly to the magic meeting. Although the magic conference is to protect the interests of kings and nobles like Fagorian, Fagerlane believes that the magic conference is just a toy for those useless guys to play with the civilians, and they are not used at all like the truly powerful. It can only be said that Glenn will help them more straightforwardly when facing newcomers like Asta. But if you meet a strong newcomer like Yuan Xiling, you will be more reserved. But it is the too idealistic idea of want to help everyone and the lack of strength. Fagerlane was still lying on the ground now. Walters pressed the button of the small battery several times and found that they couldn't reach Xiling and Lattice. I hope that only the communicator invented by Sally is broken, or that the two of them are playing crazy in the capital and do not want to receive their own communications. Otherwise, two people will be lost in this mission, and that adult will definitely blame himself. Suddenly, he felt a flame rising into the sky from below, rushing towards him. Walters hurriedly jumped backwards, avoided using space magic, and jumped to another roof. Unexpectedly, it was a shame to be punched by you as a kid. Leobert stood up from the ground, but his legs still couldn't stop shaking. That's right. Asta also continued to raise the magic sword. Anior, can you use water magic for long-range attacks? When it came to the pain point, I knew I blushed. Also, not yet. Then you borrow a little magic from me. I want to try my second anti-magic sword. Asta's second anti-magic sword can temporarily borrow the magic power of someone with a deeper bond. Then, what should I do? I do not know either. Asta scratched his head slyly. That time I borrowed your magic power in the magic palace, I thought you knew. Anior, straight face. Sorry, three brats, I don't have time to delay with you anymore. Walters said, continuing to press the communicator in his hand. But he didn't want to communicate with anyone. Space magic expand. He didn't know where Xiling came in from the capital, so he could only go to Lattice first. However, he hesitated again. He was able to easily repel the three zombies of Lattice, probably only the leader of the Magic Knight group. Just help Lattice to evacuate from a distance. Another fireball hit, and Walters used space magic, again to dodge, but this time he did not appear on other roofs. Did you run away? Asta continued to hold the magic sword and looked around, wanting Walters to appear in his sight. It's better to send that guy to the Magic Knight's headquarters for treatment first. My seal magic seal also has a time limit. Nero flew to Asta's shoulder and whispered. Well then. Leobert, send your brother to the treatment first. But how should I deliver it? Anti-magic, water magic, fire magic, sealing magic. The magic that is again is not as capable of being transported. Leave it directly. Yasta suggested. Although the wound has stopped, Asta, you careless. It's better for me to carry my elder brother. Obert gritted his teeth. Asta, you are still guarding by the side. Your anti-magic is effective against any magic. Okay, then hurry up. Walters was still on a roof, opposite a collapsed building. I didn't find Lattice, huh? He pressed the communication button again, but the small battery still did not respond. It seems that Lattice has been dealt with. In just a few minutes, maybe even shorter, a space door suddenly opened up beside him, and several people in long robes also walked out, with the pattern of 3 eyes printed on their chests. I'm waiting for the news from that adult. Since the goal has been reached, why are you still in the royal capital? The leader pulled his hat with his hands, seeming a little impatient. Lattice and Yuan Xiling are gone. In the worst case, is the loss of 2 people? Then you have to be prepared to be questioned by that lord. It doesn't need you to say, most of the magic knights have been transferred to other positions by me, and the magic emperor is not there. Now the king is still safe. Look for it quickly. Walters was dissatisfied with the man's attitude. We only follow orders from sir, and we must pay attention to it. Now we are not following your orders. Obert ran wildly with his brother on his back, but the 16-year-old was actually not going anywhere. Because people in this world are addicted to magic, most of them neglect to exercise, and their physical fitness is generally reduced. But because of magic power, the average level of human physical fitness has been improved a lot, and some people can even use magic to greatly increase physical functions. But this is still based on magic. It was the first time he felt that his brother was so heavy. No, it should be said that the burden on my brother is so heavy. He wants to take on this burden himself, but it is still too early. Obert, stop and be careful ahead. A newer next to him issued an early warning in time. I don't know when another space door was opened in front. Found it. I found it here. One of the people in the robe poked his head out of the space door and raised his hands slightly, seeming to be a little happy. It's like a child. Sally, don't worry about the little ghosts of the magic knights. It's not funny that you are joking. Don't do this, Walters. Are you not interested in anti-magic? This is different from those that weaken the power of magic. Eliminate magic completely. I really want to take it back and study it. The man named Sally took off his hat directly, and under the robe was a little girl wearing glasses. Compared to this, you should be more cautious. A person who can defeat the 3 zombies of Lattice in a short time may be unusually strong. Really? If he is also as funny as anti-magic, it would be difficult to classify him as a test subject. You. Seriously. Okay. If that guy is as strong as you said, then you should hold these guys in front of you as hostages first. Sally's eyes looked a little dazed. It may be the result of staying in the research room for a long time, but her mind is still quite flexible. Yes, I agree with this approach. The leader said. He also rushed out for the first time, and the magic book unfolded quickly. Wind restraint magic wind rope. The wind whirled rapidly and instantly turned into tiny wind ropes, flying towards Asta and the others. Asta stood in front of Obert, wielding 2 magic swords. Lunge, full force. Both swords cut at the same time. I thought you were so good. It turned out to be moving reinforcements. Asta raised his head, trying to speak to them staring nostrils. He was actually out of breath just now. The 2 magic swords were still very heavy. He had just cut down the 2 magic swords at the same time, and the stone bricks on the ground had already cracked a big hole. My waist hurts a bit, and I can't bear it. Can only use a magic sword to fight temporarily. Asta took the first magic sword back, holding the second magic sword, which was relatively light. Is this anti-magic? That's great. Sally also opened the magic book. Gel Magic Sticky Solomon Snake. Although it is a snake, it is actually just a purple translucent frog made of gel. The frog stuck out his tongue and rolled towards Asta. Won't let you succeed. Water Magic Sea Dragon's Lair. Anuor seemed to have been infected by Fagline's second 2, and shouted lines that she usually thought was extremely shameful. It may also be fighting with her companions, which makes her very happy. Water Magic. The Uzumaki formed easily slapped the frog's tongue aside, and the gel splashed around. It doesn't look like my magic is suitable for offense. Sally put out his small tongue and scratched his short hair. But so, look at me. Trees create magic, the root of demon. A man in a robe lifted his hands up, and the dead branches burrowed out of the ground and stuck to the water uzumaki. Water uzumaki can defeat some dead branches at first, but gradually more and more dead branches. The magic power needed by water uzumaki is led into the ground by the dead branches. That's it for you. Wind magic piercing tornado needle. The thin needles formed by the wind are much faster than the previous wind ropes, and the leader is really murderous this time. Anti-magic. If this kind of thing can't work for that adult, it will become a stumbling block sooner or later, so it's better to kill it first. It should stop here. Yuan Xiling whispered to himself, but the arrow in his hand was also merciless. Using space magic to shorten the distance in an instant, the arrow pierced the chest of the girl named Sally. Thunder and lightning flowed onto the gel frog with her body, followed by the sound of gel explosion and blood gushing out. There is still no pain. Although the sun is shining now, the electric arc flashing on Sally's body has deeply stabbed the eyes of the White Knight Devil's Eye. Their companion was killed under their noses? The hands of the leader who used the wind magic trembled violently, and the shaking before the skill was interrupted instantly. It's funny to say, this world does not need any spells to use magic, but requires ideas. That is the mind. Through the mind, the magic book can be suspended by your side, turning to the page where you want to use the magic. Normal people's minds are basically distracted. The more they want to concentrate on something, the less they can concentrate. So you need to guide your thoughts through gestures or postures. In other words, when casting magic, the most feared is that the mind will be interrupted. How is it possible? The leader was startled. But he wasn't the only one who was stunned, but the 4 people present, including Asta, were stupid, and only the bird on his head remained calm. On a certain roof, Yuan Xiling pouted silently. These pig teammates, don't you know how to take the opportunity to go directly? He continued to condense the Xuanfeng Thunder Arrow in his hand, and the model rock that describes the world suspended next to him, observing the battlefield. His current roof is still quite far away from Asta and the others, basically spanning half of the capital. He didn't dare to appear on the stage like he did just now. The Eye of the White Knight Demon had already lost 2 people, and their big brother might also appear on the stage. Although this part of the original plot does not seem to be the big brother. But still have to relax. No, retreat first. It was Walters who called out. He reacted first and quickly launched space magic to make them retreat. That tree magic seems to be good too. It can bring magic power into the ground. Yuan Xiling muttered to himself. It's good to be an archer once in a while. This kind of feeling of controlling the overall situation behind does not pierce the needle. Another arrow was shot, and a large hole was opened in the chest of the holder of tree magic, and blood was sprayed all over the ground like Sally. The leader used wind magic to hold up the 2 people who were shot, and at the same time set up a wind barrier, and first wanted to jump into the space door. Another Xuanfeng Thunder Arrow penetrated the barrier of the wind. This time it was a bit off, and it hit the foot of the leader. No, it didn't hit it. Yuan Xiling quickly revoked space magic. The space gate that Walters had prepared was to allow the White Knight Demon Eyes to escape, but just when the team leader was about to enter, that lord actually walked out from the other side of the space gate and completed the 2 magics of Light of the Barrier and Light Sword at an extremely fast speed. Although Light of the Barrier was penetrated in an instant, the lightsaber still stopped Xuanfeng Thunder Arrow by virtue of its speed. The man, that is, the adult, had brown hair with a few small braids behind him. He also wore a long robe, but it was light brown. On his face, I can't tell whether it is natural or decorative. Dare to hurt my compatriot. He hugged left and right, held the 2 injured, and shed tears remorsefully as he spoke. Yuan Xiling's Xuanfeng Thunder Arrow is not a pair of single skills, but has a small range. Moreover, an arrow is divided into 2 parts. The first part is an arrow formed by thunder and lightning, which is wrapped in a spiral wind layer to speed up. The second part is the outermost layer of sharp wind, which is usually slower than the first part for a second wave of blows. When the enemy is shot by the first arrow, the first part of the enveloping wind layer will disperse and disturb the enemy. This magic took a long time for Gen Yururi to develop it. However, it was because of this that the adult of White Knight Demon's eyes was attracted. After hitting the holder of tree magic, the wind in the first layer of wrapping spreads out, and some of them also enter Walter's space magic. That lord was afraid that he chose to come over after seeing this. Moreover, the strength of this adult is unexpectedly strong, and the speed of casting magic is also quite fast. But it may not be impossible to fight. Yuan Xiling couldn't help sighing, and the magic in his hand was also unambiguous. It is dark magic. In the original plot, the leader of Yi Jian relied on this magic and their country's unique skill, qi, to contend with this guy. It should be possible to use mental power instead. Yuan Xiling continued to ponder. Judging from the plot, the speed of adult seems to be very fast, which should be the reason why light magic penetrated into the body, but it should not have reached the speed of light. After reaching the speed, Yuan Xiling didn't know if his other magic had obvious effects, so he could only follow the effective examples first. Otherwise, other magic cannot keep up. Is it you? The man stopped the blood of the two injured first, handed them to the hands of others, and asked Asta and others. Asta's forehead was sweating, and the hand holding the magic sword trembled. He is not afraid, but the guy in front of him has been exuding the kind of pressure that can only be seen on the strong. Wave after wave of powerful enemies. The top priority now is to send Captain Fagrain to the headquarters of the Magic Knights for treatment, not to fight. Yasta was worried. He was about to speak, but there was a sense of weightlessness. There was nothing under his feet. It is space magic. All 4 people and 1 bird fell into the space gate and disappeared. Master Richter, why don't you chase? Walters still stayed with the man, reacting that they had disappeared, and hurriedly asked the man. I'm sorry, Richter, I'm serious. Because Richter's man gave him a glance, Walters realized his gaffe and hurriedly apologized. No need. Richter thought of something bad. He just got the magic stone of the leader of the Red Lotus Lion Group and met the Magic Emperor in front of the stone. Richter held his left hand tightly again. The left hand hidden under the robe is different from the right hand. It is a very dry hand, like an old man who is about to die. He is scared. This hand cannot use healing magic. Did you feel the coordinates of the initiator of space magic just now? Richter looked up and asked Walters. I can feel it. The precise location is probably dependent on Lord Richter. No, Walters. You always help me a lot. Let's go. Of course it was January who launched space magic, but he didn't send Asta and others here. Instead, it was sent to the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Chammy should be there. She is the 3rd strongest in the Black Bulls. Don't worry. Yuan Xiling wiped a handful of non-existent sweat. For the first time, he used space magic to set the 2 coordinate points not next to him. To be honest, he almost thought he had just failed. Because of the lack of magic power, one of the coordinate points must be set next to him in order to provide magic power in time. In an emergency, Yuan Xiling had to split it into 3 more coordinate points and set up another coordinate beside him. This is equivalent to using the space gate twice, once from the street to the roof, and then from the roof to the headquarters of the Magic Knights. There is still some lack of ability. The dark magic was lifted just now in an emergency, otherwise I'm afraid it will be really bad to control. Yuan Shi glanced at model rocks that narrate the world and found that the 2 people were still talking and did not catch up. Yuan Xiling continued to condense dark magic, feeling a little tired. In the capital city, he couldn't let go of his hands and feet. He had just destroyed a house and had already lost a lot of gold coins to the mother and daughter. After a while, if you really want to fight in the king's capital, your small vault must not lose money. It can only be stalemate like this for the first time. Yuan Shiru closed her legs, leaned her chin on her knees, and hugged her arms around her at the same time. The 2 boots are also close together. It's not a lack of security, but simply sitting cross-legged and numb, changing posture. The world of four-leaf clover is boring besides studying magic and doing tasks, so quickly develop the magic field and leave. Bring some entertainment projects to develop later. Yuan Xiling thought this way, and suddenly felt that something was approaching. This feeling is like the feeling that the blank magic book fell from the air and was about to hit me. Yuan Xiling quickly bounced off the floor, fell from the fence, and fell facing the air. At the same time, the dark magic ball that had been contained in the palm of his hand opened quickly. At the same time, all the magic other than this was unlocked. As predicted, the rain-like lightsaber fell, covering the entire area. Dark magic hedge ball. Just like some planets, the hedging ball has its own star ring, which expands and covers all the lightsabers. The star ring contracted, pulling all the lightsabers over, colliding with the black spherical object in the middle, and then both disappeared. Yuan Xiling once again condensed a hedging ball, and at the same time armed Wind Thunder God's boots on it. Through the force of the wind, it can easily hover in midair. Walters, are you sure it is? There was also a light hovering under Richter's feet, holding up Walters and himself, and asked questions at the same time. But when he saw the little girl below her use more than 2 kinds of magic, he stopped asking questions. Kill it. He gently spit out 3 words from his mouth, with a feeling of coming from a superior person. However, he quickly reacted. There is only one Walters beside him who is not good at fighting. In a battle with the Magic Emperor, it seems that he didn't lose in justice. I just lost once, just so restless. Really, I felt like I was back when I was hiding behind the Patriarch. It was a happy time. But, Walters, you are on guard here, I'll take action. Richter no longer hesitated. He jumped off the light curtain and continued to condense, lightsaber in his hands. Only by destroying this country can it be possible to return to the original life. Yuan Xiling was armed with Wind Thunder God's boots, suspended in midair, looking at Richter and Walters with some doubts. The 2 of them are still talking. But Yuan Xiling was not idle either, and once again condensed a hedging ball in his hand and created Thunder Magic Xuanlei Goyu with the other hand. Richter? How do you feel where you heard this name? An illusion? The system seemed to say something, but Richter suddenly swooped down. He didn't rely on any magic, so he fell down by gravity. And what fell with him was the second batch of lightsabers. Richter also held a lightsaber in his hand. This lightsaber was also extremely special, and it was in the shape of foam as a whole. If you hurt my partner, please make yourself aware. Ruthless words were also placed when he fell. Yuan Xiling did not respond, but continued to throw away the hedging ball in his hand, and the lightsaber that fell first was eliminated. Then came back and fired Xuanlei Goyu continuously, shooting at Richter like a machine gun frantically. Yuan Xiling's Xuanlei Goyu is different from Lux Xuanlei's Goyu. Although it is only a difference of the word of, Yuan Xiling's is obviously smaller. He is so small that he can hold his palm perfectly, so he can achieve perfect bursts. Richter recreated a lightsaber, which perfectly cut and exploded Xuanlei Goyu in the air. But he soon discovered that it was really thankless to wave like this continuously in the air. Conveniently used the speed of light magic to quickly land underground. It is Yuan Xiling who has the upper hand now, and there is still a distance between the 2. You are called January, right? Richter seemed to be in a bad state. Yuan Xiling could feel it from the tone of his speech. But January has no desire for predation. The light magic I already have, and that little attribute point. Predation. This person might as well go predation. A few wild boars next to Suashi village. But this Richter is also a threat. It is better to solve it as soon as possible. There is 1 magic stone with you, right? If you can hand it over, we will retreat immediately. Richter made a request. Yuan Xiling still didn't respond, and took advantage of this opportunity to pinch out another hedging ball. You will not lose if you are cautious. Then I'm sorry. Richter's figure suddenly disappeared, not even leaving behind. Yuan Xiling had already developed his mental power, spreading it around. Intelligence is really important. Through the original plot, Yuan Xiling understood the special feature of Richter: fast speed and great magic power. The same has just been confirmed. Magic Sword Generation Diamond. Holding a diamond sword in his hand, he cut it straight back and opened Richter's lightsaber. At the same time that Yuanshi Zero opened up, the Jianfeng turned and chopped down, wanting to win the chase. Richter leaped back slightly and avoided the pursuit, while taking advantage of the gap that Yuan Xiling cut down. Another layer of lightsaber attacked. But Yuan Shirua is also ready for hedging ball. In just 1 minute, the two went through several moves. I can't kill with one blow. I'm running out of time, Richter whispered in his heart. The physical and mental fatigue is really not something to talk about. Yuan Xiling just continued to hold the sword posture, and at the same time did not forget to guard Walters, who was standing next to him. In fact, Yuan Xiling wanted to say a few words of intimidation, or could draw some useful information from Richter. It's just, this mental power, it's a bit overwhelming. This mental power issue has already been mentioned before. What Yuan Xiling knows is that the Sea of Consciousness is composed of spiritual power, so his spiritual power is considered to be relatively huge. The method of psychic detection is to return the external situation to oneself by releasing psychic power. Its computing power needs the soul to bear. And Yuan Xiling is not unable to support small-scale mental power detection, but cannot support Richter's speed. Richter has just shown extraordinary speed in Yuan Shizero's mental power, which greatly increases the computing power required for Yuan Shizero's operations. Damn it. The release of mental energy can be done to the smallest degree, that is, small fluctuations in the range or sand particles in the air can be detected. What is needed is also a huge amount of computing power to support this information. If it is Great Sage, it can help distinguish the information and extract useful information to Yuan Xiling. Damn it. Before the Great Sage comes back, or before the knowledge of the sea feeds back the soul, you should first go to the head of Yejian and learn Qi. He shouldn't be stingy. Why don't we fight somewhere else? Yuan Xiling spoke. He was afraid that after Rich was in a hurry, he would make a big fuss in the capital. No need. As Richter said, lightsaber, cut to the left again. Trouble. Yuan Xiling whispered softly, and he couldn't let go of his hands and feet here. You can't use large-scale or powerful attack magic. Lightsaber strikes. Yuan Xiling picks the diamond sword to the left. This guy has been trying to hide his left hand. There must be something wrong with the left hand. Although the swords of the two people are all to the left side of the two facing each other is different. Richter didn't seem to be in a hurry either. Jianfeng drew an arc in the air, but still caught up with Yuan Xiling's diamond sword. So fast. Yuan Xiling secretly said in her heart and threw out the diamond sword in her hand instantly. The wind under the feet quickly accelerated, and after passing the guidance of the thunder, it also drew a vertical arc in the air. This is the small abacus that Yuan Xiling made. Speed, swordsmanship, and combat experience, these are all inferior to the other side. So you can't really use the sword to compete with each other upright. If you don't need to use most of the strength and you want to win, you still have to plan some strategies. Attack the more sensitive parts of the enemy first, and the enemy will have to defend it. Abandoning the sword will also cause a little trouble to the opponent. The final target is the enemy's chin. And Richter was also a little bit cautious. He thought that the close lightsaber could not be avoided by the other party. As for the black sphere of the opponent, it takes a little time to condense, so the lightsaber needs phased radiation, so it can't be produced as many as just now. So he deliberately approached Yuan Xiling and tried to compete with swordsmanship to divert the opponent's attention. When he drew a half circle in the center, Richter's lightsaber was like a pea machine gun, and it was puffing up a new lightsaber. Then he opened the diamond sword with his left arm and flew the diamond sword out. Just as Richter was about to start taunting, the half-ring of wind and thunder slid vertically across his body. This contest did not cause any casualties to either side. Yuan Xiling and Richter both moved a distance in the air. What was horrified was that Richter's left hand was wrinkled like an old man. He covered the scar on his face with his left hand. A faint particle of light radiated from his body, healed himself. And the cloak he put on the periphery was also torn, revealing traces of blood inside. You're the second one who can hurt me, but, heh. On Yuan Xiling's side, he was pierced into a hedgehog by light. Yuan Xiling glanced down. His whole body was filled with lightsaber. It's a bit bad. It's an unexpected pain. But it doesn't really matter. There was no bleeding from the wound. In fact, in order to relieve the pain, Yuan Xiling had already lifted the transformation effect on the wound. Sure enough, the system was right. It is very important to have an auxiliary exercise method, and it has become possible to partially remove the form. Although this slime body is not effective against physical attacks, but the lightsaber is a magical attack, which is really miscalculated. Haha, I admire you very much, but I'm sorry, we can't defeat our elves with a humble human body. Yuan Xiling's eyebrows twitched, and the other party seemed to be overwhelmed with something terrible. What kind of elves? If I read it right, your heart has been pierced by my lightsaber. If you honestly hand over the magic stone, I can spare your life. Yuan Xiling didn't want to talk. Talk to a slime about the heart and the typical villain's speech. The skull of the demon god that host swallowed before belongs to the individual named Elven Clan Chieftain Richter. Yuan Xiling was taken aback for a moment. There seemed to be something wrong with it. Is this guy across from the Elven Patriarch? Among human beings, I only identify with my partner, become my partner. Let's rebuild this sturdy kingdom together. It was there again in a big talk style, and Yuan Xiling doubted whether he could beat the Magic Emperor. Maybe his left hand was made by the Magic Emperor. Yuan Xiling has a headache now. He thought that as long as he was injured, the other side would retreat. By the way, don't you retreat quickly? It's really ignorant. The Magic Emperor has already left the city to take care of your lair. Yuan Xiling remembered that in the plot, the Magic Emperor seemed to be going to take their lair, but it was a pity that only one person was caught. Judging from the injury situation, the Magic Emperor has already been there? Richter's eyes returned to coldness again. He put the cloak on, and then looked at Yuan Xiling deeply, making him inexplicable. This guy won't have a split personality, right? Time to go. The person under the cloak whispered softly, feeling like a different person, and his movements were a little stiff. Walters respectfully opened the space door next to him, and the two disappeared in place. System, can you analyze the situation? In an instant, the aura of the individual's name, White Knight Demon Eye Leader Richter, suddenly changed. It was roughly similar, but completely different. Substitution? Yuan Xiling noticed that many people in the royal capital had come out of the room because of the end of the battle. He also opened up the space and returned to the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Figrain is receiving treatment at the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Many people gathered around the bed where he was lying. The magic guidebook on hand was unfolded, and various restoration magic fell on him. But it only stopped the wound, and recovery magic did not have the ability to regenerate the broken arm. When Figrain fell out of the space door, he was already in a broken arm, and his right arm was still in the space, and he did not follow him out. Otherwise, Nero can temporarily seal the arm back, and then accept the restoration magic to be as good as ever. The exclusive healers of the Magic Knights have been healing here for a while, but Figrain still shows no sign of waking up. The body is fine except for the broken arm, but his spirit seems to have been affected a little. The uncle named Owen took off his glasses and wiped his sweat with relief. He is the restoration wizard directly under the Magic Emperor of the Clover Kingdom, and he can be regarded as the strongest in the area of restoration. Uncle Owen had rushed over after receiving the notification from the Magic Emperor, but he was also helpless with Figorian's broken arm. He took off his glasses and reported the injury to Leobot, but Leobot didn't seem to be satisfied. Is there any way to make my brother grow up and wake up faster? I suggest not to do this. Uncle Irving put the glasses into his chest pocket and let the medical wizards go out. Why? Your brother is too tired. He should take this opportunity to take a break. Can. You also know that your brother usually works very hard, but the mental tension is not all good for his body. He needs a rest. Leave this room to him. After speaking, Uncle Owen also went out with him. Leopold was still sitting on the chair blankly, looking down at his hands. Burning in the palm of his hand is an ethereal small flame. The Vermilion family has a tradition, that is, the seal of vows that can be engraved on themselves by those who have awakened to surpass themselves. I want to be stronger. Lay Obert didn't lightly lift the flame until his nails were pierced into the flesh, guided it to his thumb, and then pressed hard on his forehead. A feeling of being burned by flames, and then a diamond-shaped square appeared on his forehead. The one who wants to become the Magic Emperor is right here. But what Leo Boat didn't know is that when he made the declaration, Fagline on the bed had a small smile drawn out of his mouth. When Gen Yuri returned to the headquarters of the Magic Knights, he also brought the Golden Dawn trio by the way. Surprisingly, Yuno actually broke through. Yunua's amazing potential for the holder of the four-leaf clover magic book finally enabled Yunua to explore the detection of magic power when his 5 senses were shielded. But it is only to detect the flow of magical power, being able to feel the surroundings while the 5 senses are shielded. It seems that the thickness of the magic book can also reflect a person's potential, but there seems to be an exception just now. Scorpion Magic. The owner's magic book seems to have only 1 page, as thin as 3 sheets of paper, but his magic seems pretty good. Far away. The Magic Emperor also came back in time. After understanding Fagraine's situation, he immediately notified Uncle Owen to go over, and the above scene happened. The time when the Magic Emperor came back was about the same as the time Richter left. One can imagine why Richter left in such a hurry. Several other people who were sent to the remote outskirts also came back, very regretful for not being able to continue to participate in the battle, except for the 2 from the White Birds group. As the leader of the Magic Knights, it's really embarrassing to fall to the floor. Yes, the Van Million family has also fallen, which really shames me, who is also a royal family. As soon as they entered the lounge, the 2 of them sneered in this way, without realizing it. Shut up. We who failed to go to the battlefield are not worthy to say such things. In order not to allow the victims to expand further, to strengthen the line of defense. But Nozer, the leader who defended them last time, spoke to them. The 2 were again taken away by Nozael like a clown. Failed to awaken the sleeping lion, but awakened the eagle. The Magic Emperor sighed softly, but his expression didn't seem to relax. This time it's my miscalculation. I kind of overlooked the importance of Space Sorcerer. Charlotte, the head of the Green Wild Rose group, seemed to want to say something, but the Magic Emperor waved his hand to stop it. Pulling the timeline forward a little bit, about an hour ago, at this time Yuan Xiling was still eating dinner at someone else's award ceremony. The Magic Emperor left on the grounds of something. In fact, based on the information given by Yuan Xiling and Nero, coupled with the information he has investigated during this period, the Magic Emperor actually inferred a base for the eyes of the White Knight Demon. Although it is not the base camp, the Magic Emperor is still patiently waiting here, and at the same time his mind continues to work. The enemy's strength is unknown, but if he is confident that he wants to destroy the Clover Kingdom, he must have certain strength. If it can develop to this level in secret, it will become much more reasonable if there is backing support from the state. But this probability is estimated to be very small. Most of the Diamond Kingdoms are direct aggressors. Few would play conspiracies like this, let alone the greedy king. As the country that deals with them most often, it is impossible for them to come in and even cultivate an organization without discovering it. The Red Heart Kingdom and the Witch's Forest, these 2 do not even have the concept of nobility, not to mention that these 2 queens are very salty and have no interest in the expansion of the territory. For them, managing the current territory is already a nuisance. A rebellion took place in the Kingdom of Spades more than 10 years ago, and it has not been settled until now. During this period, very little information has been revealed. It is not ruled out that some of them want to use the Kingdom of Clover to quell the civil strife, but the probability is also very small. Because neither the King's Party nor the Rebel Party will give each other time. The last is the country of Sun on the other side of the sea. As for Yijian, the national power is not strong enough to cultivate such an organization across the sea. What's more, the Kingdom of Sun doesn't even have a magic book and can only rely on instinct to use magic, and the threat is even lower. However, the use of chi in the Kingdom of Japan is also interesting. That's it. In addition to the country, the most likely is the alien. The unaccounted elves, the reclusive dwarves, the demons in the underworld, and the witches living in the witches' forest. Witches are barely a new race. After all, they are very different from humans and live longer than humans. The Magic Emperor thought this way, and at the same time looked at this small stronghold. A two-story European-style building. The whole body is black, hidden in the forest. It is not very obvious. The entrance is the hall, with a stone stele in the middle, with a tree-like pattern on it, inlaid with several stones of different shapes. What is this for? The Magic Emperor didn't dare to touch this stone tablet directly with his hands, but he still recognized these stones. It seems to be called a magic stone, and the Magic Emperor also has two pieces in his hands, but I don't know what it does. As he was thinking, the door suddenly opened and walked into a strange face. The Magic Emperor of Clover? Why are you here? The person who came was Richter, asking the Magic Emperor aggressively, and at the same time he did not forget to guard. Seeing that there were people coming from this stronghold, the Magic Emperor was able to settle down. It seems that the inference is not wrong. Haha, it's been a long time for you. Can you sit down and talk about it? However, a transparent sphere condensed in the hands of the Magic Emperor, which instantly unfolded in the air. Richter, who had been on guard, also emitted a faint light from his body at the same time and stepped back violently to the left. The Magic Emperor continued to condense many time balls, all scattered on the trajectory that Richter might walk, and where Richter was in this second. And only light can catch up with time. Richter's speed burst again, and he shot the time ball perfectly according to the guidance of the light, and circled above the Magic Empress. The Magic Emperor didn't show any panic either. On the contrary, there were many straight lines like a number line beside him, but there was no doubt that the arrows in the positive direction all pointed to Richter. Time magic moving point number axis. At the origin on the number line is a small virtual clock, which rotates rapidly. If you look closely, you will find that although the clock is divided into 12 ticks, there are about 30 ticks between each tick. In other words, one revolution of the clock on the number line is in units of years. The Magic Emperor closed his eyes lightly and hid his hands under Yui's robe. He was not proud. However, until now, in the face of this dazzling light, using eyes to observe the battle has become unnecessary. It was surrounded by another wave, but Richter did nothing, letting the light magic continue to cover the whole body. Doing this is not to have confidence in light magic and his own strength, but to have confidence in the identity of his elves. The appearance of the elves is no different from that of humans, but they have a lifespan and magic power that surpass humans. Every individual of the elven clan is the darling of magic power, possessing almost terrifying magic power, coupled with a high degree of affinity for magic, so that they can almost perfect the power of magic. It is not difficult to find that the wild magic power floating in the air around Richter gathered to him, showing him a kiss and enhancing his light magic. Light magic, at that moment, it trembled violently, resonating with the light attribute magic power in Richter's body. In other words, Richter became light in a sense at that moment. This state, if used in terms of other worlds, should be called elementalization. But there is no elementalization in the four-leaf clover world. It is just a short-lived state formed by a special physique. Richter's speed climbed one level again, and today's speed is called the speed of light, which seems not to be an exaggeration in the world of four-leaf clover. He pulled up the stone tablet from the soil, and was about to flee the scene at the speed of ultimate. At the same time, Richter snickered to himself. His goal was not the Magic Emperor from the beginning, but this stone tablet and the magic stone just collected on it. Fortunately, his previous alert to the Magic Emperor has been raised to a level. Didn't he expect it to be that way? Can he still get the steal? He stomped on, trying to jump over the Magic Emperor's head. At the same time, a lot of lightsabers were separated from the body, shooting horizontally towards the Magic Emperor. He laughed secretly again. It would be a waste to have the title of Magic Emperor who can defeat the demon god on this person. But soon, he stopped thinking. Everything was like a drama. Richter kept holding the stone tablet and stopped in the air. Below are a few lightsabers that haven't been sent out yet, hovering in midair following him. The Magic Emperor slowly turned around, still holding his sign as the Magic Emperor. The uncle smiled. It's okay to just obediently. The Magic Emperor grabbed it lightly, and the time axis slowly gathered from all sides, leaving only Richter and his steel. By the way, the lightsaber was restored to pure magic. With such strength, it should be considered a leader in their organization. Converted to a unit on the four-leaf Clover Kingdom, if it were to rely on the final speed, the combat power would have surpassed most of the group leaders. The Magic Emperor secretly estimated that he was about to walk out of the stronghold when he turned around. But he hadn't noticed that the magic stone was glowing on the steel that Richter was holding around. The space formed by the intersection of the Magic Emperor's moving point number axis will fall into a state of static time, and it can also interfere with the time of the space according to the Magic Emperor's mind. But it is a pity that the Magic Emperor only possesses time magic, not time and space magic, so he cannot move the static space. This is a big weakness compared to his other magic, time stagnation, that is, the time ball. Timing stagnation. The range is small, but it is strong because it can move. It is a powerful restraint skill, but it is weak because it cannot attack. If in theory, two magics can be used in the same space at the same time to achieve the best effect, but in reality it is not the case. Just as the space magic will cancel each other out, so does the time magic, which cannot be used in the same space at the same time. The Magic Emperor took out something similar to a communicator, contacted Marquez, and prepared to let him use memory magic to read this guy's memory. But then his smile froze. Marquez reported the situation in the capital city. The space barrier that had been set up was cancelled, and a large number of zombies poured into the city. Marquez has been ordered by the king to lead the guardian of the royal family to guard the king. Now calling him over, the king will never agree. Oh no. The plan and the imagination are a little bit off. The king who is in the way and the guys who attacked the capital are really inexhaustible. Fortunately, he left behind in advance before the Magic Emperor came out. He specially held an award ceremony and held a banquet to let them stay. By the way, the guys who were trained by Yi Jian all add up to be a good combat power. As long as they are not careless, it should be easy to solve the invaders. Interrogation of this guy can only be postponed temporarily. The Magic Emperor walked into the small stronghold again, because the time magic was set up here. The communicator just now was very unstable. But as soon as he entered, he found that his moving point number axis had become a lot bleak, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough in Richter. Has the consciousness been regained? No. It's the weird breath I felt in Saucy Village at that time. Was it awakened because of this weird breath? After awakening, it is inevitable to resist there with that special, light magic. Motion point number axis. Now because of the opponent's resistance, it has become very weak. If it is used to interfere with time, it may immediately fall apart. Had to. The Magic Emperor opened his palm, and many blue timelines appeared on it, and they slowly gathered together to form a strange and thick timeline, but the overall look looked like a sword. The blade is flat, but when viewed from the side, it looks like a square rectangle, but lacks realism. At this moment, the moving point number axis finally couldn't hold it, and it turned into magic power again, and the light penetrated from the inside, making the entire hall face the sun as dazzlingly. Losing his vision, the Magic Emperor didn't hesitate, and his fingers dragged the thick timeline and slashed forward. Time magic chaos number axis. After the bright light, there was deathly silence, and the Magic Emperor standing still. Troublesome. Sure enough, is it still too much, or let him run away? Although the Magic Emperor said so, there was no sign of resentment on his face, but an expression of "it is so" on the contrary. Do you want to resurrect the demon god? The voice of Magic Emperor echoed in the hall. After Richter escaped from the stronghold, he finally couldn't hold it back, and he was relieved of the elementalization state. He stood on the lightsaber again, wandered in the air several times, and found that the magic emperor hadn't followed him and quickly flew towards their base camp. It is an area west of the north of the Clover Kingdom, called the Gerbit Rock Belt of the Strong Demon Zone. The Strong Magic Zone, as the name suggests, is a messy magnetic field with powerful magic power, where magic sometimes fails. The most distinctive feature of Gerbit is that the magical magnetic field makes some rocks levitate in the air. And fog will form all year round, coupled with the rugged terrain. It has a high concealment. Richter landed on a mountain and looked down quietly. Below is a basin surrounded by mountains, but there is a huge rock suspended in the middle, and on the rock is a city. In terms of breadth, it is not as wide as the capital, but it is not as good as the surrounding cities. However, the city and the rock are the same color, which seems very monotonous. This city is obviously the base camp of White Knight Demon's Eye. The city above existed before Richter occupied this place, but there is no way to find its route. Richter walked on the path formed by the rock in a trance. The situation just now was something he hadn't expected. The sequelae of the reincarnation magic, the evil heart, would even radiate as he unlocked part of the seal. Although the evil heart awakened his consciousness, it was a sequelae after all. He felt that his heart was gradually being assimilated by the evil heart. "Master Richter, are you back?" Several people in long robes walked towards him. Obviously, they were also members of the White Knight Demon's Eye. I heard that Lattice has gone to implement the plan, right? I haven't come back for so long. Go check it out." Yes. After a few people left, Richter walked to the center of the city, which is the tallest building in the Rock City and one of the passages leading to the inside of the rock. Richter staggered down the stairs and tried to hold it with his hands, only to find that his left hand was not able to use any strength at all. This hand. Only then did he realize that his hands had begun to age rapidly at some point, and not only his strength, but also his magical powers could not circulate there. The steel wrapped in light magic also rolled down the stairs, causing a loud noise. "Richter, what's the matter?" The girl who heard the sound nearby had her hair turned pink, and a little dragon made of flames stood on her shoulders. "Fana, you go call Vit and Leia, my seal, it seems, missed." Richter's incoherent language, the assimilation of the evil heart's breath, and the magic emperor's, time magic, are stimulating his body crazily. Fana didn't want to crook it. Her eyes were dim and hollow, and there was a magic stone similar to Mars on her forehead. Fana helped Richter to a clearing and went to find Vit and Leia. In addition to the leader of the White Knight Demon Eye, Richter, the highest combat power is the 3 Demon Eyes. In order to overthrow the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, they gave the 3 magic eyes a new meaning. The Kingdom of 4-leaf Clover may also be called the Kingdom of Clover. Its clover are honest, hope, and love. The 3 magic eyes of the White Knight Demon Eye are the false Leia, the desperate Werther, and the hated Fana. Although the leader Richter has said that the actual combat ability of the 3 Demon Eyes lies above him, the specifics are not known. Leia, with black hair and white bangs, was lying lazily on the bed at this time, and he had nothing to do except sleep on weekdays. But when he heard that Richter had something wrong, he still got up from the bed reluctantly. Wit has the hairstyle of a girl's high school student, with hair draped over his shoulders. He is just a rough man, even his skin is brown. It feels like a savage. What is a bit strange is that the 4 highest combat power faces of White Knight Demon's Eyes seem to have some strange patterns, but no one seems to notice it. The 3 Demon Eyes gathered next to Richter, checking his physical condition. "You seem to be in a bad shape." Wit didn't actually see anything, but his beastly instinct told him that the Richter seal seemed to be broken, and there seemed to be a very powerful magic on him. Nonsense. But it doesn't require any intuition to see this. It can be seen by observing Richter's facial expression. "Should we reseal it? It seems that your magic power is also for the future accumulation, right?" Leia yawned and stood in the triangle position consciously. The 3 magic eyes form a triangle and surround Richter. "Hold on." Fana also cheered up. "Trinity Seal magic." The 3 Demon Eyes simultaneously released their magic power, forming a pyramid with a triangular base around them, enveloping Richter. Richter kept screaming in a low voice because of the pain of the seal. The 3 demon eyes also showed distressed expressions. By the way, in the White Knight Demon Eye organization, only the 4 of them belong to the Elven clan. This, Trinity Seal magic, is also one of the secret arts passed down by the elves. About 500 or 600 years ago, when the elves were at their peak, the strongest among them did not stick to the magic book and their own magical attributes, and created many secret techniques unique to the elves. Unique, it does not mean that the elves first invented this magic, which has a unique effect. It's the version they researched out, and only the elves can use it. If magic is compared to a result, the process of casting magic is compared to a formula. As far as the sealing magic is concerned, it can be compared to 6. Nero only needs 6 ones to be added, and this, Trinity, uses 3 by 2. Although the result is the same, the calculation process is completely different. This is the uniqueness of the elves' secrets. Although the effect overlaps with other magics, there is no doubt that it also expands their combat power. But the clan was still annihilated later, and the secret technique was not passed on. The magic of the 3 magic eyes is released, and the magic continues to take shape. Beast magic, which becomes more like a beast. Vanna spreads the wings of flames behind her, but her arms seem to be covered with diamonds. Leia did not move. What about your hands? After the seal was over, Richter's breath was obviously much weaker, and Vanna raised his hand and asked, "Cut it, go to Sally again." Sally can be regarded as a research talent in the eyes of Byakugan, and she invented the communicator and all kinds of magical devices. He is an out-and-out research freak. Sally? You seem to have sent her to the capital. Don't die, Sally's biological research has reached the level of cloning, and he can clone an arm for others directly. But thanks to her help from gel magic seems to be able to preserve the experimental materials very well, and it can also cooperate with research. Yes. Richter remembered that he really seemed to have sent a small team to the capital to check the situation. It's time to come back now. You're really careless. But you have worked so hard to help play Richter for a long time. Leia said to Richter, but you and Richter look the same. Should you lead us like him? It will definitely overthrow the Clover Kingdom, and then let the other tribesmen complete their rebirth. Then you just let go and do it boldly. Patly. What happened next was the same as before Patly. No, it was Richter who went to rescue Sally, and by the way, he also saved the team. But something strange happened. The 5-leaf clover magic book, after the real Elven clan patriarch Richter, has chosen a human. The fake Richter didn't choose to chase after him, but quietly let him leave. He had an idea, maybe that human being was the reincarnation of the real Richter. But he quickly dispelled this idea. It's true that Richter's soul hasn't awakened yet, and he's still asleep in Gerbit. It's impossible to be here. But the fake Richter still didn't catch up. Could this be a trap set by the Magic Emperor? It's quite possible. Now it is necessary to warn the Magic Emperor, collect magic stones first, so that the whole clan can reincarnate, and finally gather the power of the whole clan to overthrow the kingdom of 4-leaf clover. By the way, reincarnation magic is also one of the secret arts of the elves, but they're actually using it for the first time. Because they didn't have much use before, so now they can only find it by themselves. Richter, false, everything I didn't say later, did not know why he completed his rebirth first, while the souls of other tribesmen wandered around. Although it was the first time to use it, Richter still knew the prerequisite that he could only be reincarnated on a body similar to his own appearance. However, Richter's body was different from the previous one, and what was even more outrageous was that it had the same appearance as the real Richter. In the end, he found 3 bodies and reincarnated 3 of the tribe members, but they all found evil spirit's aura. Compared with the evil spirit radiating from Richter's body, the 3 of them can even change their own magical attributes. Richter believes that this should be a side effect of reincarnation magic. But as a last resort, the 4 of them helped each other to seal the evil spirit. In fact, the seal magic of the elves has another characteristic compared to Nero. It not only requires the magic power of others, but also a part of its own magic power to suppress it. Therefore, each time the seal is over, it will fall into a period of mental and physical weakness, during which the magic power that can be used is greatly reduced, but the magic effect remains unchanged. Even so, Richter wanted to go to the guy who would almost kill Sally. It doesn't matter if the others die, but Sally can't die yet. Then there was a stalemate between Gen Yuri and Richter. Yuan Xiling is afraid of the destruction in the royal capital. Before that, he focused on developing the magic of destruction. Richter was weak and sent fewer lightsabers at one time, but Gen Yuri was surprised by it. When Richter thought that piercing the heart could kill Yuan Xiling, the magic emperor returned, so Richter did not have the opportunity to search for the magic stone. In order to be more vigilant, he can only change back to the original body owner's consciousness, but cannot reveal it or choose to use Walter's space magic to leave. But Richter felt that revealing his identity would not help. Anyway, the magic emperor would doubt the original owner of this body sooner or later. The above is the story of the attack on the capital. After the magic emperor came back, he contacted the departments of the capital for rest and repair, treated the wounded, and conducted a simple analysis of the situation. As soon as the magic emperor stepped out of the capital was attacked on the back. How could there be such a coincidence? There is no doubt that there are traitors in the capital, and their status is not low. Although the magic emperor didn't want to believe it, he had to believe this fact. In order to stabilize the hearts of the people, the magic emperor also specially convened a meeting of the entire royal capital and used the communication function in Mars, memory magic, to communicate to the entire royal capital. It shows that the terrorists who attacked the royal capital this time are anti-Clover Kingdom terrorists, and that they will fight with resolute will in the future. Although the parliament in the nation went smoothly, in the high-level talks of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom, the magic emperor was constantly held accountable by the royalists. The magic emperor didn't think it had anything to do with it. The Royal Power Group is the group of nobles who surrounded the contemporary King Augustus Kira Kuroba, and they use this king who can only actively enjoy themselves to preserve their rights and interests. But in fact, because contemporary kings only actively enjoy themselves, most of the political affairs are left to the magic emperor to deal with, making Julius the 28th generation of magic emperor's workload amazing. But because of this, making him the most powerful magic emperor in the past, rectifying the four-leaf Clover Kingdom is not a problem. But sometimes when a plan is drawn up, the king will come over again, saying that the plan was made by himself. If this is okay, he sometimes sends the important figures in the plan away, making the magic emperor's plan directly ruined. Finally, after these meetings were over, the magic emperor sat quietly at his desk and took a sip of tea. Marquez has already made a full report on the attack and printed it on paper with magic. The magic emperor picked up a copy and checked it. This time, a total of 1 captive was caught, and it was turned in by Yuan Xiling from the Black Bullfighter group, who seemed to be an old woman using gray magic. When he turned it in, his whole body was bound by iron chains. There was no magic power stored in his body, no magic book was found, but no major wounds were found. Witnesses once said that the old woman used gray magic to absorb other people's magic power to keep herself young, and was defeated by Yuan Xiling. The magic emperor looked at it carefully and sighed slightly. If you search the memory of this old woman, you will surely know who the traitor is. This matter must be put on the agenda first. Another thing he cares more about. That strange breath, she seemed to have mentioned it in her previous conversation with Nero. It seemed to be called Evil Heart. It seems like being a devil. Because of this, the magic emperor did not catch up with Richter. The presence of evil spirits on his body indicates that the devil is lodged on him, or that the devil has used magic on him. It is obviously too irrational to go to war with the devil now. The magic emperor can protect himself, but the four-leaf Clover Kingdom behind it will surely be destroyed. Then it doesn't make any sense for him to be a magic emperor. Of course, before starting the war completely, It is necessary to find out all the civil strife in the Clover Kingdom and to increase the power of the Magic Knights as much as possible. But having said that, after the Magic Emperor and Richter fought, they didn't directly catch up. After Richter resealed and successfully rescued Sally, the Magic Emperor returned to the capital. During this small time difference, where did the Magic Emperor go? That's unknown. System. Where do you view the attribute value in this panel? Yuan Shi Petty Mind constantly operates the system panel and complains to the system. It was said that the Predator Skull can increase the attribute points, and the Predation of the Wild Boar can also increase the attribute points, but there is no place to view the attribute points in this system panel. No need. No need? Are you sure? Jen Yuri was soaking in the bathtub in her room, letting hot water wash away her fatigue. Yuan Xiling's situation is rather special, and it's not good to go to the men's bath, nor is it good to go to the women's bath. Finally, I had to go to Henry and let him open a private bathroom in Yuan Xiling's room. Henry agreed, happily. Not only set up a private bathroom, but also doubled the size of the original small room. The system currently does not have the ability to realize the value. There seemed to be a trace of guilty conscience in the mechanical sound. The system is really miserable for you. Needless to think about it, it is estimated that there is no such plugin. Soaking in the bath, Jen Xiling started his homework in the field of fusion magic again. By the way, he cleaned up the bloodline left over from the battle with the White Knight Demon team, so he also obtained the tree magic and gel magic. As for the old woman, he already got the 4-piece set of magic power, cursing power, and magic book. The 2 magical books, including Mars's, were first integrated into the blank magical book, which has not been effective yet. Then came the most exciting moment. Yuan Xiling dragged voodoo doll magic, gray magic, and scorpion magic into the options, but the display is not a perfect fusion. 2 system points are required. Yuan Xiling has 4 o'clock left, still barely enough. The individual named Ding Zico was previously sent back to Earth Paradise, and the system points gained have been credited to the account. System points, 24. It's been half a month. Only now? Host arrived when it was still in the capital. I didn't remind Host at that time. Well, he can't be blamed for this. If it is really in battle, it will be quite noisy for the system to bark by the side. Then fuse. It's not so bad now. This Ding Zico is simply a gift-giving boy. He got 4 points when he came, and 20 points when he left. But having said that, why did you get so many points when you left? Host forgot, this is the same as the principle of gold miner charges. So it is distance? No wonder it took so long for news. Next is the familiar sound of gears turning and the sound of metal hitting. Successful fusion. Obtained cursed doll magic. System points, 22. Yuan Shirue buried her face in the hot water, letting her hair float on the surface of the water. The full-length mirror has been moved to the bathroom, and now it is covered with mist. No wonder King Meng is so obsessed with hot springs and wants to sleep in the bathtub at night. And this slime body doesn't need to worry about soaking for too long. There is one more thing. Doesn't Host first complete the Golden Paradise reincarnation identity information? If it's not perfect, I'm afraid it will be exposed when I use it. This seems to have been received from Ding Zico, and it hasn't been perfected yet. What needs to be filled in? Register a nickname and sequence. If you register a nickname, it's called Yao Yao 0. There is a 0 in my name, and what's the matter with this sequence? I have often heard the system say sequence before. Yuan Xiling must be a hierarchical system in the void, but how should I choose this? Golden Paradise. When registering, a sequence will be generated based on previous abilities, and gift packs will be given to newcomers in game mode. If you don't have the ability to generate a sequence, after you get the newcomer's red envelope, it will be distributed to other worlds, and you will get the sequence yourself. And the sequence is divided into 10 to 1, 1 is the highest. The system can convert part of the host's capabilities into sequences without all conversions. The ability is transformed into a sequence? Will that ability disappear? Yes, it will be transformed into a sequence, and there will be appropriate adjustments, but if it is not transformed, it cannot be used in other worlds. But the system can ignore this situation. In other words, normal will disappear. But the system as an intermediary will not only not disappear, but you can also select only a part to generate the sequence. Yuan Xiling understood it. He walked out of the bathtub, primary fire, instantly evaporated the water. This is roughly what it means. You can also choose to attach the sequence to the identity of Golden Paradise. That's a fake identity? So you won't be wanted by Paradise, right? I know, if you use a sequence, you can use magic. Yuan Yurue changed out of Pikachu's pajamas and put it on her body, and suddenly remembered an important thing. System, my current strength is equivalent to the sequence. Counting the proficiency and development level of using magic, the strength is equivalent to sequence 8. So low. Host, please be content. Sequence 6 is already the pinnacle of self-improvement. What about the above? With the authority of the world or special distortions? Yuan Xiling remembered that there seemed to be a bronze sword in the magic eye, which seemed to help the promotion of a specific sequence. But it feels weird, but consciousness can't tell what's wrong. Well, forget it, I still don't bother to think about it. The most basic type of magic is only sequence 9, Sorcerer Apprentice, and the amplification effect is a subtle correction of magic. You don't have to think about it. This subtle correction is a correction for the magic cast in the process of growing up, but why is it subtle? I thought that the slightness was already very weak, but now I have a slightness. It is not recommended that host use sequence 8. After that, the system made a long series of explanations. To put it simply, the identity record sequence of this Golden Paradise is used now, and there is no need to increase the strength. In addition, if you don't directly generate a sequence, choosing a sequence like this will not be very appropriate. Moreover, only using this identity will correspond to this sequence. Okay, so be it. Golden Paradise, completed and successful identity. Nickname: Sequence 9, Apprentice Sorcerer. Reincarnation Backpack, Novice Pack of Golden Paradise. The name of this newbie package is really unpretentious. System: open the Novice Gift Package. Obtain Strengthening Medicine M ×1. The Strengthening Medicine M has been analyzed, and the result is that it is similar to a gene-arranged medicine, but it has no effect in this respect, but the energy in the medicine will force a reaction with the body, allowing the user to acquire skills. But over time it will cause harm to the user. When the body's function reaches a certain level, the side effects of the medicine will be automatically eliminated. This bottle of potion really makes people want to complain. A novice gift pack is given to the strengthening potion, and there are actually side effects. Do you want to kill the novice directly? Host slime body doesn't have to worry about this problem. However, the magic power in the body may react with the medicine, and then the host can put the magic power into the stomach bag. The system will use an intermediary to check the things obtained from the Golden Paradise, which is quite reassuring. Let's start now. Yuan Shirue changed back to the slime shape again, constantly twisting her body, squeezing the magic power into her stomach pouch. This is more convenient. But I gradually squeezed to the back and realized that there was a small pile of magic power left, and I couldn't squeeze it no matter how much it was squeezed. After squeezing it out, it would immediately appear again. What is this? After careful observation, I discovered that this thing does not seem to be magic. Does host forget where his slime body came from? Yuan Xiling also realized that his slime body came from the world created by the Star Dragon King. In other words, Genuri is a monster. This thing is the magic element that a monster produces. I didn't find it usually. Maybe the magic power was too great, and it had assimilated this magic element. Just a little magic element will not have a big impact. Then this is to drink directly or to pray? Drink. If you pray, it will go directly into the stomach bag or magic eye. Yuan Xiling extracts the medicine. The medicine is a test tube bottle with something a bit like a piston on it. It is red, but there are some round sediments inside, and it looks like strawberry-flavored bubble tea. By the way, the M on the test tube label does not refer to the M in the 26 letters, but the M in the 48 phonetic symbols. This is rather strange. Yuan Shiru unscrewed the stopper, put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. No taste. He took a sip. Evil. It seems to be strawberry-flavored bubble tea, but it tastes like mango, with grape flavor, and the taste of the pearl is not right. It's a bit like the SpongeBob SquarePants that I bought when I was a kid. It's the kind of small ball that grows bigger when placed in water. It breaks with one bite. This combination gives people a very strange taste. It really feels like mango flavor and grape flavor milk tea are blended together, and then SpongeBob is soaked in it. It's not delicious, but it's not terribly unpleasant, but it's very uncomfortable. Yuan Xiling drank the rest, didn't dare to chew, swallowed directly, and spit out her little tongue after drinking. I felt a great deal of pain on my tongue. I don't know who made this strange medicine. It's ugly and harmful. Yuan Xiling went to the bathroom to rinse his mouth again, cleaned up the smell in his mouth, and then continued to lie on the bed like a salted fish. There is no imaginary warm current. There is nothing anyway. System, is this medicine expired? The effect is slower. This kind of medicine is slower and more suitable for novices. Faced with this situation, the system seems to have become a little wobbly. Yuan Xiling continued to lie on the bed and waited. In other words, Golden Paradise is also quite clever. Making this novice medicine has side effects, so that it can also eliminate the redundant weak and reduce the burden on the paradise. In this way, as long as the novice can awaken and greatly strengthen the body's skills, he can directly escape the disaster. Host acquires skills, small intuition. The system finally gave a response, but what does this small mean? Yuan Xiling is a bit speechless, thinking that he will acquire some skills. For him now, intuition is really not a special skill, let alone small intuition. This potion is for novices. In addition, it will automatically generate skills based on the body's reaction and the left and right thoughts. All right. Some are better than nothing. Maybe they will be used in the future. Yuan Xiling walked out of the room. It is the afternoon, about a few days after the royal capital. Except for Yuan Xiling, Yaster, and Ainur, who were attacked before the three kings, the other members of the Black Bull group have more or less jobs of their own. If I really want to say, Yasta also has a job. Everyday cleaning, washing clothes, and feeding monsters are all done by him. In the afternoon, everyone's work was almost finished, and taking a bath became a pleasure. That's why there was the scene just now. Yuan Xiling walked to the small wood next to him, letting all the magic power poured into his body. Cursed Jew doll magic teddy bear potties. The magic condensed the figure of potties, but it seemed to be bigger than the previous one. It was still a dark red skin, a ferocious yellow one-eyed, sewed mouth. However, the previous patches seemed to be reduced a lot, and the stitches on the whole body seemed to be much more refined. Hi, potties. Long time no see. 10 days have passed since the Magic Palace. Potty still stretched out his paw stubbornly to shake hands with Yuan Shirue. It doesn't seem to have changed. He thought that after the magic reintegrated, Potty's would be refreshed, so that it did not change the best. Yuan Xiling continued to look at Patty's, and overall, except for a lap, there was basically no change. Then there is ability. The previous, poisonous armor, was advanced to gray poison armor. If it comes in direct contact with the skin, it will be contaminated with gray poison. Gray poison seems to be a newly produced toxin produced by the fusion of gray magic and poison magic. After being contaminated, it will be like being extracted by gray magic. Its vitality will quickly dissipate, and black Madara will grow on the skin. In addition, it seems that no other abilities have been obtained, and from Potty's point of view, it seems that there is no trace of scorpion magic. So, where did this zombie magic merge into? Yuan Xiling found a decent big rock next to him, fracture magic, smoothed it out, and sat down cross-legged. Blank magic book, put it aside and check it. Gray magic has actively merged with voodoo puppet magic, but this scorpion magic stands alone in the corner as if it refuses to repent. I don't know if the magic book of scorpion magic originally only had one page, so after the fusion, there was still only one magic. It is the magic that created the army of zombies before dead control. As long as you put your own magic power into the corpse and leave a magic mark, You can manipulate the corpse. Forget about manipulating the corpse or something. The predator pair can easily obtain the opponent's skills, and the basic force is also assumed by the Shadow Guard. How does this magic look like a chicken rib? Before, I wanted to integrate into Patty's and increase Patty's combat power, so I insisted on getting it. Corpse spirit, corpse spirit, corpse soul. I hope I can develop magic about the soul in the future. Next, learn the plan of Qi from the head of Yijian, and I must quickly put it on the agenda. Yuan Xiling returned to the stronghold, and everyone from the Black Bullfighter group had come out of the bathhouse and began to carry out their favorite activities. For example, Gao Dun, who has never had a sense of existence, is sewing a doll there at this time. If you look closely, the stitch is still Zhen Xiling. Both Asta and Ainua's dolls have been sewn, but they always feel that Zhenyuri is still a bit short, so he always revises and revises them. This can't be blamed on him. After all, the style of painting is different, and it is quite difficult to restore it. You said you want to learn Qi? The head of Yijian was surprised, and even forgot to drink the wine he put on his lips. Well, please. Commander. I heard from the Magic Emperor that you can use Qi, so I want to ask you to teach me. Yuan Shi's expression is also very serious. Qi, but the unique knowledge of the Japanese country. If you want to learn something from others, you still have to be more correct. But the head of Yijian was puzzled. To be honest, he couldn't think of the reason why Yuan Xiling wanted to learn Qi. Yuan Xiling has a very pervert mimicry magic. Through certain specific conditions, you can directly obtain the opponent's magic attributes. It is a very comprehensive magic, but unfortunately, although he has made great progress now, he is not skilled enough in the use of every magic, and not thorough enough. If he was given another 3 or 4 years to keep him sharpened in actual combat, he would surely become stronger than the commanders. When the time comes, Qi is just icing on the cake. And the leader of Yijian is too underestimated by Yuan Xiling. Yuan Xiling himself can already guarantee that he can defeat Nozael or Fagrain. Now I'm learning Qi, but I just think that the amount of information gained from the release of mental power is too much to deal with. Okay then. In the plot, the leader of Yijian, because Yaster has no magic power, can only wield the anti-magic sword indiscriminately and is willing to teach him Qi. Although there is a bit of teasing Asta in it, but to be honest, the leader of the night meeting will explain but really can't teach people. Human eyes, breathing, smells, muscle movements, and other subtle breaths collectively refer to the active energy emitted by the human body as Qi. The head of the night sat on the big rock that Yuan Xiling had just polished, and drew out a new cigarette to continue the explanation. And in the battle, I just need to recognize the opponent's Qi, predict his next move, and then add magic and arm strength. Speaking should be considered a magic swordsman. Oh woo. Yuan Xiling stood by and listened carefully. This Qi is too practical, even the eyes of others can detect it, so that you can prevent assassins. But having said that, do you also have something similar to Qi? When you discussed with others before, I found that your aura is not messy at all, and you have kept it at that pace. The head of Yijian was talking about the one breath of the day after tomorrow, and the one breath of the day after tomorrow can indeed regulate your own breathing and body muscles. But you have to be psychologically prepared. Not everyone can learn Qi. Although you have a way to breathe in, you may not be able to feel Qi. I see, let's start. Yuan Shi Zero is eager to try. I haven't finished explaining. The predecessor of Qi can be regarded as intuition, when intuition is practiced to a certain level. Intuition? Yuan Xiling glanced at the small intuition on the system panel silently. Nice. This is just raining in time. I just drank the potion to gain little intuition, and now it can come in handy immediately. Just now the system seems to mention that skills will be generated based on the effects of ideas, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yuan Xiling wanted to learn Qi, so he obtained the predecessor of Qi. But because it is a novice potion, this intuition seems to be a weakened version of little intuition. It should also be possible to practice Qi. Feeling Qi needs to mobilize the 5 senses. That feeling is almost between intuition and hunch. Between intuition and hunch, how does it feel? Isn't intuition in a sense just hunch? How to understand something like nonsense. See the leader at night. Otherwise, how did you learn it before? I also studied for a while, but I didn't study it very hard. The head of Yi Jian remembered his past. He came from the opposite shore of the sea to the south of the four-leaf clover kingdom, the distant country of Sunday. His parents were fishermen, so he also went to sea since he was a child. Then he encountered a shipwreck and was washed to the beach south of the four-leaf clover kingdom. Then I met Julius, the head of the Grey Magic Deer group at that time, who is now the Magic Emperor. He worked hard in that group and finally became the head of the group. Think about it now, more than 10 years have passed. Of course, this is also my own experience. To build a good body, exercise strong intuition, and easily learn qi. The head of Yi Jian glanced at Yuan Xiling. He seems to think that the reason why Yuan Xiling may not be able to learn qi is because Yuan Xiling looks really small on the surface. When Yuan Xiling first joined the group, the head of Yi Jian had also discussed with him, and he naturally understood Yuan Xiling's physical strength. But only at that time. Yuan Xiling also preyed on a lot of things after that. Let me talk about the judgment of the head of the night meeting. Yuan Xiling's body is very soft. At that time, the two of them were holding wooden knives, and Yuan Xiling could sometimes dodge attacks by a few millimeters, and his body's resilience was very good. The other is breath adjustment. As I just said, the temperament is very stable and has been at the same pace. The muscle strength is not very clear, but basically parallel slashing can be held with a wooden knife, but every time it is held, it will be a little embarrassing. It gives a feeling of the hands are too short. The head of Yi Jian sighed and lit another cigarette. Today, he was rarely in thought. Those with strong intuition are generally beasts, and those who can be called beasts will definitely strengthen themselves in order to survive. To say that the leader of Yi Jian is a beast, in fact, it is almost the same. The leader of Yi Jian also goes to sea to survive, and has also developed a muscle. No, I'm tired of thinking. The head of Yi Jian returned to his usual state, with the expression of turning his eyes up. And Yuan Xiling found another stone that could sit next to him. After it was smoothed, he closed his eyes according to the instructions of the head of Yi Jian and concentrated. It's just that he is a little puzzled how to mobilize the 5 senses. Are the facial features not eyebrows, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears? Mobilize the facial features, close the eyes first, don't say, how do the eyebrows perceive the outside? After Yuan Xiling raised this question to the head of Yi Jian, the head of Yi Jian's eyebrows twitched frantically. Obviously, he hadn't thought about this problem either. It may be as he said, after having intuition, learning qi will become much easier. In the end, Yuan Xiling couldn't learn on her own, so she could only open up little intuition. By the way, the system's preventive measures are still quite strong. If you change to another reincarnation, you can't choose to open passive skills in general. And these passive skills under system management, such as little intuition, have been adjusted by the system to be the same as active skills. This can also prevent some useless and dragging passive skills. Regarding this, the system makes Yuan Xiling very pleased. After turning on small intuition, learning qi is much easier. After closing his eyes, there is indeed something in the dark that has been guiding me and keeping myself in that direction. This feeling is indeed very strange. The dark world gradually has blue lines appearing, and they are constantly being outlined. Obviously, the mental power has not been released, but he still feels the situation outside. The blue lines in the black world will be drawn very slowly, but it is undoubtedly drawn from the strongest place. The most leaked qi in the grove is undoubtedly the leader of Yi Jian. The blue line outlines a human figure. This human figure holds a cigarette in one hand and puts the other on his knees. The whole person looks lazy and wild. After the human figure was roughly outlined, it began to outline the woods again. This feeling is like playing the original god, opening the elemental vision, and Assassin's Creed opened the eagle eye. But it's the element identification and marking of enemies. And this black world has no other colors except the blue lines. It is very monotonous. After sketching the surrounding environment, the blue lines fell silent and shrank inward. The color is already monotonous, and it's even harder to distinguish the blue without it. The blue lines did not obey Yuan Xiling's words and stubbornly collapsed inward, and then there was a scene of Yuan Xiling's surprise. The blue lines scatter light spots, scattered on the already outlined graphics, mimicking the original appearance. This, seems, is indeed a little clearer. Host gets the skill, Qi. Hearing the reminder from the system, Yuan Xiling knew that it was done. He opened his eyes and found that the head of Yi Jian was looking melancholy at the dusk sky, still holding the cigarette he had finished smoking. Hearing the movement of Yuan Xiling, he came back to his senses, took a cigarette and took a sip, only to find that the cigarette was lonely after smoking 2 sips, and it burned out all the time. Have you learned? Almost. How long did I study? Yuan Xiling stood up and found that the sky did not seem to have changed from just now. What? You have learned it? Why do you feel so upset? Head Yi Jian heard Yuan Xiling's response, but showed an unhappy expression on his face. Your learning speed is obviously faster than mine than before. Seeing the resentful gaze of the head of Yi Jian, Yuan Xiling laughed twice and told him the blue line he had just seen. Blue lines? I haven't encountered this situation before. I have some blue light spots directly. In this case, it should be your poor qualifications. Yuan Xiling found out that the head of Yi Jian was also very cute. Obviously, he was learning much faster than him, and wanted to say that his aptitude was relatively poor for various reasons. Hey, kid, don't look at me with that look. See the head of the night, how old are you this year? Me? I'm 28 years old. Only 28 years old? Then why are you so old? Looks like a 30 or 40-year-old uncle. Do you know what a man is? Imitate a sentence from Kong Yijili. The forest is full of cheerful atmosphere. Source Eve 0. Next stop is the Magic Emperor. He was ready to go to Dili to ask the magic realm of magic things. Source Eve of 0 would have been directly asked to see the head of the night, and see the head of the answer. It is eye-popping. Magic field? I do not. This is also the head of the night to see who did not. There is no ultimate magic nor field, surprisingly so strong. Outrageous, You can ask about Julius Boss. In this regard he could understand. See also the head of the night. Really, what will all the responsibility for Magic Emperor? She also heard Source and 0, Black Cow violent groups strongholds of some of the books in the library, or the night to see the head of Emperor Shun from the magic over there. Like last time along the same task over. Originally night to see the head of a king after all this time and preparation, let alone Source Eve of 0 to complete this task. I can lead the way, White Knights. After a change in circumstances may be a Kogan Eye of the King attacked directly to the head of the night to see Dandruff Rain program was completed to upset. See also the head of the night secretly, he said, too tired to think, hard to think back to a mess like this also. So the task is to give good repair. Just control the severe sister good repair. His precious sister, valuable annual birthday, is coming. The resulting task will give him a reward. By the way, this mission seems to be to clean up the contents of brigands. Now time is not late, the darkening sky. The source again tomorrow evening decided to 0 in the past. After the expansion has doubled the room, bed expansion naturally doubled. She source has 0 free to roll sheets on them. After successfully learning to gas, small, intuition did not disappear, lay quiet in the panel. But according to the previous system version, there is no distortion to the skills, generally cannot be used in the other world. Which means Qi, but also for the final steps. Source Eve of 0 lying in bed, the system control panel to continue with the idea. The system is now only 3 functions, empty train and gold miner's universal furnace. So that he can train shuttling between the various world, regarded as a more stable source of points. Each shuttle can get some points. Furnaces have 3 functions, integration and reshape the purification, except the last one. The other 2 systems have to eat big points. And the last gold miner, it is the equivalent of the big wheel by distance charges, although you can specify a certain level of lottery, but you never know what he will give something, and this thing has come. So, the impression of 0 source evening, the gold miners, but only less deceptive big wheelet, who know when to start smoking Kangren. Then this impression has been maintained to just. Open source Eve 0 system panel, start slowly, look from each function. That white is boring lead, and he wanted to relook over every function of a system. Fear sometimes forget. Turn to gold miners, to his surprise, even above them the two things. Accurate is not a pile of stones and a pocket watch chain. Source Eve of Zero do not remember what they have been fishing for get collected. This is a system out of the ghost? Hope Host can get rid of this bad habit. Do not rely on anything in the system head. This has always been the gold miner's function. Universal. Furnace last only opened 2 new features this. Gold miners also open up? Yuan Xiling also understood it. In plain and easy to understand terms, the old man in Gold Miner usually responds to Yuan Xiling's request to hook some things, but he needs systematic points. But how to say it, the old man can't be idle. He likes the feeling of hooking things, so sometimes he will go fishing there leisurely. But the things you catch are really random. In summary, the things that the old man usually catches can be used casually by Yuan Xiling. The old man doesn't care. Isn't this on hook mode? Yuan Xiling was moved to cry in an instant, but he didn't expect this old grandfather to be such a good person. Yuan Xiling also unambiguously took out these 2 things from the gold miner. After a trip to the void, these 2 should also be distorted, and their nature has changed a little bit, but the point of being able to use it will never change. Item Martial Soul Awakening Stone × 6. The 6 Martial Soul Awakening Stones from a certain Dolua bear the hopes and dreams of the original master Su Yuntao for a promotion and salary increase. Ha ha. Su Yuntao, how could Yuan Xiling not know? Su Yuntao, who came from the mainland of Dolua and was dubbed Blind Dolua by netizens. Yuan Xiling could already imagine Su Yuntao's expression of astonishment when he awakened the spirit of Tang San and others. Not necessarily in that period. It may also be Su Yuntao who came in while sleeping. But it would be fun if it was caught while awakening the spirit of the group of children in Saint Soul Village. Although there are 6 Martial Soul Awakening Stones, it seems that 6 Martial Soul Awakening Stones must be used at the same time to awaken the martial soul. Wuhan waited a moment and said, "First look at the next item." Items The Power of the World collect pocket watches. A pocket watch without a chain is already a twisted thing before it is caught, and it seems to have a unique absorption effect on the illusory power of the world. The system has been inspected in detail. It comes from the Earth Paradise. It is unknown. The internal power of the world is full of 2%. The internal structure has been analyzed in detail, the internal structure and appearance have been recorded, and an attempt has been made to analyze the material. Material analysis is successful. Part of the authority of the Earth Paradise is materialized, and it is trying to activate it. The activation is successful, and it is trying to control the authority. Successful control of authority is measuring the percentage of all authority of the ballpark where the authority is controlled. It cannot be measured without all the authority information of the Earth Park. A confidential operation is in progress, and the operation is successful. It was discovered that the controlled authority can be activated as a system plug-in function. Is it activated? Yes or no? Yuan Xiling looked at the sudden emergence of so many panels in front of him and was directly shocked. He looked down at this pocket watch and fell into thought. It would be great if I had another virtual keyboard, like the hacker in the movie. People are trying to crack the authority over there, but this guy is thinking about it here. The system prompts the information again. Yuan Xiling carefully read the message that popped up just now. Earth Paradise? It seems to be a paradise exclusively for the Earth, and Ding Zika was also sent there before. Wouldn't it be much easier to go back to Earth if you had the permission of Earth Paradise? Yes, let's become a plug-in function. Received, activating. The system responded like this, but the pocket watch in Yuan Xiling's hand burst instantly, scared him to throw it out. Wind magic directly wrapped the pocket watch, and he was wrapped in a blanket. This time I was really taken aback. The pocket watch didn't move much except for the first blow. Yuan Xiling opened the bed carefully and poked her head out. The bomb is exploded directly in the hand, and the feeling of being scared is not wonderful. The activation is successful, and the system adds a new plug-in function, collecting pocket watches. After being prompted by the system, Yuan Xiling sent back his pocket watch with wind magic. The glass of the pocket watch is full of cracks, but it is not broken, and the hands inside have stopped rotating. But something is wrong. Didn't it blow up the screen of this pocket watch with the noise just now? The sound just now is just the sound of the system extracting permissions, and it did not cause any harm to the pocket watch, and this crack was thrown by the host itself. Haha. Yuan Xiling laughed twice, as if he hadn't heard. The new plug-in function of the system, Collect Pocket Watches, is the same as the original pocket watch function, which collects the power of the world. In other words, Yuan Xiling's Moe King template is finally about to be completed, and the Great Sage is finally coming back. Tears. System, then start collecting the power of the world. Yuan Xiling also sat up from the bed with excitement, clenching a fist with one hand and punching the bed. Of course, the power is also controlled. Then the system immediately poured cold water on him. Please don't worry about host. The system also began to explain how to use this function. The first is the source of the power of the world. This thing is equivalent to the lubricating oil for the operation of the rules of the world. If the rules of the world are to operate better, the world will certainly not be stingy. If you have a bond with this world and don't want this world to go to destruction, you must only collect a certain amount in a space. There were also examples of the power of the world being drained and headed for destruction before. Then where's the power of the world? According to the system, the power of the world will be spread in every corner of the world, and every piece of space will have a corresponding amount. It will be automatically replenished if it does not exceed that limit. Next is the collection method newly acquired by the system. This method is also extremely simple. That is, where you go, the system will automatically collect a certain amount for you. It's easy, but listening to the system is very slow. It takes 5% to repair the template. Now I have 2%, which is still 3% short. Yuan Xiling looked at the number on the system panel that was beating at an extremely slow speed. 2%. After a long time, 2.01%. Yuan Xiling cried again and simply ignored it. Maybe it reached 5% without knowing it. Next is the fusion of qi and little intuition. Need to consume 2 system points. No, system, isn't qi the predecessor of intuition? Why do I still need points? That said, the two are fundamentally different. Fuse anyway. This time there are still 20 points left. Next time fuse an auxiliary weapon will definitely be enough. In fusion is successful, and you get qi plus. I found an option that can be perfectly blended. It is acquired 1 qi double, and qi plus. Is it a fusion? Yes or no? Yuan Xiling still did not choose to merge in the first time. The second stage of the day after acquired qi has been stuck for nearly 3 weeks. I had a hunch before that it was about to break through. I don't know if it can directly break through the third stage after this integration. Moreover, the acquired qi can regulate the spirit and regulate the qi in the body, while the qi can observe the qi of other organisms. The two are quite good match. And it's perfectly integrated. Yes! In the process of perfect fusion. The perfect fusion is successful, and you get qi triple. Gas? Yuan Xiling also has a little experience based on the previous fusions. For example, the weaker and stronger fusion. Just like raising goo, the final fusion inherits the stronger one's name. But this time the situation seems a little different. The acquired breath is undoubtedly better than qi. Qi nourishing ju can calm the breath. Breathing method can control the body, and meditation can nourish the spirit. Not to mention the second layer after fusion, it can also distinguish the subtle magical aura. Although the scope of this effect is a bit small, that's it. All in all, the qi is better than qi. The naming can be customized, but these two skills have something in common about qi, so they are named qi. The system's plain tone seemed to be mocking, and Yuan Xiling was more real when it was useless. Self-confidence was hit hard. The next day, Yuan Xiling woke up late again. I used to be a student dog and become a dog every day. Now this kind of life is really easy. As usual, after he went downstairs, everyone in the Black Bullfight group was already sitting around the dining table. Chammy's sheep chef was making breakfast on the sidelines, but Chammy was not seen. After Yuan Xiling finished breakfast, She was about to go to the royal capital, only to find that the head of Yijian had lost another burden to him. It's about Yaster's desire to become stronger. After experiencing the two events of the king's capital and the devil's palace, Asta met many people and seemed to have changed a little. Become a little more stable and will not suddenly yell at every turn. Rather, he has become more like a beast, learned to hide, and his eyes are firmer. Secondly, he believes that neither of these two actions had any effect. Basically, Yuan Xiling was fighting alone. I was defeated by just a face-to-face. If you look at the current situation and ask one of them, who might become the Magic Emperor in the future? Obviously, it will be Yuan Xiling Sr. Of course, the above are all Yasta's personal feelings. In the eyes of others, the newcomer Yasta has done his best to fulfill his responsibilities. See the leader at night. I want to become stronger. In a night order, the head should be the strongest. Therefore, Yasta went to see the leader of the night. The head of Yijian also got up very late, with a pair of dead fish eyes constantly turning upwards. He glanced at Asta. Boy, it's your own business to become stronger. Why are you looking for me? No, Mr. Captain. I just want you to teach me the skills to become stronger. Yasta joined the group later than Yuan Xiling, which seemed very restrained. The head of Yijian glanced at him again. In the end, he passed on Qi to him. Yasta's instinct in action is still quite strong, so he learned Qi in a short period of time. But to be honest, the Qi of the leader of the night is of perception, so if it is not actual combat, it is not known whether the other party has learned it. Then I saw the head of the night and threw Asta at January. In order to check the results of your practice, you should go to Yuan Xiling to discuss it. Besides, there are only so many I can add you. If you want to become stronger, it is better to go to Yuan Xiling to learn. You are not curious about him. Joining the group, why can you become so strong? So, after January got up, Asta went to January. Senior Yuan Shi 0, please be sure to check the results of my practice. Yuan Xiling's eyes twitched frantically. This night, I saw that the head's eyes were turning more and more severely. Recently, I didn't bother to do a lot of things. Specifically, it seemed that when Yuan Xiling and their king came back, the head of Yijian didn't know why he kept rolling his eyes at the newspaper. The newspaper reported that the capital was attacked. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, it did not record two detailed reports. It was roughly the same as the last time the king's meeting held by the Magic Emperor. But I don't know why, but the head of Yijian looked disappointed. If you are going to the king's capital to find the Magic Emperor, by the way, please also bring Asta. The Magic Emperor said before that he will let Asta come over after recuperating, and Nero will also bring it. It seems that there is something that only Asta can do. Star can solve it. If he can't go, you can go there. Asta can solve it, and there is no doubt that he needs to use his anti-magic. And the Magic Emperor must have learned from the head of Yijian that the so-called mimicry magic of Yuan Xiling may also be mimicked anti-magic. But it seems that the Magic Emperor still needs to use anti-magic to deal with some things. Forehead. To put it bluntly, the leader of Yijian wanted to let Yuan Shiru check the results of Asta's practice, and by the way, he would go to the capital to bring Asta with him. Yuan Xiling also learned the appearance of the head of Yijian, rolled his eyes and agreed. Different people have different feelings when they roll their eyes to death. In the anime, Mr. Saitama makes people feel invincible and boring, but now the leader of Yijian is simply lazy. I became the leader of the team, but I was too lazy to make rules, so I let the team members fool around. Plus they were too lazy to act, so they all gave the task to other team members. This is no one. After obtaining Qi triple, Yuan Xiling can feel the fluctuation of the biological body, that is, Qi. The best range of action is about 150 meters, and you can clearly feel the Qi of the living body. No matter how far away, you can't feel it, but it becomes weaker. And it has inherited the characteristics of the acquired Qi at close range. In addition to the Qi of the living body, it can also discern subtle magical auras. In addition to inheriting the basic function of acquired Qi to regulate itself, it also has the characteristics of little intuition. Will be warned of strange Qi. Then there are the best characteristics of Qi 3 layers, which is also the reason why Yuan Xiling wants to get him. The information is rough, not fine. Although this sometimes causes the distance to be too far, resulting in blurred information. But this also means that battery life will be enhanced, and ordinary people's brains can withstand this information. It doesn't matter even if it is left open 24 hours a day and left in bed. It's too nice. What you want is this kind of endurance. In this way, facing the leader of the White Knight Demon, Richter, you can't just passively defend. Senior Yuanxi Zero, can I ask a question? Asta looked like a good student and raised his hand to ask questions. What's the matter? The way to become stronger. I can teach you very limited. I can become so strong, but in fact it is only the effect of my magic attributes. I can't teach others. It's not this, I'm just a little puzzled about the hair on the top of Yuan Xiling's head. Yuan Xiling also felt a little puzzled and used mirror magic to create a mirror. On the top of his head, there were some short, dumb hairs stuck in a crowd. The dull hair is not long, probably only 5 or 6 centimeters, and can only bend slightly forward. The color is the same as that of Yuan Shiji, light blue and white, gently swaying in the wind. But why does it feel like these 2 dull hairs seem to be still growing? Asta, stay here. When did the 2 hairs appear? I didn't think it was yesterday. It seems to have only appeared this morning. Didn't it yesterday? He didn't do anything this morning, but it might have been last night. Last night? Is it possible to be Qi triple? The system thinks that little intuition is merged into Qi triple, the effect is amplified, and the corresponding hair becomes a sensory organ. Hair. It's better to say that these 2 little dull hairs have become intuitive induction organs. However, I have tried it before. After turning into a slime form, the effect of Qi triple has not changed in the slightest. These 2 dull hairs are purely decorations. Forget it, he's not a girl, so he cares about his hairstyle. Let it grow if the hair grows long, and tie it to the back together in a big deal. Don't worry about it, let me check your practice. With that, Gen Yuri drew the knight's sword from behind, but it didn't get out of the sheath. Since the way of using magic power to fight has become more and more perfect, the use of knight swords has rarely been used to fight. The main reason is that it is difficult to add magic to the sword. The 3 skills of the knight sword, cross sword, devil sword, and guardian, are all activated by the lines on the blade. Once you attach other magic to the blade, use the skill, the additional magic will be bounced. Senior Yuanxi Zero, I'm going to go. Asta opened the bow with his legs, bent his knees slightly to lower the center of gravity, held the hilt with both hands, and placed the anti-magic in front of him. He used the first magic sword, which was also the heavier one, but compared to the lighter one, this one would be easier to use. After all, it has been used for a long time. The tip of Asta's sword lifted slightly, and the heel of his hind feet also lifted up. It was obvious that the muscles of Asta's arm had contracted. On the other hand, Yuan Xiling lay the sword horizontally, put on a defensive posture, and closed his eyes at the same time. He also wanted to test the newly acquired Qi triple, so he used Asta as a guinea pig first. The black world presented by the evolved Qi triple is also more comfortable than before. The color is no longer monotonous, all kinds of magical particles suspended in the air around him, and even farther away are biological shapes made up of blue light spots. It would be great if you could add another function to lock the enemy and set the enemy's blue particles to red so that the chase will not be lost. Not to mention this, the blue light spots formed by Asta has raised the magic sword above his head, and at the same time, he also exerted force under his feet, slashing towards Yuan Shirue. This is Asta's most commonly used trick down slash, which is also his most powerful trick at the moment. After all, gravity is added. And when facing magic, you can also cut out a path and directly let Yaster get close. But in the face of Yuan Xiling, who doesn't use magic, this trick seems a little bit inadequate. Not using magic means that anti-magic is invalid, so Asta is now just wielding a rusty but strong bronze sword. General Yuan Xiling's knight sword turned inward, and after avoiding the blow, he directly knocked away the magic sword with the scabbard sideways. Asta took 2 steps backwards, his hand holding the magic sword trembling slightly. Taking advantage of the gap between Asta's retreat, Genryuri continued to make a defensive move, observing Asta's movements with Shi triple. The difference between the two was less than 10 meters, so Genryuri could clearly see some of the subtle movements of Yasta. To be fair, Genryuri also chose not to use the Night Sword skill in the battle. But even so, Yuan Xiling still took a lot of money, with the power of the Bull Charm and the Predator enhancement of his physical fitness. In addition to physical fitness, Yuan Xiling also has an advantage in swordsmanship. He has received introduction to swordsmanship before, and some basic moves such as sweeping, stab, and grit are still good. And Yaster seemed to have only learned the technique of using two-handed swords from his Uncle Fong. So much so that he has been accustomed to using the first magic sword. The sword in both hands is only used to deal with more magic attacks. But speaking of that, Fong what uncle seems very familiar. Black market. Oh, is that the person that the eldest sister who refines the magical device is looking for? The world is really small. Asta snorted and continued to set up the magic sword, muttering a voice that he could only hear. It's not over yet. In fact, Genryuri could hear the low voice that Asta thought. Yuan Xiling did not engage in any specialization of hearing. Asta continued to take 2 steps forward, flattened the blade, and crossed it horizontally. Yuan Xiling also took the Night Sword upright without hurriedly, blocking the crosscut. At the same time, when the 2 swords collided, the Night Sword was lifted up and the magic sword was shot out of orbit again. This was the only duel that Yuan Xiling could suppress in combat skills. It's not over yet. Now that he had broken away from the cross-cutting orbit, Asta followed this new orbit and slashed towards Yuan Xiling. However, for this reason, an elliptical arc was also circled in the air, making the body completely undefended. Yuan Xiling also adopted a defensive form, once again separated the magic sword, and shot it out of its original track. The two attacked and defended in this way, going back and forth for more than a dozen rounds, and finally ended with the soreness of Asta's arm and the magic sword flying out. But there is actually one more thing. Yuan Xiling felt that someone was peeping in the battle just now, but he just couldn't find it. Chi triple. You can perceive the breath of the surrounding organisms, but in the small woods, apart from the 2 of them, there are only trees and grass, and there are very few flowers. Unless it is indirect, it is similar to installing a camera in a small forest to peep. Yuan Xiling naturally can't notice where the main body is. But this doubt was quickly dispelled. What? After Asta's magic sword flew out of his hand, it rotated a few times in the air and stuck heavily in the shadow of a nearby tree. At the beginning, Yuan Xiling didn't notice anything wrong. In the black world of anger, strange fluctuations suddenly appeared in the shadow of the tree. This is not the chi of the grass and the tree, and the owner of the chi is still moving, seeming to be lurking in the shadow of the tree. Shadow guard, grab him. Genryuri also secretly ordered the shadow guards. He can't sneak into the shadows himself, he can only rely on them. The masses resemble the black marsh separating from Genryuri's shadow and attacking the tree shadows. Said it was a black marsh, it would be better to look like a shadow close to the ground. Something in the shadow of the tree also found the shadow guard and instantly jumped out of the shadow, revealing its original form. It's a billowing black thing, but why does it have a tail and horns? The billowing black thing bounced on the ground twice before falling into the shadows of other trees again. The shadow guards also chased after him, all of them lost in the shadow. Senior Yuan Xiling, what was that just now? Asta saw that his magic sword seemed to hit something magical. I don't know, but it must be a bad guy. Your anti-magic sword eliminated his concealed magic. He just showed up. It means that he has just been hiding there to observe us. Who knows what he wants to do? Genryuri wanted to tie the hilt of the anti-magic sword with silk magic, but this magical thing was eliminated as soon as it touched the anti-magic sword. ×3. This time even Nero, who had been silent on the tree, was a bit speechless, but it was a pity that she could not help this time. After a while, the shadow guard emerged from the shadow. The headed one shook his head. Did you catch it, or didn't you find it? The leading shadow guards had a two gesture. Is it disappeared as soon as I dived into the shadow? Did you run away, or did you evade like just now? You can't even find the shadow guards. Yuan Xiling scratched his head in annoyance. Sure enough, life is full of possibilities. Senior Yuan Zero, is this your magic? So cool. Asta's eyes almost flashed into stars. Well, I'm just mimicking other people's magic. Go back and tell the leader Yujian, he is also true. This is the base of the Magic Knights. Isn't there any anti-reconnaissance measures? It's easy to be served in one pot. Can't we have snacks when I see the leader at night? You said that dark thing. Just now the head of Yujian heard that someone was lurking near the stronghold of the Black Bullfighter group. The head of Yujian also directly grabbed his beloved katana and stood up. But after listening to the description of January and Asta, he sat back with some peace of mind. Is it a black meatball? It has small red horns and a tail? If it is him, it should be okay. He? Do you know the leader of the night meeting? Yasta asked. Yes, haven't I told you? Is that the deputy head of our Black Bull squad? What? That black meatball is the deputy commander? Didn't I accidentally hit the deputy commander? Asta's eyes widened, and he hugged his head in fright. Ha 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 ha, the black ball is not the deputy commander. The relationship between them and the deputy commander is a bit like you and the devil in your magic book. Demon? Yaster also stopped making mischief. Anyway, I had heard the conversation between the Magic Emperor and the others before, and I understood how dangerous the devil was. It's about their family's affairs, and I can't tell you how. You only need to know that he is the deputy head of our Black Bull squad. But didn't you say that he had gone to the Kingdom of Spades for a mission? Yuan Xiling also raised doubts. Indeed, he went to the Kingdom of Spades to perform a mission, but he seems to have left some means here. I also felt it before, but I just couldn't find where he is. The head of Yujian scratched his beard, but it is true that I haven't seen him for a long time, and his fellow doesn't listen to my head. Yuan Xiling didn't know what to say. If you don't listen to the group leader, then who sent him that task? Magic Emperor? But in the final analysis, there are still a lot of talents in the Black Bullfighting group. It seems that in addition to the deputy head, there are others who have not returned to the stronghold. Coupled with Yuan Xiling's late rise, the morning passed quickly. Mr. Sheepchef prepared lunch as usual, but Chammy was still missing. By the way, Yasta, did you see Chammy when you got up in the morning? Senior Chammy seems to have gone out in the morning to look for ingredients with different flavors, she said so. Then leave her alone. Anyway, she is so strong and Yuan Xiling doesn't need to worry about it. After lunch, the three of them arrived at the capital. The extra person is Ainur, which can already prove that he has a crush on Asta. Just now when Yuan Xiling was about to bring Asta and Nero over, Ainur kept asking questions, and after knowing the reason, she insisted on coming. Yuan Xiling didn't bother to care about her. As a rule, if you stay with the hero and heroine, you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if something big happens, you will be able to save your life in the end. Although Yuan Xiling hadn't thought about this, he didn't believe it. The situation in the Clover Kingdom is very peculiar now. Because just not long ago, the core king capital of the country was just attacked, and the country's top nobles were actually not injured. This is a very peculiar phenomenon. As mentioned earlier, the capital city is divided into two parts, the capital city castle and the underground city Sika. Only the king, magic emperor, and 3 royal families are allowed to live in the royal castle, except for the headquarters of the Magic Knights. The Magic Knights is formed by a circle of buildings and the scale is also very large. It is located in the contact zone between the royal castle and the underground city Sika. It is because of the building of this circle of the headquarters of the Magic Knights that the attack on the capital did not affect the castle of the capital. Because in addition to the Magic Knights, there are also guards, that is, the Magic Emperor or the Magician of the Ochaku genus. The former Uncle Irving was one of them. Then there are the nobles. The underground city Sekar is not inhabitable by ordinary civilians, and there are also nobles with good looks. This time the king's capital was attacked, and it was these nobles and civilians who came here to do business that suffered the most. Speaking of which, the status of these nobles is also very embarrassing. Compared with the nobles who can hold power in the Magic Conference, they can only obtain the right to live in the royal capital and cannot directly participate in the magic conference. When the magic meeting was held, only representatives could be sent to listen in. Talking too much was a sin. However, it is one level higher than the nobles living around the royal capital, so they can live in the royal capital anyway. However, after this incident, they also had doubts about the defense of the royal capital. Before the magic knights had cleaned up the zombies, they had seen them, but afterwards all the magic knights had disappeared. They were also obvious to all. Although the magic emperor also came forward to appease them, many people also had the idea of emigrating. And the royal capital is the entire four-leaf clover kingdom, the most heavily guarded. Where can you be without the royal capital? Go further into the royal castle? This is not more direct death. They wanted to learn from the first-class nobles who could be in power in the magic conference, and they hated the powerlessness of their family. This is the peculiar phenomenon of aristocratic residence. All the aristocrats who can speak at the magic conference do not live in the royal capital, or even in the realm of the king. Let me call them first-class nobles. The first-class nobles did not choose to live in the royal capital, but preferred to live in the outskirts of Wangguiji. On a piece of land in the outskirts, a small villa that is many times more luxurious than the underground city Sika was built. There are hills, water, and countryside beside it. Why go to Wangdu to squeeze with those useless second-class nobles? Dare to live outside the capital. It proves that they cannot be afraid of attack to a certain extent. In other words, compared to those second-level nobles, without the protection of the royal capital, they also have a certain degree of strength. This is also the difference between the first-class aristocracy and the second-class aristocracy, and why the first-class aristocracy can speak in the magic meeting that was originally a royal family. If all the first-class nobles unite, their strength is definitely stronger than the three kings of the king. Therefore, they must be given the sweetness, included in the magic meeting in terms of political rights, and at the same time given them the right to freely choose their place of residence. If it is for safety reasons, it is naturally best to continue to stay in the capital to accept asylum after having a certain amount of strength. But in the royal capital, it is still necessary to accept the jurisdiction of the king and the three nobles, and the population density of the underground city Sika is still relatively large. The second is that you can't make much money in the royal capital. Everything in the capital that can make money is controlled by the three royal families, including the black market. Yuan Xiling's time was actually quite special. In the end, if the leader of Yijian came to play cards, some people in charge would come to find fault and ask Yuan Xiling to spit out the money. Behind the person in charge are the three royal families, but the three royal families only ask about the black market. They are only responsible for collecting money from the person in charge. Money is indispensable if you want to become a nobleman. With money, even if the Magic Knights, which has the strongest combat power in the country, be invited as bodyguards. Under consideration, those with a stable source of funds chose to settle in the suburbs, enclosing a small garden. The other choice was to become a lord in a small town in the flat world and control a small town. The basic units of these nobles are families, and to become a first-class noble, in addition to using money to accumulate strength, they also need a certain amount of strength. Compared with common people, their magic power is more, and they can naturally also exert the power of magic. The best examples are Leo, the head of the Aqua Deer Regiment, and Charlotte, the head of the Emerald Briar Regiment. There are powerful juniors in Kabuto of the Magic Knights, and these families also live very well in the territory of the town. That's how it is. This time the king's capital encountered the brunt of the attack, the second-class nobles and the civilians who came here to do business. The second-class nobles are thinking about how to make money, and those civilians who make small money lose only the storefronts that have been trampled by zombies. Although there are newspaper reports, but the content of the report is simple and the trust in the Magic Emperor, so that the people outside the capital, that is, Pingjia, continue to live the original life steadily. They believed in the Magic Emperor from the bottom of their hearts. But there are also people who don't believe in the Emperor of Magic. In the border area between Pingjia and Hui, a group of people quietly lurked in the place where the first-class nobles did not want to be the lord. They are citizens of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. Although they live in a small town in Pingjia, they have lower magic power than the average outside Huihui. If this kind of magical power lives in the benefit of the outside world, it's okay, but because they live in the flat world, they will endure a lot of humiliation and harm. The ridicule of my classmates in the magic school when I was young, and when I grew up, the crowded out of neighbors and relatives brought them together. They secretly built a basement, nailed newspapers to the wall, and looked around for weapons that they could use in addition to magic. Because of the suffering, they look farther than the fools outside. They quietly watch the next move of the Clover Kingdom, hiding their faces in strange masks. Although their power is small, their level of belief in something is probably comparable to the fanatical eyes of the White Knight Demon. Even if the Magic Emperor didn't expect that, maybe one day, their beliefs will eventually spark fierce sparks in this world. Yuan Xiling opened the space door directly to the floor where the Magic Emperor was working, which was the headquarters of the Magic Knights. There were also a lot of guards outside the headquarters of the Magic Knights, but after seeing the black bullfighter cloak on January and others, they all chose to ignore them. But it also made Yuan Xiling feel speechless. After the last lesson, this king didn't set up magical obstacles? This space door opened directly to the headquarters of the Magic Knights. When the three of them walked into the headquarters, they suddenly discovered a very embarrassing question. I forgot to let the head of Yijian inform the Magic Emperor and let people come and pick them up, otherwise these three guys don't know where to find the Magic Emperor. Asta, do you still know the way? I just remember the way to the banquet hall. Going there first should be able to get around to the room where the Magic Emperor was awarded the order last time. You are also a foodie, so go there first. Yuan Xiling didn't bother to go back and let Yi Jian group leader inform him, so it would take longer. But by the way, although it is not outside the capital, there is still a space magic block in the headquarters of the Magic Knights. It seems that it has learned some lessons. Unexpectedly, they found Chammy and the Golden Dawn group trio on the floor below the banquet hall. The most surprising thing is that Chammy has changed her previous appearance and transformed into a little girl about 1 meter and 6 meters. The index finger was fiddling nervously and was talking to Yuno. Yuno, Senior Chammy, why are you here? In addition to them, there was also a chef with explosive hair who had no sense of existence. Huh? The prince who saves the food. He was holding his chin in excitement for some reason. Haha, yes, sir. There are also Yuan Xiling, Yasta, and little Anuor. Are you also here to taste delicious dishes? Chammy was also blushing in excitement. Compared to this, I am more curious why you are with Yuno and what you look like. Yuan Xiling vaguely remembered that in the original plot, Yuno was because he saved the cake that Chammy almost fell from upstairs. Both people knew each other. In addition, I didn't expect Chammy to be taller than Yuan Xiling now, which is a bit uncomfortable. Are you talking about the prince who saved the food? He saved the super big cake that the master made for me. Besides, they're just what they are now, isn't it a very mature big sister? Next to Chammy, there is indeed a large multi-layer cake supported by cotton, which is estimated to be more than 1 meter tall. As for the mature big sister, she said, she didn't feel it at all. Originally, it felt like a little dwarf, but now it is indeed a lot taller, and his face is much more cute. But with that idiot look, don't let people feel mature. And it's still a tablet, even flatter than little Anal. You really don't know how to appreciate your sister's beauty. My sister is 19 years old anyway, so I'm looking for a boyfriend. Speaking of which, she looked at Yuno, who was 15 years old but more mature. I really feel that the age of the two of them is more appropriate. But Yuno looked annoyed and wanted to reject Chammy, but didn't know how to speak. It wasn't that she hadn't refused before, but after she refused, Chammy still treated him as if she hadn't heard it. Yuno? What a good name. Chammy tried to show off his mature big sister charm, but his face was full of idiots. Chammy suddenly wanted to change his taste early this morning, so he left Mr. Sheepchef and went out. But nothing is more satisfactory. Driving cotton clouds all the way to the royal capital. I suddenly remembered that I haven't eaten the chef's food for a long time. Thinking of this, Chammy rushed all the way into the royal capital. The master is the head chef of the Magic Emperor, that is, the Afro guy who has never had a sense of existence. Chammy sneaked into his kitchen when he was attacked in the capital city and met him. Because the dishes made are better than those made by Mr. Sheep Chef, Chammy chose to worship him as his teacher. In fact, after becoming his apprentice, he can PR*SD**** Uda those delicious dishes for free. Haha, delicious food, I'm here. Chammy slammed open the kitchen door and rushed in. Haha, Chammy, are you here again to taste the food? Yes, master, you must give me a delicious meal today. Last time, it was fried noodles that were somewhat similar to cakes, but this time I really prepared multi-layered cakes. Master, you are also very skilled in making cakes. You guys have a sweet mouth and this glamorous forehead. You just wait to taste delicious cakes. One likes to eat, the other likes to make. When the two met, they seemed very excited. It's done, kid. The head chef and his two assistants barely moved the cake and placed it gently on the table. I started. Chammy gently cut off a piece and threw it into his mouth, the expression on his face suddenly rich. It's delicious. It's going to go to heaven. This dazzling appearance. The head chef also sat at the table, and while Chammy was eating, his voice was also much lower. He likes to make delicious dishes, and he also likes to watch others eat happily. Since becoming the direct chef of the Magic Emperor, he has always made dishes for the Magic Knights or some kings and nobles. How to say? The chef thinks they are not happy about eating. They pay great attention to etiquette and only eat 3 or 4 mouthfuls of each dish, sleep a little and leave after a glass of wine. Their expressions on eating are also very correct. In short, they don't have any expressions. They seem to regard eating as something not worth promoting. The chef doesn't like their expressions. He thinks they don't like these dishes. Only when the Magic Emperor dines in private will he loudly praise delicious. Until he met Chammy. He valued this kid very much, and he was very satisfied with the manner in which this kid was eating. That's the expression his ideal person would show if he really likes cooking, and it doesn't hurt to keep cooking for him for free. Being able to show those expressions was already the greatest reward for him. The head chef was thinking. The kitchen door was opened with a bang. It is a trio of the Golden Dawn group. Chammy and the chef looked at them dumbfounded, and the 3 Yunhua also looked dumbfounded. Many eyes converged, and an atmosphere of embarrassment filled the air. I'm very sorry. There seems to be a strong wave of magic power just now here. Let's pass by here and take a look. Mimosha stood up and bowed a little embarrassedly. But then something more embarrassing happened to the 3 of them. It was almost noon, and the stomachs of the 3 members of the Golden Dawn group screamed in unison. Ha ha. Are you hungry too? Come in and sit down and eat whatever you want. The head chef laughed and stood up to give them his seat. But when I got up, my foot accidentally tripped on the chair leg. The chair fell back and hit the table. This wooden table, which I don't know what high-grade wood is used, exhibits indescribable flexibility because of the high temperature in the kitchen all the year round. As a result, the multi-layered cake that the 3 talents barely moved was blown out by the table. Chammy was still immersed in the delicacy of the cooking and did not react, and the head chef was so scared that he held his head in both hands. Klaus and Mimosha were at a loss. Their magic was useless at this time, and it was even more impossible to receive them directly. Both of them took a step backwards at the same time. Only Yuno reacted on the court and made a move. Wind magic swept all around, just like before in Aji village, using wind magic to hold up the branches like thoughts and hold the multi-layer cake tightly so that it will not be separated by spinning in the air. Only then did Chammy react and hurriedly jumped off the high stool and took the multi-layer cake with a suspended cotton cloud. Fortunately I haven't landed, thank you, Chammy's short hands propped her short legs, panting heavily, raised his head to thank Yuno, but suddenly exclaimed, "The prince who saves food." Originally because of saving the food, Yuno's position in Chammy's heart has been elevated to a certain extent. Coupled with his appearance and Sundara temperament, the score has risen awkwardly. This temperament is like the prince of any country. Chammy kept cheering in his heart, and at the same time the magic that had been immersed in his body for a long time also kept surging. Her height was instantly in a cotton cloud, rising from 1.30 meters to more than 1.6 meters. The lines on the face have also become delicate and cute. The index finger hooks hang down, and the legs are pinched together. That? Prince who saved the food, what is your name? Chammy was full of idiots and didn't dare to look at Yuno face to face. Yuno was shocked and didn't know how to speak. Incredible. Well, don't be shy, tell the gentle big sister your name. Chammy continued to squeeze as he approached Yuno. Chammy didn't directly reach out to hold Yuno's arm, but kept shortening the distance between the two, and Yuno's retreat finally kept the distance. Really, unbelievable, believable. Yuno is not saying that he is not interested in women, but he is not interested in a child, even if she is older than him. What's more, this is not the time to fall in love. Even though Yuno has broken through, he still thinks he can't catch up with Asta. I'm sorry to ask Captain Vankins directly, so I had to come over with the other two to meet the Magic Emperor. Although in a strict sense, the Magic Emperor is much harder to see than the leader. The prince who saves the food. Tell me your name. With a bang, the kitchen door was opened again. This time, the group of black bulls who walked in, and a little black bird. Times 3. Times 3. The two trio looked at each other in this way. The scene was very embarrassing for a time. Only Yasta didn't know how to look at the atmosphere, and shouted immediately after seeing Yuno. Yuno and the two of the Golden Dawn group, and Senior Chammy, why are you here? What? Yuno looked at Yasta with a look of help, but Yasta looked at the food the chef was preparing. Speaking of it, Yasta seems to be a foodie, but this seems to have been eaten from the base, right? It doesn't matter if Yuan Xiling, a slime is never afraid of being full, and eating is good for him. The food that enters the stomach will basically be transformed into magic power to achieve the effect of magic power recovery. I forgot to explain before that the period of Yuan Xiling's slime template was almost when Rimuru was reborn into the base Axis world. Before the dragon and Sundara were named each other, some of the basic characteristics had not been integrated or evolved by the Great Sage at that time. For example, basic features such as self-regeneration are not displayed on the system panel, but the effect is real. The principle of self-regeneration is almost predation, to destroy necrotic cells so that they can regenerate and grow. If it doesn't work, it can be triggered with magic power or magic element, which is equivalent to having magic power, and Yuan Xiling can't die. In the end, this farce was stopped by Marquez, the assistant of the Magic Emperor. It wasn't a stop, it was Marquez who came to pick up the 6 of them to meet the Magic Emperor, and Chammy continued to stay here to eat her multi-layered cake. Goodbye, the prince who saved the food. Chammy looked at Yuno's back reluctantly while picking up the cake. Incredible. Suddenly being courted by a girl, inexplicably, this kind of thing is really unbelievable to him who just wants to compete with Asta. And now the task is to become Beastar strong. Now this feeling that Beastar is weak makes Yuno both happy and uncomfortable. Happy for Asta to gain strong strength, but feel very uncomfortable because of being surpassed by him. The office of the Magic Emperor was still a little far away from the banquet hall, and it was necessary to go around to the building next to it. After Marquez brought 6 people and 1 bird into the office, the Magic Emperor still sat there with a smile on his face. It has been gone for a few days, the rising stars of the Magic Knights. Are they so persistent and fast to become stronger? The Magic Emperor also understood their thoughts a little, and put down the files in his hands. The Magic Emperor has already told Asta and Yuno before that if you want to become the Magic Emperor, you need to have actual achievements. And the fastest way to improve performance is to improve strength first. Otherwise, if you perform a lot of tasks, you will lose your life first. Yaster and Yuno also discovered this problem at the same time, so they have been crazy to improve their strength in the near future. When they first came to the royal capital, before participating in the Magic Knights examination, the 2 of them saw the royal castle from a distance. The 2 made an agreement there to compare who could become the Magic Emperor first in 5 years, so the 2 of them were so anxious. Yes, Magic Emperor, please tell me how to become stronger. Yuno took the lead, and Yasta followed closely behind, not to be outdone. The Magic Emperor squeezed his chin and pulled out Yuno's file from the side. Yunua, during the time you joined the group, for almost half a month, you and your 2 team members have already taken over more than a dozen tasks. The Magic Emperor frowned. In addition to the biggest raiders of the Devil's Palace, there are escorting nobles, cleaning up robbers and other large and small tasks. The speed of your task is too frequent. It is better to slow down. There are so many people in the Golden Dawn group. There is no need to take all the tasks on yourself. Yes, ×3. Mimosha and Klaus step forward at the same time, putting their left hand on their chest and saluting. Even though Yuno responded, he continued to stare at the Magic Emperor. He did not give an answer that satisfies Yuno. Haha, it's normal for young people to keep pursuing, but Yuno, do you know why I can be the Emperor of Magic? The Magic Emperor put down the file again and rubbed his temples with his hands. You said before, you have a greater record than others. Yes, because I have the strength to surpass other people, so I can make a greater achievement than others. Then do you know why I have such strength? The Magic Emperor's eyes suddenly became sharp, his fingers clasped and leaned on the table. I am here this time just to ask you this question. Yuno was unmoved. No one is born with great strength, all it takes is time. A time ball appeared in the hand of the Magic Emperor, and the circle around the time ball kept spinning. No one can really control time. All we can do is wait and make awareness while waiting, and then we can become stronger. Yuno still did not speak. What needs to be done while waiting is to slowly settle. Do you know how old I am? Do not know. I am 42 years old now. From the age of 15 to the Awakening Magic Book, I have settled for 27 years, and I will still have such strength. The Magic Emperor paused and continued. Blindly high-intensity training, it is difficult to continuously become stronger. It needs relaxation and degree. This is not only to Yuno, but also to Asta next to him. This guy insists on doing 1,000 sit-ups every day. In contrast, Yuno's training is actually quite light. Is that so? I understand. Yuno nodded now. The only suggestions I can give you are these. If you want to become stronger in a short time, I'm sorry, I don't have one here. No, I was too impatient. The trio of the Golden Dawn group came and went quickly and hurriedly left after asking the question, making Marquez, who had just brought in the tea, a look of bewilderment. However, the 3 members of the Black Bullfighter group didn't seem ashamed, and they sat down on the sofa generously. Because the leader of Yi Jian said that facing his boss Julius, he can be a little more casual, but boss Julius doesn't like the feeling of being too restrained. If you come to me, it should be a matter of becoming stronger. I just happen to have something to look for you. The Magic Emperor also took a sip of hot tea and continued. Miss Nero, can you give your opinion on the attack on the capital? Nero also changed into the appearance of a little girl and took a sip from his teacup. I don't know the other members of the White Knight Moe, but the leader who uses light magic heard other members call him Lord Richter. Nero seemed a little worried. The name of the head of the Elven clan is also Richter, and he has become a demon god. I think it won't be so coincidental. Could it be reincarnation magic? The Magic Emperor put forward his own ideas. Rebirth magic. It is true that the soul of the dead body can be reincarnated, but this kind of magic only appears in the legend. No, it must not be Richter. Richter and the prince are close friends. Richter will not want to destroy the Clover Kingdom. And Richter uses sword magic, but I don't know if reincarnation magic is really used. Will the magic attributes change? But Nero didn't say this, because the Magic Emperor also knew it very well. Really? But I saw that he can use magic stones with my own eyes. The Magic Emperor remembered the previous battle with Richter. Richter obviously used the magic stone on the steel to increase his speed. Nero bit his lip. The evidence given now is so contradictory that it is completely impossible to judge. And Asta's 5-leaf clover magic book originally belonged to Richter. Did he want to take back his own magic book? A little complicated. The original protagonist of this trip was Yuan Xiling, but after arriving at the scene, he realized that he had been left alone. He also took a sip of tea. Good tea, good, but I don't know how to describe it. Speaking of it, there is no place suitable for growing tea in the Clover Kingdom. This tea should be imported from abroad. By the way, why is he here? Oh, yes, I want to ask the Magic Emperor about the magic field. But Nero and the Magic Emperor were talking in full swing, and the other three didn't know how to interrupt. With the identity of the prince's best friend, I don't think there is any reason for the real Richter to destroy the Clover Kingdom. It is more likely to be disguised. But the possibility of Richter betraying the prince cannot be ruled out. Nero thought for a while, then continued. Well, if you say that, the person's appearance is very similar to Richter's. If it is really a disguise, how does the other party know Richter's appearance? In the library, there is no picture of his appearance, or do you think that the recognition of people is the same era as Richter? The Magic Emperor's thinking was also very jumping, and he quickly parsed out a lot of information. The same era? Who would it be? Nero lowered his head, lost in thought. Say, didn't the demon god's skull disappeared before? Didn't you speculate that it was probably caused by the devil? This time it may also be disguised by the devil. Yuan Xiling said these words without reddening her heart. He didn't lie either, he just repeated the result of their speculation. Devil. Nero also fought the devil head-on. If it's a devil, it's actually possible. But if it's the devil, eat the devil like to induce others behind his back to achieve his own goals. It feels unrealistic to let him charge into battle and become the leader of White Knight Demon Eye. Okay, such a dry speculation will hesitate even if it really comes out, so today I specifically asked Nero and Asta to come over and let the two of you do me a favor. The Magic Emperor clapped his hands. Before, did you not hand in a prisoner January? I want Marquez to find out what help he has in his memory, but his soul seems to be trapped by some magic and cannot be checked, so I thought let Asta's anti-magic try it. I will handle it. Asta was also full of interest. Then Miss Nero, I accidentally lost the key to the library. Speaking of this, the Magic Emperor looked a little embarrassed. Because I am afraid that Asta's anti-magic will directly destroy that door, so I hope you can use seal magic to help open the door of the library, please. I have no problem with this. Then January, you seem to have something to do this time. Huh? Yes, it's about the magic field. I want to quickly learn the methods of the magic field. Yuan Xiling was thoughtful just now and was instantly pulled back by the Magic Emperor's words. The Magic Emperor was also choked by Gen Yuri's words. This kid is just be a star joining the Magic Knights earlier, right? How come you have begun to study the field of magic? The Magic Emperor wanted to push what he said to just now to Yuan Xiling. He pulled out Yuan Xiling's file from the drawer again. 3-level medium Magic Knight. Because the matter of the royal capital has been upgraded by 2 levels before, if you want to upgrade significantly, you must hold an award ceremony. Otherwise, it will be like Chammy, hunting bandits all the way when going out looking for ingredients, and gradually rises to the 1st level. Then the age to enter the Magic Knights is only more than half a month. Seeing this again, Magic Emperor also felt a faint pain in his chest. I really don't know where I have lived in 27 years of precipitation. If he was given a few more months to become familiar with the development and application of various magical powers, wouldn't he become a true leader? What's more, with Yuan Xiling's temperament, maybe even his own time magic, mimicked together. Can talented people do whatever they want? It used to be, from a 4-leaf clover magic book, and now it is a magic book with a tall Gen Yuri. Yuno's steadfast eyes that wanted to become stronger made him very pleased, but this Gen Yuri, even in a relaxed and leisurely tone, said he wanted to study the field of magic? Those who can develop the field of magic at least have the proficiency of magic to reach the leader level, please. The Magic Emperor's heart was moving frantically, and the hand holding the file twitched slightly, pushing the file back. In fact, this is really not to blame Yuan Xiling. If you want to blame, you can blame Yi Jian head. The original source, Xiling, also wanted to ask the Magic Emperor seriously. It was the head of Yi Jian who instructed them to relax when seeing the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor prefers this. See the head of the pot to carry it all night. I see. I don't know how to say something like the magic field. I saw this kid walked along with me a lot of books the night before, including some general information about the magic field. You should have seen it. Magic Emperor took a sip of tea to stabilize his mood. Uh-huh. Yuan Xiling nodded obediently. For more in-depth and more detailed words, after Miss Nero opens the door of the library, you can follow along and take a look inside. Good. Marquez walked in the forefront, while the Magic Emperor walked with the 4 black bulls. The headquarters of the Magic Knights is a very magical place because there are various institutions here. For example, someone who has been a guard in the Magic Knights knows that after entering the basement of the Magic Knights, if a mechanism is touched, they can directly enter the largest prison in the Kingdom of Clover. The Blake that Yuan Xiling had encountered before was also inside. He was treated in time after losing a pair of arms and did not directly hang up. After confiscating the magic book, he was thrown into the prison. Leaving aside this for now, the goal of Yuan Xiling and others today is not here either. Marquez pulled down the lamp in the Magic Emperor's office, and a staircase appeared in the next room. The stairs lead to the underground, but isn't the Magic Emperor's office on the 4th floor? Marquez took the lead in walking in, leading the way, and only then had the scene just now. The stairs were very deep, and she had probably walked from the 4th floor to the ground again. At the end of the stairs is a stone gate, but there is another passage on the left, and there is faint light spilling in. The 6 people walked to the stone gate, and the passage that had just entered was hidden by magic, leaving only the bright one. Yuan Xiling was a little surprised. In the world of Black Clover, in addition to the magic in the magic book, magic devices and magic that are not used by the magic book are also developing. Let's find out if you have time. Marquez pushed open the stone door. There was another room inside. This room appeared to be relatively large, with an iron chair on the opposite side. On the iron chair was the old lady of gray magic. Her whole body was bound by various magics, and she could not move except her head. Heh, I don't know anything. That Lord is the light in the darkness, our only God. When the old woman saw them coming in, she let out a low and weird smile. Her voice looked hoarse and shrill, and she was different from the king when she was attacked. In addition to the magical bondage, there are also many physical bondages. Circles of thick iron wire bound her whole body. This is the prisoner Yuan Xiling handed over at that time, but he was very stubborn. The Magic Emperor introduced. He looked at this old woman differently from Yuan Xiling and the others. His eyes were full of ruthlessness and coldness. It's up to you next, Asta. Okay. Asta drew the magic sword from the magic book and slowly approached the old woman. You, don't come over. The old woman also instantly understood the purpose of the Magic Emperor. She tried her best to scream with her dry lips, shaking her head from side to side, as if she wanted to avoid Asta's anti-magic by this. However, Asta placed the sword grid the position of the guard between the hilt and the blade on the sway of her head. Unexpectedly, the old woman bumped herself up, making a bang in her head, like a metal collision. Yasta also quickly backed away. Marquez, it's now. When Marquez heard the Magic Emperor's order, he quickly unfolded the magic book. Memory Magic Honest Memory Tree. A tree-like thing grew on the old woman's head in an instant, and every branch and leaf on the tree was a fragment of the old woman's memory. Next we will ask a few questions. You must answer truthfully, understand? Marquez said. Yes. The old woman's eyes were very hollow, and she was weak in speaking. First of all, I want to know, are there any of your accomplices in the capital? Marquez also took out a piece of paper from his arms, which read the question written to him by the Magic Emperor before. Our leader exchanged the treasure he had robbed from everywhere with the leader of Shine's killer whale group in exchange for information. Is that so? Marquez turned his head and looked at the Magic Emperor, who also nodded at him. Then about your leader, Richter, please tell me. Marquez fumbled for another piece of paper from his pocket and wrote it down. Richter, the leader. He is the light in the darkness, our only God. The old woman's expression suddenly became agitated. Her eyes were still hollow, but the corners of her mouth were not concealed. Huh? What's the matter? Marquez was taken aback. He thought his magic had failed. However, with this hollow look, it was obvious that the magic was still within the scope of effect. After that, no matter how much Marquez asked about Richter, the old woman would only have these two sentences over and over again, and her expression was still the same with excitement. For the time being, I can only get this information, Magic Emperor. Marquez handed the note to the Magic Emperor to let him look at it. Well, the situation is not optimistic. It seems that there will be big moves next. The expression of the Magic Emperor was also not optimistic. He turned his head and said to the 4 black bulls, I hope you keep the matter secret this time. Well, you can report it to your Yi Jian leader, but remember to tell him that the Magic Emperor told him not to tell others. Yes. ×2. Only Nero and Asta responded to the Magic Emperor. Yuan Xiling discovered that he had missed something when he came to the royal capital. That is the magic of this Magic Emperor's assistant Marquez - memory magic. This is another magic that is similar in nature to seal magic. It's simply amazing. Therefore, Gen Yuri was staring at him with glowing eyes when Marquez was in magic. However, there are some differences from what I imagined. I don't know if it's the reason why Marquez couldn't practice at home. It seems that this magic can't personally check the memory. Only through interrogation, the other party can honestly confide the news. But there seems to be a probability of error. For example, if you ask about Richter, you just have to say a few words back and forth. But where is the reason for this error? Yasta's anti-magic has already lifted the protective magic in the old woman's brain. That can only rule out the cause of enemy magic first. On the other hand, could it be the limitations of Marquez's memory magic itself? For example, what precious things, when using memory magic, the brain can still have an advantage and choose to keep it secret? Yuan Xiling couldn't help falling into contemplation. If it looks like this, Marquez's memory magic is not very reliable. Or try Gen Yuri's memory magic and find the loopholes in this magic yourself. That's it. Yuan Xiling showed an expression of it is so, and the 2 dull hairs on her head also stood up. But Anuor, who had no sense of existence, blushed for some reason. Yuan Xiling ignored her and continued to think. The next thing to be solved is how to obtain it. A few hairs or a few drops of blood. Yuan Xiling looked at Marquez's blue mushroom head. How ugly a mushroom head is, Marquez. You have to change your hairstyle too. Yuan Xiling secretly took out the previous magic scissors from the magic eye and secretly stuffed it into his pocket. After the interrogation, find a reason to change Marquez's hairstyle. But now, there seems to be someone next to him who has been staring at him. Anuor, why the hell are you staring at me? Is there anything on my face? Yuan Xiling turned his head and looked at Anal, frowning. A little cute. Ainua replied without hesitation, unaware of the seriousness of the matter. But Yuan Xiling's eyes widened in an instant. He didn't expect that he had just been ed by Ainua, who had a crush on Asta and followed him. What's on my face? It's a little cute. Where the hell is this earthy love story? Seeing Yuan Xiling's delicate face suddenly tightened, and looking at her impenetrably, Ainua reacted. Huh? It seemed that something was wrong. I felt that Yuan Xiling and Nero were both pretty good-looking before, but now I took a closer look and realized that Yuan Xiling was actually better than Nero. It may not be possible to compare individual facial features, but as a whole, Genshi Zero will appear to be more coordinated and softer. And it feels more beautiful from a close-up. The skin looks a bit cute ********, and the body still has a nice scent. These 2 hairs that didn't know when they came up seemed to add a different kind of temperament to Genshi Zero. It's very cute anyway. Ainua loves this cute creature with a little annoyance. However, if Yuan Xiling knew about stupid hair brings temperament, he would definitely be ********** D off. There is no why. Because the 2 dull hairs of Yuan Xiling are a bit like the sky of a certain fate, the hairstyle of Qiang girl inside. Because Yuan Xiling was so ecstatic about things, Ainur was fascinated by Yuan Xiling's eyes. Faced with the words of the Magic Emperor, neither of them responded. The Magic Emperor was looking at that piece of information and didn't pay too much attention to those little things. Ainur quickly apologized to Yuan Xiling. I'm very sorry, Genshi Zero Senior, just staring at you. I'm sorry, you are so cute. But in this way, Yuan Xiling was also a little embarrassed. Although he sometimes looks at himself in the full-length mirror, after all, this is so cute after being transformed, and he feels happy all day after watching it. But in fact, he is still a little embarrassed when others praise him directly. After all, he didn't suffer from any social irritation. It was the Magic Emperor who helped him out. Marquez, please take them to the library first. I have to prepare for these things first, and wait a moment. The Magic Emperor dropped this sentence and left in a hurry. By the way, when the Magic Emperor left, he followed the bright road. And Marquez took the 4 people back the same way and returned to the office of the Magic Emperor. You should have heard it just now. There are traitors in the Magic Knights. The Magic Emperor should deal with these things now, and I hope you don't disclose them. Marquez is also a little worried. In fact, it is not easy to rectify the Magic Knight group, not to mention that the leader of a group is to be removed directly. The opponent must not be prepared. He must fight quickly, so the Magic Emperor will be so anxious. Mushroom Head, don't worry, we will never say anything. Yaster suddenly forgot Marquez's name and simply followed the leader of the night to call Mushroom Head. Don't call me Mushroom Head. My name is Marquez. Marquez gritted his teeth fiercely, with an urge to crush the quill, but he quickly suppressed it. Let's take you to the library first, and place you there first, and later I might be called by the Magic Emperor to help. But the Magic Emperor said he would come and meet up later? Oh, this is a question about a regiment leader. I am afraid it can't be solved so easily. With that, Marquez gently flicked the first book on the left side of the 3rd row on the bookshelf. Yuan Xiling also glanced at the words on the cover of this book. Because of the upgrade of the system's previous translation function, he almost understood the meaning of these words. It's almost the meaning of Sangshu Gu or Forbidden Library. But just write it directly on the agency, okay? In this way, the mechanism is not different from the furnishings. Yuan Xiling backed back to the lamp that had the mechanism just now. Sure enough, there are also 4-leaf clover characters on it that are similar to the words prison room. _ What does the Magic Emperor think? But Marquez was unconscious. He fiddled with the book back, and the whole bookshelf suddenly trembled slightly. Marquez pushed hard against one side of the bookshelf, and the whole bookshelf dented inward again, revealing a path on the left. It was still the stairs, but the one just descended spirally, and this one was winding, and there was obviously light on the opposite side. Let's go, the library is inside. Marquez walked in first, followed by others. Yuan Xiling could see through the faint light that Marquez's profile face was actually full of exhaustion. In the past few days after the capital was attacked, as the assistant of the Magic Emperor, I was afraid that he would also follow the Magic Emperor to deal with the remaining affairs. Marquez seemed to be tired as a dog, and Yuan Xiling was not too embarrassed to persecute him. In other words, Marquez doesn't seem to be a combat type, right? It shouldn't be a problem to take off a piece of hair in a sneak attack, right? For a sneak attack, this dim trail is the best. Shadow Guard. Yuan Xiling didn't need to do it himself, so he would get the distrust of Marquez instead. He called the dozen or so shadow guards in his shadow with longing. Just get some hair, no need to hurt him. There was a slight vibration in the shadow, which seemed to be responding to Yuan Xiling's order. Masses of black marsh separated from the shadows and spread out along the wall. Marquez, who was walking in the front, suddenly froze for a while. He seems to feel the wind. There is also this slight whistling sound. There are also other exits on the opposite side of the passage, and it seems to make sense if there is wind flowing in. Moreover, the magic power brought by this wind is very scarce, unlike the creation of magic. But is it so easy to produce wind this season? It's really pervasive that I can still scratch here. Moreover, the dim light made people drowsy. He hadn't slept for a few nights in order to help the Magic Emperor deal with the affairs of those kings and nobles. Even now, there are still some individual cases that have not been dealt with. I originally wanted to call Asta and the others to come and assist. If those kings and nobles can settle down a little bit, and if they are not so selfish, things to be dealt with today, I am afraid they can be completed a few days ago. Brainstorming. By the way, Marquez, I just wanted to ask a question. Yuan Xiling took the initiative to speak to Marquez. Please. Why do you have additional explanations on those organs? If you do this, aren't all these organs meaningless? And there are channels to the outside. It turned out to be this. In the absence of Magic Emperor, Marquez had already yawned several times. If there is a Magic Emperor by his side, Marquez is like adding multiple buffs, but as soon as the Magic Emperor leaves, he immediately withers. In fact, the most important thing about these institutions is not secrecy. As you said just now, there are other channels to reach the headquarters of the Magic Knights, such as the Prison Room and the Zongshu Pavilion, and the significance of these institutions is actually up is a shortcut. Shortcut? Yuan Xiling's expression is a bit subtle. Yes. You should have also felt that space magic cannot be used in most parts of the royal capital castle. This is also caused by the outermost space magic enchantment in the royal capital. If someone forcibly breaks this rule, the outer space magic enchantment will also lose part of its effect. Well, what's wrong? Yuan Xiling asked, somewhat worried. It's nothing. I just felt like there was a strong wind passing by, but there was nothing. It should be an illusion, right? It should be, by the way. Don't say what I just told you about, because you also helped this incident, so I chose to tell you. I know, so those agencies are really shortcuts? Yes, if you walk in a proper way, you may basically have to go around the main building. However, if the passage is normal, there will be many guards guarding it. Really? Space magic cannot be used in the headquarters of the Magic Knights. Wasn't it set up after the King capital was attacked? Yuan Xiling continued to inquire about the intelligence, although the intelligence seemed to be of little use to him now. The Magic Emperor's vigilance is not so small, and this space magic enchantment was established by the Magic Emperor several generations ago, and the layout of the royal castle is also passed down from the first-generation Magic Emperor to the present. Marquez seems to think that these are not secrets, and Yuan Xiling has seen similar introductions in other books before. But think about it a little bit. At that time, Yuan Xiling left the banquet hall and was looking for those targets in the underground city Sikane. The space magic enchantment outside the royal capital had been eliminated. So it can be transferred out using space magic? In addition, at the time of the banquet, Gen Yuri hadn't actually used space magic, but it seemed to be right. Unknowingly, it has come to an end, but Marquez felt a little strange, and the strange wind just disappeared unknowingly. Yuan Xiling also secretly chuckled nearby. You don't need to think about the wind. It must have been made by the shadow guards. Or the way to get the wind is a bit peculiar. When the shadow guards wield their iron claws, they sometimes carry something similar to strong wind. It's a bit like the wind brought up by Too Fast, but the attack speed of the shadow guards doesn't feel so fast. After separating from Yuan Xiling's shadow, several of them moved directly to the end, waving wildly there, pouring the strong wind into the passage. A few remained with them all the time, looking for opportunities based on the dark concealed posture. The order Yuan Xiling just issued seemed to be just a bunch of hair, don't hurt Marquez, but it seemed that he had forgotten to say that he needed to be concealed. And the shadow guards that Yuan Xiling first summoned in that cave seemed to have stayed beside him for a long time, and they even knew how to see the situation. Originally, there was only self-consciousness, but it was not very smart and would only do things rigidly. Now those few have also learned flexible sports tactics. Gen Yuri felt very relieved and secretly took Marquez's hair from the shadow guards and watched them return to his shadow. Although the individual strength may be stronger than the Sombra ninja, the degree of flexibility is still slightly insufficient. I don't know how Sombra ninja cultivated almighty housekeeping. This is the gate of the library. Marquez pointed to the front wooden door. The wooden door feels like many pieces of wooden boards are put together, nailed with iron nails and iron bars in the middle. It has the feeling of a wooden wine barrel on the sea. There are also many faint magic lines on it, but because of the age, it has become blurred. To open this door, it is indeed best for Nero to come. The basic feature of her sealing magic is to open and close, which can completely allow these magic lines to operate without harm, thus opening the door of the library. Then I'm going to start. Nero stepped forward and held down the wooden door with his hand. She could feel that this was no longer the headquarters of the Magic Knights, and it had almost entered the palace. Because of this, Songshu Pavilion, she knows and is very familiar with it. This is the prince's study. She once assisted the prince to study the magic device here. Moreover, she and the prince carved the magic lines on the door. Encapsulation magic reverse solution. The wooden door opened at the sound, and there was no imaginary dust blowing on his face. Nero walked in. There are a few more rows of bookshelves inside, except that the layout is basically unchanged. The books on the shelves are neatly organized, but there is still a diary spread out on a desk that resembles a workbench next to it. 170 The Magic Emperor is acting again. Nero still remembered that on the day of the prince's sister's wedding, the prince was still sitting here studying the magic device. When I was going to participate, I was called by the king, so there was the tragedy that followed. Nero stood alone sad, while Yuan Xiling had already slipped into the stack of bookshelves. These books are not going to rot, but the dust on them is beyond words. Some are okay. They seem to have accumulated dust for a few months, but some are really covered in dust. By the way, Yuan Xiling, the Magic Emperor asked me to tell you that you can borrow the books here. He doesn't mind. Although these are the original, they have been backed up with magic. See you at night. It doesn't matter over there. However, he said that this place seemed to have been the study room of the first-generation Magic Emperor. Although many books have been added later, some of them are still preserved before. It is more than his consent to get those. Marquez also walked in, holding something similar to a communicator in his hand. Yuan Xiling also understood the meaning in an instant. If he wanted to move those books, he still had to get the consent of Nero, the only remaining half of the owner. Take what you want. The prince is gone. I hope these dead things can be used again. Nero didn't mind. The only place for her in this kingdom now was the Black Bull Squad. That's how it is said, but Gen Yururi doesn't really want to touch these things that have survived 500 years ago. Because those were just wrapped in dust and formed into a ball, and there were a lot of them, all he needed now was information about the magical realm. The Magic Emperor also said that he suddenly remembered a good player in the field of magic. It was the sister of the Red Lotus Lion Group leader, Maleo Leona Vermilion. He should be at Ulutum Volcano now. If you understand, you can go to him. Marquez finished speaking at last and left. Yuan Xiling also nodded. Asta and Ainua are very curious about these things in the study. As a royal family, Ainua had also lived in the Silba's house in the royal castle, but she had never thought of such a place. It should be said that I haven't seen it and feel very strange. There are windows in this study, which proves that it is not underground. And Asta looked at the dust on the ground, and his heart was itchy. Because in the Black Bull group, he was often called to clean the study room by the Night Seeing group leader, and Yasta was also responsible for cutting wood when he was in the church. Sweeping and sweeping also swept out some cleanliness, especially for such dirty books, especially want to clean up. After the Magic Emperor walked out of the bright passage, he took out his exclusive communicator. He wants to convene a meeting of heads. As the name suggests, it is to convene a meeting of the heads of 9 magic knights. And don't even think about it. He wants to use the hands of other commanders to suppress the rebellious commander among them. Gordel Boy Sod, the leader of the killer whale group in Ziyuan, is a fat man who looks like a sausage and more closely resembles a gunpowder barrel. In fact, it is not the first time that the Magic Emperor has suffered a headache for this Magic Knight group. This group is known as the Magic Knight group with the worst behavior and the least stars except for the Black Bull group. But in the eyes of the Magic Emperor, the Ziyuan Orca Regiment was much worse than the Black Bullock Regiment. The Black Bull Gang has been messing around since the day it was founded, but it is only limited to the poor completion of the task, so it gets fewer stars. And the Killer Whale Group of Ziyuan, if the Magic Emperor remembers correctly. The Blake, who was taken away by Yuan Xiling with one arm before, and the Lattice who used zombie magic to attack the capital this time, were all born in Xi'an. Orca Regiment. As for why they left the Ziyuan Orca Regiment, the two of them were in the same way, and they were kicked out by their regiment leader Gordel. Goldel gave the following reasons at the time. Zombie magic. Against humanity, Lattice is not qualified to be a member of the Sacred Magic Knights. And Blake is suspected of embezzlement. The Magic Emperor feels a little headache. These reasons are now seen. They are all outrageous. There is no way. The Magic Emperor alone and one of his assistants can't manage the affairs of the whole country perfectly. But the kings and nobles have been working for their own interests, and naturally they cannot be managed by them. There is no suitable candidate. The commanders are mainly fighting. The Magic Emperor continued to operate the communicator and fired the last communication magic, only then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then there is the preparation of the place and the evidence. If you want to convince the group leaders, there must be no lack of evidence. The Magic Emperor remembered again that he didn't seem to have instructed Yuan Xiling about Tsongshu Pavilion just now. Then he sent communication magic to Marquez and asked Marquez to come and assist him after finishing the business. For the location, choose the prison room just now. If Gordel wants to escape, he can only escape to the platform currently occupied by the Magic Emperor. Furthermore, Gordel could not fly, and he could only jump from here, and the one below was already the boundary of the royal castle, and the opposite was the unoccupied palace. Those where the king lives are on the other side. At the end of the unoccupied palace corridor is the library. Yuan Xiling and the others are still inside. I hope the heads can arrive soon. Gelbit Rockbelt. Leia, who had always wanted to be lazy, was shaken by Wit. What are you doing? Let you go. Speaking, Wit also handed out a piece of paper with a few words written slantingly on it. Leia glanced, rather impatient. I'll go if I go. This Magic Emperor really knows how to choose the time. Should he be too shrewd? With that, Leia held down half of his face and opened the magic book. When he put his hand down, his face had completely changed into a strange look. That was not Leia's original face anymore, with a white head, but the front hairline became rugged as if it had been gnawed by a dog. For example, the dross of blood covers the upper half of the face, and the overall tone of the upper half of the face will be much darker than the bottom. This is a face that has never appeared before, at least in the advancement of the plot. Leia, it really deserves to be your imitation magic. This matter really depends on you. My basic characteristic of imitation magic is to imitate the appearance. It is not a problem to get there, but it seems that there is still a mask missing. Leia took off the White Knight Demon's Eye robe and put on a cloak, but he always felt that something was missing. You can take the mask yourself and put it in Richter's room. Oh? Is it the Patriarch or that kid? Of course it's the Patriarch. That kid left the mask there last time. Next I will be busy, the Magic Emperor of the Clover Kingdom. This time it is my turn to meet him. Don't underestimate the Magic Emperor. After that kid fought him, he also suffered a lot. I hope he can satisfy me. It is now approaching dusk, or it is the time of the magic. Black Bull Squad's stronghold. Guxiu had already completed the mission to defeat the bandits yesterday and left after breakfast this morning. It seems to go to the town where his sister is and choose a birthday present for his sister. Therefore, in the Black Bull group, there are no more people except for the 3 mansions that do not go out and communicate with others all the year round: Henry, Gray, and Gordon. Magna and Luck, who are usually more active, also met today to go out for a task. It is said that they used fire magic and thunder magic to develop combos, although Magna's expression doesn't seem right. Although Barnasha is a female drunkard, she lays on the sofa and drinks all day. But the reason why she was not included in the 3 major houses was that she sometimes went to the black market to buy wine or other gadgets. Barnasha was busy getting herself drunk, and Chammy was still enjoying the food in the kitchen at the headquarters of the Magic Knights. The only leisurely ones are the leader of the night meeting and Fenlar. Speaking of it, Finlar is not busy. He passed various channels this time and met 3 girls with different styles in a small town. Prepared to hold a social. A better thing to say is friendship, and a more popular thing is blind date, but it is not the same as blind date. It seems that there is still a bit of friendship in it. Although there are 3 women on the opposite side, we don't necessarily have to bring 3 men. And now Finlar is worrying about which 2 people to take over. He also wanted to have it all. After all, he is a well-known sister master inside and out, so naturally he also wanted to tell the head of Yijian, try to find out where his limit is. But the other party will kill him. So who should I bring? Yuan Xiling? The first thing Finlar thought of was Yuan Xiling, no doubt, because the previous teaching made him directly put the title of Emotional Master on Yuan Xiling. But that teaching seemed to have some truth apart from the phrase love is equal, and the girls who made their own career seemed to have never done anything for themselves. Others seemed to be the same as what I usually do. I saw that the girls also offered flowers, but in the end they didn't get any. So this time I brought Yuan Xiling, the emotional master, to help out. Presumably he should be able to command by the side. Then there is one more place. Who do you want to bring? Finlar squatted on the roof of the Black Bullfighter's stronghold with a sad expression on his face. The leader of Yi Jian must not be taken with you. Just look at the level of destruction he was performing in the task, and everyone else had given him the title of God of Destruction Darkness, and taking him in the past would definitely destroy the friendship. And based on the idea of seeing the leader at night, those girls would definitely ask questions like, have you eaten yet? Why do you dress so revealing? What do you want to do? Why can't you take me there? The voice of the head of Yi Jian came from below, and Fenler was startled. The head of the night was looking at the roof with his blind eyes. He undoubtedly also received a communication message from the Magic Emperor. Now that the time is approaching, what is Boss Julius thinking? Or what happened? The head of Yi Jian lighted another cigarette. Fenler, hurry up and take me to the royal capital. There is something urgent now. Yes, leader of the night. Finlar also resigned and ran down. Fortunately, the friendship is a few days later. Yuan Xiling is studying the book in hand. However, this book is a bit esoteric, and it stunned Yuan Xiling, who had only been exposed to magic for a few months. Some rigid old antique should have written it. It's boring, so I don't understand it at all. Yuan Xiling yawned, but soon closed his mouth again. Asta was cleaning the floor over there, and January didn't want to eat dust. Yaster really can't get any time off. In order to win Asta's favor, Ainol also worked hard to help Asta, although it seemed clumsy. Yuan Xiling put the book back again. Although it is related to the magic field, it can be roughly seen that this old man has not developed the magic field, but there must be one around him that can be used. Draw some conclusions by observing the field of magic of others. But most of them couldn't understand, and they didn't talk about how to form the magic field, which seemed to be useless. In addition, the old man seems to be a member of the demon guards of the Kingdom of Spades, and the book is a bit old. After all, the old man probably has the lunchbox. Yuan Xiling was still thinking about one day when he really couldn't get out of the magic field, so he went to the old man to consult. Speaking of the magical defense team of the Kingdom of Spades, it is estimated that it is similar to the Magic Knights of the Kingdom of Four-Leaf Clover. The Diamond Kingdom is the Bahue General and his army. The calculation is the largest among the 3 known kingdoms, but the high-end combat power does not seem to be much or strong. As far as the known Bahue has these 8 heads of the ranks, Mars can't even defeat Yuan Xiling, who doesn't use anti-magic, and now he has lost his identity as a magic warrior. His lieutenant, the old and young uncle in the family, can't even beat potties and a few shadow guards. Therefore, although these Bahue generals can be classified as regiment leaders, they can only be classified as second-rate regiment leaders. With this comparison now, is it true that this kind of magic warrior built with money is not that strong? However, compared to some magic knights that are mixed with many interest disputes, the magic warrior is too obedient. Okay, you're done. Yasta's hands and feet were still quite fast. From the afternoon to dusk, it was estimated that within an hour or two, the two had already cleaned the study. Senior Yuan Shizero, what are we going to do now? Are we going to go straight back? Or are we going to wait here for the Magic Emperor to return? The Magic Emperor has to be busy with those things. We still don't let him come to deliver it, and we will leave after I choose a few books to pack. Yuan Xiling continued to select on the shelf. To be honest, there are so few about the magic field, and most of the books are foreign. They only describe which magic field and what strange characteristics, but not a book that focuses on how it was formed. Sure enough, do I still have to find the person whom the Magic Emperor said? The sister of the head of the Red Lotus Lions, Maleo Leona Vermilion. This name is very confusing. Just call her Sister Van Million. Since he couldn't find anything about the magic field, Yuan Xiling chose a few books that were of some use to him. When he just wanted to bend over to pick up a book, the two little dull hairs on his head suddenly stood up. 7 guys with similar magic power suddenly appeared in the angry black and white world. Among them, there are 3 familiar or recognizable ones. They should be the leader of the night meeting, the leader of the Silver Eagle group Nozale, and the leader of the Green Wild Rose group Charlotte. Is this going to hold a meeting of heads of delegation? Asta, are you 3 in a hurry to go back? If you are in a hurry, I will send you back first. If you are not in a hurry, then wait a while before leaving. Yuan Xiling roughly glanced at the bookshelf again, quickly pulled out a few books that seemed useful, and spoke to Asta and others. Senior Yuan Shi0, did something happen? The only person present was the modified version of Chi Triple by Yuan Xiling, who could calculate the total magic power in a person based on the leaked magic power. And Master Asta only has Chi. He, who originally had no magical power, still can't feel the existence of magical power. And those heads did not exude magic power, and Anuor and Nero naturally couldn't feel the magic power in others. It's nothing. It should be the Magic Emperor who convened a meeting of heads of the group, and it's time to make a big move. Yuan Xiling included several books in the Magic Eye, which was explained to them a long time ago. It mimicked a very special magic. So Yi Jian, the leader, will come too? It should be. Yuan Xiling was thinking about the special magic of the heads. Last time during the assessment of the group, all the group leaders finally gathered together, but Yuan Xiling only collected 1 fracture magic in the end. Although this magic is actually quite strong. After that, Yuan Xiling also thought about sending out an invitation to them, but in fact, apart from seeing the group leader at night, every other group leader was too busy. Including that Jack, who accepted Yuan Xiling's discussion when joining the group, was also busy looking for someone worth breaking. So even if you can't collect all of them this time, at least 1 must be obtained as a trophy. Then we should go directly to the head of the night meeting now? Yasta is not surprised where Gen Yururi obtained this information anyway. This is a trusted senior Gen Yururi. The Magic Emperor is holding a meeting of heads. We definitely can't go directly. If we go directly, it may be unhelpful. Just continue to wait in the study. The original plot that Yuan Xiling knew was probably when Finlar brought Asta and Luck together, and at the end when he encountered the eyes of the White Knight Demon, almost all the 3 demon eyes appeared. Some of the details were only recently remembered because I saw it several years ago. But this meeting of the group leader did not appear in the original plot as he knew it. Of course, Nero did not appear, and Yuan Xiling had not thought about what was wrong with that bird before. It should be the arrival of Yuan Xiling, which has changed or advanced many things. I hope that the changed plot will not be like a wild horse running farther and farther. When you do not understand the plot and cannot see the overall situation, it is better not to act rashly in an unsafe situation. Senior Yuan Shi0, can you teach me swords after I go back? Asta spoke suddenly. In fact, I don't know much more swordsmanship than you, and I only know some basics. If you want to play swords, you can go to the leader of Yi Jian. Some of the moves of swords and swords are the same. Gen Yururi really has nothing to teach Asta. Ken Yu0 Senior, when I played with you last time, you could beat me without magic. That might be because I have more sword skills than you do. Yuan Shi's forefinger and thumb made a small circle, and her big eyes looked at Asta through the circle. I don't know why Anuor next to him started to make noise again. Although January has been talking to Yaster on the surface, he has also been observing the group leaders with the black and white world formed by Chi Triple. There should have been 9 regiment leaders, but when the King capital was attacked last time, the Red Lotus Lion Regiment leader fell into a coma and has not yet awakened. At the beginning, only 7 heads came, and there seemed to be another head overdue. Now to estimate, most of the group leaders' magic seems to be none of them. Nozer, Mercury magic, this is already a real hammer, not water magic. I have been thinking about zombie magic last time, but I forgot it. William, World Tree magic, Yuan Xiling actually feels that this magic may be a little bit of assistance, and it may take longer to accumulate energy when used in battle. Charlotte, rose magic. This magic doesn't look so special anymore, should it? Leal, painting magic, nicknamed that it can draw other magic attributes, but it is limited to elemental magic, and some special ones cannot be drawn. But it seems to be able to draw animals and other animals as a basic combat power. Although this is very strong, it seems that it is not so necessary to choose only one of the several group commanders' magic. Dorothy, dream magic, is said to be able to create a dream space. This magic can be said that Yuan Xiling has been greedy for a long time. Yuan Xiling has also heard others say on Earth that in this dream space, you can do whatever you want according to the user's ideas. This magic, from the very beginning, can be regarded as half of the magic field if it weren't for the team leader who ran too fast the last time he joined the group assessment. Yuan Xiling would be the first to invite her. But this group leader seems to have been sleeping. Finally, today's MVP, the Magic Emperor, is an important target to deal with. Gordel, head of the killer whale group in Ziyuan, penetrating magic, can make himself invisible and penetrate matter, but cannot penetrate magic. This is not bad. Yuan Xiling also wanted it. Today, I will try to get the latter too. Goldel will be arrested today because of corruption, so there is no problem with Yuan Shiji's attack, right? Hey. Yuan Xiling suddenly smirked and reached into her pocket to hold the pair of magic scissors. Just now this pair of scissors hasn't come in handy yet. Wait, this little scissors doesn't seem to be a combat type. It's not very sturdy. Yuan Shirue put it back into his pocket awkwardly. All that needs to be done now is to wait for them to come out. Marquez, it is now approaching the time of the evil. Is there something urgent for the group leader meeting now? The head of Yijian held a small furball, and Zen tried the dust on his sword. There is also a special meeting room for the head meeting, and finally after the head of the Golden Dawn arrived late, the Magic Emperor was also late. Finally, Marquez was sent to greet him. Marquez also smiled wryly. There are indeed some things. Today's head meeting is not going to be held here. Please follow me. The faces of everyone were not very friendly, only one or two heads still maintained their usual demeanor. Foreign people, you are too rude. Nozer's breath felt sharper than before. What, Mr. Royal? Do you want to fight? The head of Yijian's temper is not very good either. The coldness caused by the two magical attributes is different, but they are both very intense. 2. It's time to stop. The Magic Emperor is still waiting. Marquez, standing in the middle, shivered. It's hard to serve these masters. A group of regiment leaders followed Marquez to the imprisonment room. Facing the Magic Emperor, several regiment leaders still lined up obediently, except for the leader of the Golden Dawn Regiment, William Vankins. William's actions seemed a bit strange. After entering here, he looked around first, and then realized that the other leaders had lined up. He paced slowly. After standing at the head of the team, he spoke to the Magic Emperor. Emperor Magic, what's the point? Hearing his questioning like this, Yi Jian was visibly stunned. Although William claims to be the strongest person below the Magic Emperor, he is expected to become the next Magic Emperor. If only this is the case, such questions would not seem strange. But Yi Jian couldn't understand William's personality. This guy's respect for the Magic Emperor simply broke through the sky. The time when the Golden Dawn Group and the Black Bull Group were founded are the same, which is enough to show that Yi Jian and William still have a relationship. This person isn't William? Yi Jian couldn't help but have such thoughts. But at this time, except at night, the other heads did not notice William's weird behavior and disrespectful speech. They thought it was impossible, so naturally they didn't think about it. To them, the strongest leader now is someone else's fake, which may be as ridiculous as the joke that the kingdom of Clover is about to be destroyed. But if it is true, it may be as terrible as the impending destruction of the Clover Kingdom. This is the captive from UNC 0, the Black Bully Group, and we have initially obtained some information from him. The Magic Emperor turned around and introduced to the group leaders. Wait a minute, Boss Julius. The boy January should be here too, right? Could you ask Marquez to ask him to come and listen? Yi Jian suddenly interrupted. In fact, if you want to know if he is the real William, you only need to verify whether he has the World Tree Magic. If it is a counterfeit, it will not be outrageous that even World Tree Magic can fake it. Either force this guy who doesn't know the truth or not to use magic, or use another gentler and more private method. Let Yuan Xirui's mimetics try. Although I don't know his mimetics and what the prerequisites for mimicry are, it's not wrong to let him mimic. To be lazy, Yi Jian tried his best to be smart. Marquez, please, and also bring Asta over. The Magic Emperor might have seen what Yi Jian seemed to be seeking, but he seemed to have thought of something, so he approved it. Toolman Marquez once again became an errand runner. After Marquez left, the Magic Emperor continued to talk about the information of the discovery. After sending Yuan Xiling to the library, Marquez hurried back in a hurry and interrogated the old woman a second time. After avoiding the Richter question, he also asked for some information. For example, the highest combat power of the White Knight Demon Eye, in addition to the leader Richter, also has the 3 demon eyes. In addition, the eyes of the White Knight Demon had a total of about 50 people. The base seemed to be benefiting the outside world, but the specific coordinates did not seem to be asked. Then there is something similar to seniority. The organization seems to be founded 6 years ago, and its members all have a deep resentment towards the Clover Kingdom, and the ultimate goal is to establish an independent kingdom. Part of it really overlapped with the Magic Emperor's speculation, but the Magic Emperor hadn't thought of it for 6 years. Then the most important information. Please tell me the name of the leader of the Magic Knights who assisted the White Knight Demon Eye. The Magic Emperor turned around again and asked the old woman who was still in the state of memory magic. Yi Jian's heart also choked. Yuan Xiling didn't expect that the head of Yi Jian would actually help him make a shortcut. Isn't this right? Oh, I have to go back. Thank you for meeting the head of the night. Jen Yururi and Asta followed Markles first, leaving Ainol and Nero in the library for the first time. Let Nero follow Ainur, and still in the safest headquarters of the Magic Knights, there will be no problems. The 3 of them walked all the way to the stone door of the prison room. Just as Marquez was about to push the stone door open, the stone door made a loud bang. Frightened Marquez quickly jumped back and retreated to a position side by side with Genuri and Asta. In addition to the rumbling of Shermen, there was also the shouting of the group leaders. It was obvious that those group leaders had already expressed their attitude towards the betrayers. Although I don't want to say this, but I did hear about your scandal. I thought it was just a rumor. I thought you just made some small movements in private. I can't think of you. Charlotte and Jack, who were standing in a line beside Goldell, had already moved away from him quickly and said so. How is it possible? Are you kidding me, idiots? That kind of thing is impossible. It must be the old woman who is slandering me. Goldell pointed at the old woman and shouted, trying to prove his innocence. Hearing this, Marquez was unhappy and slammed the stone gate open. The information obtained by my memory communication magic is absolutely correct. As the assistant of the Magic Emperor, memory communication magic is his pride. This magic has helped them many times. Goldell didn't know whether it was panic or excitement, but his whole body slowly trembled. The invisible magic pressure formed by the side collided again with the pressure formed by other heads, making a booming sound. It turns out that it wasn't Sherman who was hit by something just now. Yuan Xiling poked half of his head out of the Sherman, secretly observing the situation, and Yasta also followed behind him, feeling complicated by Xiaoxiu. Has the Magic Emperor started to deal with the traitor leader? Asta secretly thought that he had never thought that the leader of a Magic Knight group would betray him. He can also be regarded as having met a lot of group leaders. Maybe some of those group leaders will be very arrogant, but there are also guys who see him as a competitor. But he had never thought that some regiment leaders would unite with the enemy to destroy this 4-leaf clover kingdom. Really, kind of hateful. Okay, calm down, Hardham. As long as you let the mushroom head look at it, wouldn't your memory be good? As long as it is really innocent. Yi Jian finally spoke. The words of the Magic Emperor just shocked him. Although he hated this Hardham, he did not expect that he would be a traitor. Then get rid of this traitor first, and then verify William, Yuan Xiling. That kid must have already come. That? There was obviously something wrong with Gordel, and the Hardham didn't tremble. Why, you're shy, are you thinking of spring? The head of Yi Jian stepped up the stimulation, making Golder's eyeballs suddenly covered with bloodshot eyes. This must be some trap. I must get rid of the stigma. This is a strategic retreat. He suddenly took out the magic guidebook and disappeared instantly. Is this penetration magic? Isn't that bad? Yuan Xiling's eyes gleamed, like a child going to a shopping mall to shop for toys. But soon, he felt the figure of the hard ham in the dark world rushing towards him. Crying face. Points are deducted. Chi triple. In the dark world, there is a big fat man running towards men out of breath. Normal fat guys are sleek and round, but this hard ham fat guy looks like a rectangle from any side, alive and out of a cylinder. Penetration magic? This guy is immune to magic as soon as he enters that state. The head of Yi Jian can also feel the anger of this guy. He seems to have dealt with this guy before, and he understands that his dark magic seems to be unable to cut the opponent. Jin Yuri's rating of penetration magic has also undergone a subtle change. I thought it was capable of penetrating matter and not immune to magic, but now it is the other way around, which is equivalent to directly entering the invisibility plus invincible state. But for the 3 people present with Qi, this invisibility is really a bit conspicuous. However, this invincibility can still improve the points. Yuan Xiling hurriedly asked Asta to follow in and slammed the Sherman shut. The inability to penetrate matter means that in the end, he can only escape through this stone gate as long as he defends this place. Seal magic closed door. Yuan Xiling not only closed Sherman, but also put a lock on Sherman to ensure that the ham sausage would not escape. Goldel also noticed Yuan Xiling's movements. His complexion became stiff, and he had to change his strategy immediately. Penetrating creation magic invisible legion. Numerous transparent and sticky magic powers drilled out of the ground, forming soldiers next to Gordel. Different from the Shadow Guards, these soldiers have weapons and shields in their hands, and their armors are more sleek, and they're all wearing Western European-style cross helmets. In Yuan Xiling's dark world, these are all humanoid magic powers, and it is difficult for Yuan Xiling not to feel it. Gordel thought that no one else had noticed him, so he moved slowly towards Sherman and let the group of soldiers split into 2 groups, while killing the group leaders, while killing Jin Yuri and Asta. Asta looked a little at a loss. He could feel the aura moving there all the time, but he could not feel the group of soldiers. The group leaders couldn't feel the position of Gordel, but the perception magic power was absolutely first class, and they felt the arrival of this pile of monster crops in an instant. Charlotte, the captain of the Greenbrier Regiment, reacted first, and the green rose quickly grew at her feet, forming a wall of roses between the regimental leader and the soldiers. The wall of rose continued to stretch forward, passing directly through the soldiers who charged, and then swept the whip and cleared most of the soldiers. On Yuan Xiling's side, he was so happy. The more ways this ham sausage is exposed, the happier Yuan Xiling will be. This transparent legion can be completely integrated into the Shadow Guards, and then the penetrating magic, which can be used as a killer and is directly immune to magic in times of crisis. Then there is the strength of this hard ham, how to say it. In terms of combat experience and skills alone, it is definitely the weakest of the group leaders. It must be because of the uniqueness of magic that they can become the group leader. At this time, the advantages of Yuan Xiling's many magics were shown. No matter what uniqueness he had, Yuan Xiling basically had the corresponding restrained magic. This is the advantage of the Grandmaster in everything, and the leaders of the Grandmaster's magic are at a loss at this time. Magic Sword Generator. From Charlotte, it can be seen that these transparent legions are in a different state from the ham sausage. It seems that they can only be immune to elemental magic, but not to material magic. All kinds of swords appeared instantly beside Yuan Xiling, not only long swords, short swords and daggers, but even heavy swords and knives appeared together. This can be regarded as the result of Yuan Xiling's continuous exercise, and the types of weapons that can be formed have greatly increased. Then again, spin. This is a little trick from Mars that the Magic Palace encountered. Simply piercing out is not as great as the damage and speed caused by the rotation. However, if you create too many swords at once, it may not be good to rotate your head. In order to avoid accidental injury, Yuan Xiling actually created 7 or 8 swords. Yuan Xiling's palm was also pinched downward, like a puppet playing with a string. All kinds of swords were rotated, and at the same time they lined up in a circle around the stone gate, forming a line of defense. The transparent soldier is like a headless fly, sprinting frantically toward the defense line, and the rotating sword is like a meat grinder, crushed into ordinary magic. Gordel, who was watching invisible from the side, had a toothache. Obviously, he underestimated the strength of both sides and overestimated himself. When encountering an opponent in peacetime, you only need to use penetration magic to become invisible, and then through these transparent soldiers, you can attack the opponent perfectly without any effort. Then I still need to give full play to my commercial talents, so I haven't exercised and developed too much penetration magic. So now there are only a few magics left. Penetration magic is running out of time. Continue to fight. He continued to summon the Invisible Legion. This time he did not send them to charge, but used magic to strengthen their defenses, and then let them run around him on a regular basis. He should have wanted to charge into the battle himself. Others may not have noticed Goldel's motives, but Gen Yuri could see clearly. The details may be a bit rough, but this dark world is simply the perspective of God, and it feels a little more relaxed than the perspective of God that is exposed to spiritual power. The transparent soldier charging at the forefront directly knocked the rotating dagger away, trying to break through the defense line through the gap. But the very dangerous épée spinning next to him cut the soldier in half on one side, and rushed into the transparent legion against the guest, and rushed to Gordel. But it's quite ridiculous to say that those group leaders only cleaned up the transparent legion that rushed towards them, and just posed there to watch the show, including the Magic Emperor. To put it bluntly, maybe I want to see the strength of this strongest rookie king, or simply too lazy to do it. Don't expose too much strength, let's solve it soon. The leaders are really the old men. It was Chuang Chung who made a few épées out of his hands again, and they rushed to the ham sausage. Damn it. Goldel was very angry. He was just trying to condense another magic when he was pierced by the flying rotating dagger. Then the creation of the Invisible Legion was completely slower than the destruction on the opposite side. Continue like this. Before he could continue to think about countermeasures, something similar to a pattern suddenly appeared under his feet. Enter the range. Magic Ceiling Magic Chain. The iron chain emerging from the line shocked Gordel. He tripped to the ground by the chain, and then was tied up by Wawada. Painting Magic Zion Derek's Resting Fountain. Paints of different colors gathered from all sides, and also stuck to Golder's body along with the chains. At the same time, some of them also fell to the ground, forming a picture on the ground. It seems that the painting is a swimming pool. Half of Gordel, who had been tied up by the 5 flowers, sank into the painting in an instant, leaving only one head in the end. Yuan Xiling didn't have painting magic, so the last bondage magic was obviously not initiated by him. And there was only one guy who had painting magic. Leal, the head of the aqua-colored magic deer group, is the youngest of the group leaders and is painting magic. Huh? I don't seem to need any help. Leal scratched his somewhat noisy hair with embarrassment. He just saw that Yuan Xiling was embarrassed when he was fighting over there, so he chose to help. But the next second he chose to shoot, Yuan Xiling had already begun to create chains. And his painting magic seems to take 2 or 3 seconds to move forward, and he needs to draw a painting pen and a paint tray from the magic book. So it's like robbing Jinuri's battle exploits. At the moment Gordel was trapped by painting magic, Jinuri was taken aback. He thought that the Byakugan demon had also come to support the ham sausage, but at that time he still threw the short sword in his hand subconsciously. The spinning dagger still shaved off half of Gordel's hair, but the shaved was really dirty. Haha. Goldel almost thought this dagger would kill him. Seeing that a bunch of hair of this ham sausage was finally cut off, Yuan Xiling was in a good mood, and he didn't care about Leal's snatching work. Well, in the end, give him the gentlest bondage. Nozer was boiling with mercury magic, and it seemed that he just remembered that he needed help. However, his coercion seems to be sharper than the previous few days. January couldn't help turning over Byakugan, and she couldn't help but explode with foul language in her heart. This guy just didn't help. What words are he talking now? Among the 8 heads, January hated this nozzle the most. His 2 younger siblings laughed at others with royal identities all day long, and they did not let others teach his younger siblings. Even his whole body exudes an unpleasant aura of "I am the royal family. The royal family is invincible in the world." Nozer would not ridicule others like the 2 younger brothers and sisters. He would only use a cold eye of "arrogant, I am strong and invincible," and cast a light glance at others. It makes people very hot. This guy's penetration magic is immune to all magic, so he can only use material attacks. Nozer raised the pigtail on his nose and said. Upon closer inspection, his mercury magic seemed to be holding a few stones. There seemed to be a hole in the corner of this prison room. Did you really misunderstand him? This guy has just been working hard to dig a stone and prepared to deal with the ham sausage? If magic doesn't work, do you really dig stones? It seems quite clever. In the face of a critical moment, as a man, he turned around and ran. Before judging whether he was sentenced, he had already lost his qualifications to be the leader. Charlotte seemed to have a deep understanding of men. After she finished speaking, she took a peek at Yi. Everyone, stop here. Maybe he is controlled by some magic. William never shot from start to finish. Oh, fortunately, I deliberately said this when everyone came, otherwise I would not be merciful. The Magic Emperor also watched from the side, holding a small time ball in his hand, always smiling. Yuan Xiling felt that he called the group leaders over this time, fearing that it was not only for this matter. But instead of thinking about it first, Yuan Xiling had already moved to the side of the ham sausage while the group leaders were talking, letting his shadow shine on the rubbing hair. The shadow guards were also very familiar with the machine and secretly reached out a little finger and hooked the bunch of hair in. By the way, I was very sorry just now. Obviously, this is you fighting Gordel. I also deliberately intervened. When Yuan Xiling asked the shadow guards to sneak away from rubbing his hair, Leo ran over. This guy. Yuan Xiling secretly let go of his mind when he saw the shadow guard immersed in the shadow again. I don't care. Then introduce yourself. My name is Leo, the head of the Aqua Dare Group. 19 years old, what's your name? Leo suddenly grabbed Yuan Xiling's hand and shook wildly. Huh? I'm January. How old are you then? Let's be friends. Does this guy have a social problem? He felt embarrassed, and this guy kept asking. 16. It's younger than me, but the magic you just used is super powerful. From now on we will be friends. Yuan Xiling is actually not very annoying. Although this guy is a little older than him, he always feels like a careless and curious next-door child. Very annoying, but not annoying. Then I also recommend a friend to meet you. Yuan Xiling saw Asta standing aside and violently stretched out his hand to pull him over. This is Yasta, a junior in our Black Bullfighter group. His potential is very strong. I believe that the future strength will not be weaker than mine. Yuan Xiling started to praise Kiastar, hoping that Leo would turn his attention to Asta. Are you the anti-magic one? Anti-magic is also very powerful. Introduce myself again. My name is Leo, 19 years old. Because Yuan Shiru rarely uses multiple magics in public and is seen by others, no one knows the mimicry magic he fabricated. And Yaster's attack method is relatively simple. He has pulled out the magic sword from the magic book in public more than once and hacked directly at the enemy. Therefore, the name anti-magic Asta spreads very quickly, and basically the members of the Magic Knights have heard of it. My name is Yasta, and I am 15 years old. Don't listen to the nonsense of Gen Yururi. I am not so good. I am taken care of by the seniors every day. Just now, Asta also wanted to help Genshi Zero Senior, but after he drew the magic sword, the battle was basically over. Because Asta has no magic power, he can't perceive the existence of the Transparent Legion. Although he can use his breath, he can roughly understand the location of Gordel. However, Ginyu Zero used rotating swords to form a defensive line, which directly made Yasta somewhat at a loss. Prevent the enemy from coming in, and at the same time you can't get out. If you look closely at those rotating swords, you can still see what transparent things are splitting. Then, Gordel was tied up with 5 chains and sank into the painting again. Yaster has no place to intervene. As expected, he was still too weak, and he couldn't help Senior Yuan Xiling at all, nor did he deserve his praise. Haha, you two are younger than me. I am also the youngest and the group leader. I feel that I have to be careful when talking to them. I feel so tired. Huh? So that's it. However, Yasta still likes to be friends with the leader, and it seems that Genshi Zero Sr. introduced him to him. Gen Yururi elbowed Asta and asked him to deal with Leal's words. He was about to prepare for his next goal. But from the current situation, painting magic seems to be good too. Painting magic. From the current situation, there is a feeling of magic brush Malyung. It feels like painting will come true. Draw a lake, and the ham sausage really fell. If you paint a person, can you really make a person out of it? But this magic is a test of art skills. When Yuan Xiling was still on the earth, he never learned to paint at all. Still quite curious. Leal, your magic is also very strong. Anything you draw can come true. Can you draw a person directly? Gen Yuri chose to talk to Leal first, and this Leal also seemed to have a straightforward personality, so Gen Yuri also chose to ask him frankly. Then he looked at the group leader who hadn't said a word from beginning to end. The head of the Coral Peacock group, Dorothy. She did not speak because she had been sleeping standing up. With dream magic, will you always fall asleep? Or the more you sleep, the stronger your ability? My magic also has a lot of limitations. It's not as good as you think. I can only draw some strange animals. If I draw people, there are only ordinary people who don't have autonomous consciousness. This is in line with the rumors outside. The rumors outside say that painting magic can draw some weird animals, which should be what Leal calls strange animals. However, Yuan Xiling doesn't know how to paint at all, so painting magic is still aside for now. Okay, let's be quiet. Let's ask about our head Mr. Goldel first. The Magic Emperor stretched out his hand to suppress the noisy heads and continued to speak to Marquez. Marquez, keep asking you. Good. Marquez also opened the magic book and used the magic previously used on the old woman. By the way, the old woman is still in that state, but her willpower is greatly weakened for unknown reasons. So that after Marquez sent Yuan Xiling and others to the library, when he returned to continue the interrogation, he asked a lot of information. Stop, you. Before the catastrophe, Goldel deliberately expressed his threat to Marquez, but before he could finish his words, the hedgehog-like disc had been suspended above his head. Memory communication magic honest memory tree. Yuan Xiling suddenly found something strange. It was obviously the same magic. How did it seem to be different for Gordel and the old woman? But he couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Wait, why does Gen Yuri feel any difference? Where does this feeling come from? Yuan Xiling Meng's arousing spirit. He must suspect who invaded his heart. However, the Golden Tower in the Sea of Knowledge can directly absorb mental attacks. According to theory, it is impossible to invade the heart. Host, please feel the top of your head. The system is tiring. I don't know when. My own host always likes to be suspicious, and my vigilance and mind have already been raised a bit. It should be considered a good thing. Yuan Xiling also felt the top of his head a little according to what the system said. Two dumb hairs, intuition. Well, I get it. I have to say that this intuition is really strong, and the use of combat has evolved into chi, but I didn't expect it to be helpful in some details. Except for these two little dull hairs, it clearly gives people a feeling of still growing, but it hasn't changed much since it first appeared. It's weird. The hedgehog-like disc hovered above Goldel's head, still growing up into a memory tree. Goldel's eyes also became the same as the current old woman, hollow and sluggish and drooling from the mental patient. Next I will ask you a few questions. You have to answer truthfully, do you understand? Marquez still said this. Clear. Goldel's answer was not beyond expectation, and it felt no different from the last time he used it to the old woman. In the final analysis, is it mainly because the front sway is different? Yuan Xiling observed Marquez's expression and found that he still had a serious face, except that his eyes showed a stronger sleepiness than before, which was no different from before. Then I ask you, have you ever done anything evil? The original source, Xiling, thought that the scope of Marquez's sentence was a bit too broad, and I was afraid that he would not be able to ask anything. The most unexpected thing is that the ham sausages are really offered one by one. What abducts the barrier magician, persecutes the members of his group, privately hides some powerful magical devices in the magic palace, and resells the rest to other countries to earn personal wealth, everything you have. Speaking of the latter, he even said all the bad things he did when he was a kid. Marquez didn't want to collect these boring things, so he shut up quickly. In fact, what surprised Yuan Xiling the most was the memory tree above. When the ham sausage talked about a bad thing, one of the leaves on it kept a screenshot of his memory. But this shouldn't be considered a new discovery. Yuan Xiling thought of interrogating the old woman before, and it seemed to have appeared, but at that time he only stared at Marquez and didn't seem to notice much. Yuan Xiling glanced at Dorothy secretly again, and the other group leaders listened to the report with solemn expressions, and this guy was still sleeping nonchalantly. Sleeping is actually the most difficult. If you are awake, you can still know where your attention is. As long as you try to divert your attention a little faster, you can get a bunch of hair without knowing it. While sleeping, I don't know where her attention is at all. And being able to stand up to sleep and come over to participate in the heads of the group meeting shows that she can understand the outside world. It's really hard. It hurts your head. It would be great if there was a counselor who could advise nearby, and the system did not seem to take care of this business. The collection of the power of the world has also reached 3%, which can be said to be quite fast. In addition to Great Sage, Yuan Xiling is actually also very concerned about the other skills of this slime template. Even if you don't go to other worlds to bless other systems and just follow the path of Slime's world system, the upper limit is relatively high. Therefore, Yuan Xiling still uses the Slime World system as the main line to become the Demon King, and most of the magic in the four-leaf clover world is also an external skill. However, it can still be integrated into the original skills. In the original book, Rimuru also hunts everywhere, integrating some practical skills into the original skills. And I just have a template for others when they just debuted, and integration of this project is also indispensable. And now, the dream magic that Yuan Xiling is staring at can create a dream space in the rumors of the magic nights, and it can just be integrated into the stomach bag. Now, the 3 skills of the Predator series, displayed on the system panel: predation, mimicry, and stomach pouch, also stomach pouch, have not been strengthened. In addition to not adding new skills, these 3 skills should also reach the strength of gluttony after fusion. Predator, it was originally the skill of Rimuru in the original book, which has 5 abilities: predation, stomach pouch, analysis, isolation, and mimicry. Analysis is the analysis of the things that prey on the stomach, and the isolation is the harmless treatment of the things that cannot be analyzed and turn them into magic elements. However, the display of the system is not the same as the Great Sage in the original book. He directly summarized the 5 abilities into 3 skills, but basically there is no change. Mimicry first carried it out and put it into the stomach bag for analysis and put it into predation in isolation. After that, Yuan Xiling merged Swallow into Predator, which greatly strengthened the original isolation ability. Transformation magic is integrated into mimicry, gaining the ability to mimic the opponent without predation, and not limited to living creatures, but it is also limited to appearances. In addition, it can also make others mimic other things in a short period of time. From this point of view, this intensity is afraid that it has surpassed the next stage of Predator, gluttony, mimicry. Finally, there is stomach pouch. Although his analytical ability still exists, it is basically completely replaced by the system. Mainly things from other worlds, stomach bag, I really don't know if it can be resolved. Yuan Xiling's idea is to integrate dream magic into stomach pouch, and the other 2 skills have been strengthened, so it is impossible to drop stomach pouch. Then early evolve Predator into gluttony. In the original book, Rimuru evolved through the fusion with the hunger. Yuan Xiling certainly couldn't find the same ability as the hunger to fuse predator. So when the time comes, Yuan Xiling's gluttony will definitely be different from Rimuru's, and I don't even know if he is still called by this name. Blubber, in addition to the 5 abilities from Predator, there are also Corruption, Supply, and Reception from Hunger. Supply and Reception means to distribute one's own abilities to subordinates or to receive their abilities. It really had to develop his own style. Yuan Xiling had no subordinates at all now, and the 2 very powerful abilities of Supply and Reception were of little use to him. It's very difficult. But thinking about getting new abilities is quite exciting. The Magic Emperor asked the group leaders not to disclose today's affairs, so as not to cause panic among the masses. Especially those kings and nobles. The strength is not good, there are a lot of things. If they know what happened today, what will they do? Magic Emperor and Marquez were so busy the other day, they didn't want to burden themselves anymore. In addition, Yuan Xiling failed to get Dream Magic in the end, but it was not because of him. The head of Yi Jian didn't know what was whispering in the ear of Magic Emperor, but the expression of Magic Emperor suddenly became serious. Then this meeting of the group leaders was disbanded. Now that the time of the evil has passed, the other group leaders hurried back. Yuan Xiling failed to catch the opportunity. But he made up his mind that next time he must go to the stronghold of the Coral Peacock group. The Magic Emperor called William specially, and the head of Yi Jian took Yuan Xiling and Asta halfway, and then turned back, as if going up to block the intersection. You 2 wait here with me. The head of the night was a little irritable, and the Magic Emperor did not agree with his assistance, but asked him to block the intersection outside first. It seemed that the Magic Emperor wanted to face William himself. At this time, except for 2 people trapped by memory magic, in the prison room, only the Magic Emperor and William were left. William, I just asked straightforwardly. You shouldn't have anything to do with White Knight Demon Eyes, right? The Magic Emperor looked at William with a strange expression. Magic Emperor, where are you? Yuan Xiling looked dazed. He was guarding the side of the intersection with the head of the night, and Yasta was standing behind him. The leader of the night sees Yaster there to guard, and if there is a special situation, he throws the anti-magic sword directly. Yuan Xiling asked the head of Yi Jian about the reason, but he didn't seem to want to say. Just let Yuan Xiling stay with him here. This time he seemed to want to solve the matter alone. Combining with the fact that the Magic Emperor just stopped William to look at it, otherwise it was guessed that it was related to William, and it was also related to the paragraph said by the head of Yi Jian and the Magic Emperor. I always feel things are very complicated. William, you also know how much impact the attack on the king's capital has on the kingdom of Clover. Can you tell us how the task I gave you last time was accomplished? Obviously, the Magic Emperor was testing William's reaction. Yi Jian told him earlier that William seemed a little strange. Not only his behavior was strange, but his anger was also very strange. This may not be the real William now. Coupled with the recent noisy eyes of the White Knight Demon, the Magic Emperor naturally thought that it might be a spy sent by the White Knight Demon. As for the original William, either he was held back or he was killed. There is no doubt about the strength of Byakugan's demon eye. It is known that there are 4 group leaders, and the leader Lizet is suspected to be the patriarch of the Elven clan, and the strength will be stronger after using the magic stone. It does not rule out the existence of the elves in the eyes of the 3 demons. If they exist, the vigilance against the eyes of the White Knight Demon will increase by another level. Sorry, Magic Emperor, I don't remember what mission you sent to me before. William also didn't seem panicked, and replied very comfortably. The Magic Emperor raised his eyebrows. When normal people hear this question, they will fall into the misunderstanding of the Magic Emperor really sends a task, but this time the Magic Emperor really did not send a task to William. Really? It should be my memory. My mission should be entrusted to Yi Jian. Alas, I have a bad memory. The Magic Emperor laughed twice and continued. You came to me to report before and you would take off your mask. What happened today? What's uncomfortable? Naturally not. William took off his mask without saying a word. Under the mask was the face full of bloodline Madara's dots, and the hair on his forehead was mutilated like a dog. Is your curse not getting better? It's been so many years. No, although World Tree Magic gave me powerful magical powers, the curse from my mother has not faded, but thanks to the mask you made by the Magic Emperor. William touched the mask personally and said, "This way, I can help you the best. Can I finally take a look at your World Tree Magic?" Although the Magic Emperor did not relax his vigilance, he had already let go of half his heart about the truth of William in front of him. Sure. A piece of something like a tree root appeared in William's hand, and then wrapped his whole body. It is indeed World Tree Magic. It seemed to be the real William now, but as Yi Jian said, the tone and behavior of his speech were a little strange, a little different from the usual, and he felt a little more lazy. Is William tired recently? The Magic Emperor stepped forward and patted William on the shoulder. Next, the Clover Kingdom will greatly increase the guard against the Eye of the White Knight Demon. You have to cheer, but remember to take a good rest. Yes. Subsequently, the Magic Emperor let William leave. Speaking of it, Yi Jian seems to be still blocking the intersection outside, so let him verify it again. The Magic Emperor had used everything he could think of, the appearance, the source of magic, the curse, and some information that he could verify his identity. You can't really use magic to control the other party and then use memory magic to explore. This is no joke. Before the evidence is conclusive, extreme measures cannot be used, otherwise it will usher in counterproductive effects. But take some backhands, it should be fine. William walked out of the cell and put the mask on his face again, showing a strange smile. The head of Yi Jian leaned against the door frame and lightly lit another cigarette. If William can be released, does it mean that the Magic Emperor can't distinguish its true from false? I really don't believe it if I didn't prove it with my own eyes. William, it's been a long time since I saw you. The head of Yi Jian took the lead to speak up and gave Jen Yuri and Asta a look, telling them to wait a while and don't do it easily. This time let him try it first. The corners of Yuan Xiling's mouth twitched crazily. Just wink at the enemy, for fear that the enemy won't see it? Yeah, it's been a long time. William is still smiling Kaido. Now let's call you William for the time being. Do you know my name? William froze for a while without answering. Why? Don't you know my name? Then you come over and pretend to be William? The preparations are not enough. William still did not speak, but the expression on the half of his face that was not covered by the mask had already betrayed him. I am afraid that the Magic Emperor would not have thought that the counterfeit William, who was fluent with him, directly exposed his feet after a confrontation with the head of Yi Jian. In addition, this guy is not very professional, and he doesn't know how to come back if he is found out. Head Yi Jian drew out his treasured sword abruptly, dark magic, climbed up with the blade, and at the same time gave Yuan Xiling a different look from before. Originally, I wanted Yuan Xiling to mimic the opponent's magic, but now it seems that he doesn't need it anymore, so let him release a large magic first, and first limit the location of the battlefield. Anyway, he knows so much magic, so surely he will. Water Magic Sea Dragon's Cage. With Yuan Xiling as the center, a water cover appeared in a radius of more than 10 meters, covering all 4 people. Because this location is a bit special now, it is similar to a rooftop in the Magic Knights, and then spread out to cover this building. The sea dragon looked sturdier than before. William should be called a fake William now. He just stood there quietly, and many tree roots appeared around him. World Tree Magic? Head Yi Jian was surprised that this fake William could actually use the World Tree Magic. But think about it, if you can't use it, you will definitely not be able to pass the Magic Emperor first. Dark Magic Wombing Slash. Dark Magic, the magic power of the sword gathered, with a touch of coldness, flying out from the katana of the head of Yi Jian. William yawned, just flipping the magic book gently, and a huge tree root sprang out from the side and blocked him. Wu Mingzhan, after hitting the huge tree root, it dissipated at a speed where the fallen leaves were visible, leaving only an opening in the tree root. Dark Magic's basic feature is attraction and offset, while World Tree Magic seems to be absorption. Although the nature of the two is similar, in this duel, it is obvious that the vitality of the plants is better. Dark Magic Black Blade. The head of Yi Jian blessed his magic power on his legs and stepped hard under his feet to force the counterfeit William away. He wasn't going to allow the fake William to retreat completely this time. The fake William also stepped on his feet and stepped back, but suddenly many broad tree roots appeared where he was standing. The roots of the tree squirmed crazily upwards, hugged and rotated together, forming a tree. At this time, Yuan Xiling noticed that the roots of the trees had climbed onto the sea dragon's cage, nurturing that tree based on the magic power above. The roots of those trees were too thin, and Yuan Xiling wouldn't be able to find out if it hadn't felt the loss of magic power. This magic can only be withdrawn first, and then replaced with other large-scale restraint magic. I hope that during this magic conversion period, the leader of the night can guard that guy so that he will not run away. As for these tree roots, no matter what kind of world tree it is, taste the prison made by primary fire. Yuan Xiling quickly removed Sea Dragon's cage, ready to replace it with restraint magic with other attributes. If the opponent is a tree, naturally it is better to use fire attributes. However, it was only then that January realized embarrassingly that he had planned to cultivate fire magic to be mainly offensive and had not developed a large-scale restraining magic. Counterfeit William glanced at the situation, still smiling, but since seeing the head of the group at night asking his name, he hasn't said a word. After seeing that the water cover was revoked, the smile only seemed even stronger. He covered his legs with magic power and jumped onto the tree trunk. It was still found, but I should go now. I blame Werther. I didn't get enough sleep at all. Counterfeit William. Rather, Leia, who is the eyes of the White Knight demon, whispered to himself. Facing the attack of Yi Jian, he still seemed very comfortable. It's time to go back and get a good night's sleep. He also settled with the world tree trunk, seeming to want to escape from the air. Wind Magic Bird Cage. Almost let him escape. Yuan Xiling secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The speed of this counterfeit is too fast. From withdrawing the magic to setting up a new magic, only 2 or 3 seconds, he almost let him run away. I bumped my head. Leia, who had just jumped up, immediately ran into this big birdcage made of wind. Before he landed on the ground, he immediately greeted the head of Yi Jian slash. The head of Yi Jian was still a little irritable just now, and now he has risen to extreme discomfort. He was once half a comrade in arms with William anyway, and he naturally knew the characteristics of world tree magic, and it was not the first time that he had suffered from this magic. Yi Jian originally thought that the fake, world tree magic, was a fake. I guess it was some other magic, so I cut it twice and tried the water first. After all, world tree magic is not like a certain fire magic all over the streets. In the end, I didn't expect that the person was a fake, but his world tree magic turned out to be a real thing. Suffering from this magic again, the head of Yi Jian brought back those unfriendly memories and instantly made him no longer want to keep his hands. The dark magic, covered on the blade of the head of Yi Jian, is like black mud, constantly absorbing the surrounding light. The black magic continued to spread from the blade along the absorbed light, and it looked like a black light slashed out. Dark magic secret entanglement, ignorance slash. The roots of the world tree that stood in front of Leia hadn't had time to exert their absorption characteristics and were chopped into pieces by the black light. The black light continued to stab forward and hit Leia, who had not had time to fall to the ground. It's a bit tricky. Leia stepped on fiercely, seeming to have stepped on something, and completed a double jump in the air, avoiding the blow of the head of Yi Jian. However, Yuan Xiling discovered that the small world tree that had been planted on the ground instantly withered. The leader of Yi Jian did not give up and immediately switched his posture after an attempted blow. Dark Entangling, Wu Ming slash plus black hole equals. Dark Magic Dark Tangle, Black Blade. The black light converged on the blade again, like Uzumaki. The blade slashed upwards, and magic power swarmed along with it. Leia also condensed the magic power that made him levitate in the air, and built a barrier. This. Wind magic. Jen Yuri was also a little surprised. Isn't this guy world tree magic? The black magic once again converged into light, and in front of Lena's confident smile, it directly broke through his wind barrier. The title of God of Destruction as the leader of Yi Jian is not covered, which is enough to see how destructive his dark magic is to magic. Although Leia looked listless, he stepped back in time to avoid the attack. And Yuan Xiling also remembered the identity of this guy. White Knight Demon Eye seems to be Leia of imitating magic. Not only Yuan Xiling, the head of Yi Jian was a bit slower, but he also thought about it. After all, the Magic Emperor just shared information, saying that Byakugan's magic eye seems to want to anti-Clover, so he made a 3 magic eye. Their magic seems to be beast magic, fire magic, and imitation magic. At first, the head of Yi Jian thought that the opposite was a dual magician, but just evaded dark blade a black blade means surely it was not light magic? So he thought of Yuan Xiling's mimicry magic, and the enemy similar to this magic can only be imitation magic. But where did Boss Julius go? Wouldn't you come out and help out after hearing such a big movement? Regardless of him, that guy always has a different idea. The head of Yi Jian threw the burnt cigarette butt to the ground, stepped heavily on his foot, and set his posture again. I heard that the Black Bulls are all barbarians. What I saw today is really worth it. Shouldn't they all report their names before the duel? Leia stepped on light magic, suspended herself in the air, while shooting lightsaber, to disperse the group of pigeons that had been flying towards him. The reason why Yuan Xiling's wine-bound magic is called bird-bound cage is because there are really birds in it. He thought that this kind of large-scale bondage magic can't just trap others in it, it definitely needs to have some active obstacles and the like. Therefore, Sea Dragon's cage will have several sea dragons hovering on the water cover, and this bird-bound cage has produced a group of pigeons with almost 0 combat effectiveness. Therefore, January didn't use this magic very often. Haha, I'm not going to give the counterfeit any respect. You should know what your Byakugan magic eyes have done. The head of Yi Jian took advantage of the gap in his speech and did not know where he shook out his cigarette and bit it on his mouth. Unexpectedly, our impression points have been all deducted, but we didn't hope for you. But since you have seen it through, let's share a little secret with you. Leia didn't know if it was really stupid or something, but she talked incessantly, though she was full of laziness. The leader of your Golden Dawn regiment is really stubborn. After being defeated by our 3 demon eyes, he ran away. It is estimated that he is still lying there now. Well, there is no need to say so much. We only need to catch you alive to know some information. In addition, William is my opponent. Your words can be proved true or false during the battle. The head of Yi Jian interrupted him. He doesn't believe that the enemy will actively disclose information to them. It is more likely to be false information. Dark magic wombing slash. The head of Yi Jian this time slashed directly into the air. Speaking of it, the dark magic of the head of Yi Jian did not support his flight at all. He couldn't levitate. Leia also learned well this time and simply avoided, but his eyes were erratic, as if he was looking for something. And from the 3 people present one by one, they first scanned from the head of Yi Jian, and then Yuan Xiling. Leia frowned and said suddenly, "By the way, the little girl over there, don't you have a magic book? How did you release these multi-attribute magic just now?" Yuan Shirue turned Byakugan and didn't want to stare at Leia. After all, no man likes to look affectionately with another man. I don't know the purpose of the other person, but the feeling of scanning the whole body and surroundings of others like this is very annoying. And as soon as you open your mouth, you are asking such private questions. How about when others are stupid? And for the head of the night, this is his battle. January and Asta are not qualified to intervene, as long as they are there to help them, and they can't let the other party escape. Hey, before I knew it, I became a tool man. It was a reward for teaching him Chi before seeing the head of the night. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, I feel that this kind of terrain is very unfriendly to the leader of Yi Jian. If he is in the cave, the leader of Yi Jian should be able to give full play to his advantages. Just knock down the cave and bury the enemy alive. It's me who is fighting you now, don't be distracted. The head of Yi Jian also gathered magic power on his legs and went straight up along the gap in the fence of the bird-bound cage. Dark magic black hole. At the same time, he uses magic to form a black Uzumaki beside him and sucks the lightsaber, shot by Leia, into it. By the way, when you White Knight Demon Eyes invaded the capital city last time, it seemed that Fagrain was injured. Then, should you calculate the new and old accounts together? Dark magic secret entanglement, ignorance slash. The crescent-like black blade attacked Leia again, but Leia's speed was surprisingly fast. It seemed that the speed of light magic was superimposed on itself, and it dodges directly to the side. See the head of the knight with a sneer. Dark magic dark tangle, black blade. This slash once again brought the black hole next to it, with black rotating magic on the blade, directly descending to the location of Leia's evasion path as predicted. Then it hit Leia without warning, and at the moment of the hit, the speed of light magic seemed to be offset by dark magic. The lightsaber under his feet dissipated, and Leia was not cut in half by the head of Yi Jian, but was smashed straight to the ground. The head of the knight also fell down because he had no focus, and some of the gravity was offset by magic. Asta was stunned from the side. It seemed that this duel didn't need him to participate. But speaking of it, the floor of the headquarters of the Magic Knights is really hard. Now this place is not the first floor. Leia smashed it down like this, and he has not been able to smash the big hole downstairs. However, Yuan Xiling still saw some clues. This Leia, I don't know how, imitation magic, has many magic attributes, but it seems that only one kind of magic can be used at a time. In order to use wind magic, the world tree magic was revoked, and it was replaced with light magic in order to avoid, and now it is estimated to be replaced with a magic that increases defense power. Besides, can't the dark magic of the head of the knight see the magic that enhances the defense power? It really hurts. A layer of dust slammed up in the big pit, but for the leader of the Qi Yi Jian, it only needs to lock the opponent's position. Give it to him while he stands up. Dark magic secret entanglement, ignorance slash. The leader of the knight slashed directly towards the aura in the dust. After all this was done, he immediately retreated a few steps and stretched the distance to recover his magic power. The head of Yi Jian was once a civilian in the country of fire. Among the head of the group, the magic power is also small, and Yuan Xiling now has more magic power than him. Really? Relentless? The dust dissipated, the mask given to William by the Magic Emperor fell aside, and Leia squatted halfway in the center of the pothole, his clothes in tatters. After making such a big noise, the guards on standby at the headquarters of the Magic Knights also rushed over, but they were called back by Marquez. High-end combat power, low-end combat power is to come and give away. Didn't see the Magic Emperor coming. When Leia just went in to talk to the Magic Emperor, did he solve the Magic Emperor? If the Magic Emperor is so easy to solve, then be a der Magic Emperor. Wait, maybe the Magic Emperor is no longer in the headquarters of the Magic Knights, right? It seemed that he didn't even perceive his magic power at all. You can never defeat me, human beings. We are the darlings of magic. Leia stood up. At this time he had relieved William's appearance. His original appearance was black and short hair, but the hair on his forehead was white again, and his ears were no different from normal people. Counterfeit, is this how you are? The darling of magic? Is it the elves? The head of Yi Jian looked at the magic that Leia was using now. There is a faint iron color pouring out of the body, covering the surface of the body. It seems that if the dark magic offsets the magic power outside, the magic power inside the body can still play a defensive effect. However, his clothes have also become tattered due to the impact of magic. The whole person is ashamed, and it seems that he has suffered a lot of injuries, but it is not fatal. Heh. Actually, I don't want to go into such a big fight, but if you press so hard, I can't help it. Indeed, Leia had not actively attacked before. He had been passively resisting, and only wanted to escape after being discovered. Compared to Richter, who madly shoots lightsaber as soon as he sees a person, this guy is indeed much better. Imitation magic light magic. Leia quickly switched to light magic, and a lightsaber appeared in his hand, and he cut off at the head of the knight at an extraordinary speed. Long-distance lightsaber will be offset by the opponent and only rely on speed to engage in close combat with the opponent. But unfortunately, the leader of Yi Jian possesses Qi, and the opponent's speed cannot be the basis for crushing. Slash. Seeing that the head of Yi Jian was facing him, and the tip of the knife pointed forward, Leia flashed to his left side in an instant, and used the cut down as expected. The sword of the head of Yi Jian is a right-handed sword, and it is standing on the side, and the left side is obviously a dead corner. Leia believes that this blow cannot be missed. Indeed, this blow did not fail. It fell on the sword of the head of Yi Jian. To have a speed beyond the ordinary, it also needs to have the ability to react beyond the ordinary. What Leia saw was the scene where he saw the captain holding a knife on the eve of the action, so it should be his judgment before the action. And the leader of Yi Jian's, Qi, had already reacted when the opponent was acting. Knowing the enemy's judgment, he could directly offset the opponent's long series of movements as long as he slightly adjusted his posture. It's almost the same to respond to changes in the same way. Yuan Xiling pinched his chin. How do you feel that the Qi of the leader of Yi Jian is stronger than his Qi triple after the fusion in front of melee reactions? Is it because of different intuitions before promotion? Yuan Xiling's is little intuition, and the leader of Yi Jian is probably beast intuition or something. Seeing the muscular body of the leader at night, I feel that he is a beast. The lightsaber in Leia's hand dissipated with a bang, and he quickly backed away, pulling away. On the opposite knife, he was also participating in the magic power of dark magic, and his lightsaber was cancelled out. This guy is simply ridiculous. With the posture of the opposite, he can't beat him at all, and the opposite can't beat himself. Fortunately, the Magic Emperor left here long ago. When he stepped out of the prison room, the Magic Emperor had already left. And Wit and the others saw that they hadn't come back for so long, so they should come to support. However, there is space magic hindrance here, and I am afraid that they will not be so quick to support. The most fearful thing is that before they come to support, the Magic Emperor will return. This probability is very high. Just look at the side and know that the mushroom head is already in contact with the Magic Emperor. Must think of a way. Leia used his peripheral vision to spot Yuan Xiling, who was standing by and watching the play. He seemed to have thought of a good way. Two judgments can be made first. The little girl next to her possesses similar magic to him and can replicate the magic attributes of others, or she has many magic attributes in her own right. Therefore, the potential is very huge, and it is definitely of the greatest value to the Clover Kingdom. If her is taken as a hostage, the Magic Emperor will definitely be jealous. Then there is the immature face of her. It feels like a new student who joined the Magic Knights this year. He certainly does not have a deep understanding of magic, and his strength can be limited within a certain range. Then there is her clothing, which is not like the clothing of the four-leaf clover king and nobles, so the possibility of inherently having a huge magical power is also very small, and it is certainly not able to exert the full power of magic. From the current battle, she just released 2 large-scale restraining magics and then retreated to the side to watch, which also showed that the strength was insufficient and the magic power was not enough to continue the fight. So as long as you capture that little girl and take it as a hostage, you might be able to escape from here. Leia thought this way, her expression even more solemn. This little girl also participated in Gordle's operation just now, and the overall strength is not very good. Next, he has to seize every opportunity and can't be as lazy as he was just now. Speaking of which, Leia and the leader of Yi Jian are so alike. For the sake of laziness, they almost used their cleverness to ultimate. It's just that he might have gone the wrong way this time. After Lai Jian used the speed of light magic and couldn't pose a threat to Yi Jian, he immediately switched to world tree magic. The sturdy tree roots climbed up the wind's cage again and began to absorb frantically. Isn't it? Can't it be replaced by wind? Even the wind has to suck. Yuan Xiling now understands how the enemy feels when facing his multiple magic attributes. And this time the opponent is the Elven clan, The B asterisk 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 D of magic power, not to mention the huge magic power, maybe even the magic just copied, is easy to learn. Yuan Xiling chose not to revoke the magic this time, but chose not to provide magic power to the bird-bound cage. Know why? Because the head of Yi Jian has already been in front of the opponent. Dark Entangling, Wu Ming / plus Black Hole equals. Dark Magic Dark Tangle, Black Blade. The Black Uzumaki once again turned into a slash and directly removed 8 pieces of the roots attached to the bird-bound cage, together with the wind barrier. World Tree Magic. Before absorbing enough magic power to develop, it is absolutely impossible to stop the attack of the leader of the night. Standing on the top of the root of the tree, Leia jumped down before the root was cut off, and he was heading towards the head of Yi Jian. World Tree Magic Light Magic. He directly completed the magic conversion in midair, relying on the acceleration of gravity, and then directly dived down with the help of light magic. What kind of plane? The head of Yi Jian couldn't understand his opponent's behavior, but he still held the blade upright and moved the dark blade, a black blade, that had just hit the root of the world tree upward. Light Magic Beast Magic. Imitation Magic, Beast Magic Rhino Armor. Leia continued to switch magic in midair. It was the magic that was just used to carry Dark Blade Black Blade. But now I don't know if I can carry it. After all, there was still a wind magic that stood in front and suffered a certain attack. A layer of iron-colored armor like a rhinoceros covered Leia, and at the same time something like sharp claws appeared on his hand. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the two attacks collided. It may be that part of the World Tree magic had been cancelled out previously, and this time, Dark Blade, a Black Blade, was still blocked by Leia. Imitate Magic, Light Magic Healing Light Particles. However, Leia's injury was still a bit serious. There were wounds all over his body, bleeding continuously, and it was estimated that a few bones were also broken. But Leia only stopped the wound with recovery magic, and continued to quickly approach the head of Yi Jian with the speed of light magic. But this time he didn't even get the lightsaber. Light magic seemed to be all over the speed. The magic power of the head of the night cannot be compared with the elves like Leia. He has also used Dark Wind Black Blade 3 times in a row, and the magic power is really low. And Leia on the opposite side seemed to be at least halfway there. The leader of Yi Jian is also very stubborn, just like Yasta. Yuno is Yasta's rival. Yasta does not allow anyone to beat Yuno. And William is Yi Jian's competitor. His own competitors have been defeated for many years, and he must be very uncomfortable. The leader of Yi Jian has subconsciously believed that Leia just said William has been defeated by them, so he insisted on defeating Leia alone. Seeing the leader at night is also unexpectedly childish. I have to say that Black Clover is a passionate story of mutual support between partners. The original work also rarely mentions the fame and fortune of those kings and nobles, but when anime really becomes the world independently, the whole world will be more than what the protagonist's storyline presents. Leia approached Yi Jian at an extraordinary speed, and the magic power of the leader of Yi Jian is estimated to be able to use Dark Entanglement, Wu Ming / a few more times. Now I can only simply attach the magic power of dark magic to the blade. It should be able to hold on for a long time, and the magic power will soon be restored, but that attack power is not very strong. At least it can't hurt the opponent so badly like just now. The head of Yi Jian slashed at Leia with a knife, but Leia didn't dodge, as if he was about to take the blow. It is a pity that the speed of this guy's conversion of magic attributes is really fast, and you can see that the iron color on his skin has come out again. Leia's goal this time is not to see the leader at night, but his magic book. Imitation magic. The way to copy magic is to touch someone else's magic book. However, when the head of Yi Jian discovered his intentions, it was actually a bit late. After all, he didn't expect. The magic book can float in the air with the owner's mind, and the leader of the Night Sea is also the first time to control the magic book to dodge behind him. But he still touched it. Hey, what do you want to do? The magic book is the lifeblood of almost all wizards. If it is damaged, the magic above cannot be used. Nothing, just attracted by the pattern on your magic book. After Leia touched the magic book, he continued to move forward along the inertia. His current position is a bit strange between Yuan Xiling and the head of Yi Jian. He has changed positions with the head of Yi Jian. This is a good opportunity to seize the hostages. Imitation magic, beast magic cheetah impact. Leia leaned forward slightly. Faint blue-purple hair appeared on the surface of her body, and she rushed towards Yuan Xiling when she stepped on it. The reason why he doesn't use light magic is because this magic wins in speed and its defense power is not strong, but if beast magic is used, a part of the speed is discarded and it can be exchanged for a strong defense power. Can prevent the attack of the head of Yi Jian first. Yuan Xiling was still confused at first. Leia's speed is not fast, and his position in the angry black and white world is still very clear. Is this guy looking for a dead end? Yuan Xiling agreed to see the leader of the night before he decided not to come in. If Jolia took the initiative to attack him, this nature was different. If Jennery strikes back, it's called justified defense. Don't you take out the magic book? It's useless just relying on your pure magic. When Leia rushed over, she didn't forget to use words to induce the other party to take out the magic book. He wanted to copy the opponent's magic and decided that the opponent would not be better than him with the magic book. Even if the opponent doesn't need a magic book, he can use magic. About 10 minutes ago, as soon as Leia stepped out of the stone gate of the prison room, the Magic Emperor called Marquez and asked him to transport the two guys who had been hit by memory magic to the prison. Before Marquez could react, the Magic Emperor ran away. He is going to visit the Golden Dawn Group's stronghold. There are two guys, Yi Jian and Yuan Xiling, who are not defeated by the leader. Even if they are really fakes, they will not lose their combat power. As for why he had to call the other team leaders away first, leaving only a few to see them at night to deal with the counterfeit goods. Magic Emperor still considered it. This time I replaced Gordel first, and as a large businessman, Gordel had done deals with him, and there must be many nobles. This time the royal family should not be as noisy as the last time the royal capital was attacked, but the nobles must have very big opinions. But it can't be revealed that Gordel has made a deal with White Knight Demon. Once exposed, not only the nobles will make a fuss, but the civilians will also riot. The same applies to the heads. These group leaders also come from all classes, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are representatives of that class. If they were not notified, a group leader would be executed silently, which would naturally arouse their dissatisfaction, which would spread to all classes. The best way is to call all the group leaders over when Gordel is executed. This counterfeit William is different. Although he is only suspected, William is the leader of the strongest group and has basically become a symbol in the Magic Knights. The legend of the first-generation Magic Emperor defeated the demon god is circulating throughout the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. The Magic Emperor is the strongest symbol of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. Therefore, if something happened to the Magic Emperor, it is basically unlikely that the commoners of Clover will know about it, but will replace the next one as soon as possible and continue to stabilize the people's hearts. And William's situation is similar this time. William may be in an accident, and he cannot tell the other leaders until the evidence is conclusive. This will affect the morale of the Magic Knights. In the end, there may be a rumor that the Magic Emperor is not dead yet, and it is most likely that he will be the head of the next Magic Emperor. In addition, I don't know what moves the White Knight Demon's eyes will perform, or whether it will suddenly attack which town in the kingdom. Therefore, the stronghold must be guarded by the leader at all times. Regarding this, the Magic Emperor was very distressed. Many things can't be solved directly by strength. Otherwise, all of this would have been done long ago. Ugh. As soon as the Magic Emperor stepped into the gate of the Golden Dawn Regiment's stronghold, he saw Yunua again. This is the second time I saw him today. After some inquiries, it was discovered that their head was really absent. It seemed that they had gone out on the day that the capital was attacked and then disappeared. It seems that at that time, the honoring ceremony was no longer there. Such a coincidence? The normal regimental leader would not pick up the tasks that were issued directly. Theirs were all special tasks, which needed to be dispatched by the Magic Emperor. If you don't have a task, you usually need to be a town in the stronghold to handle other affairs. The Magic Emperor asked them to pay attention to whether the group leader came back in the past few days. He did not send a mission to William before, so William will definitely return to the stronghold. Then I received a communication from Marquez saying that William was a counterfeit and Yi Jian was already dealing with him. Is it true? Had to go back again. The next step is to guard against the support of Byakugan's magic eye, hoping that their other high-end combat capabilities can be fully achieved. Then it's best to be prepared not to go back. He might have to be a little more serious this time. This year may not be able to store magic power like in previous years. Yuan Xiling took a step back, and Ben Chuhua instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. Fire Magic Fire Dragon Pillar. Many lines suddenly appeared on the floor in front of Yuan Xiling, and heat continued to emerge from them. Not good. Leia, who was still running, stepped on his foot and a pillar of fire instantly emerged from under his feet, directly enveloping him. How could she still have magic power? Leia immediately switched magic. The pillar of fire did not cause much damage to him, but it disrupted his plan. Is this little girl really a nobleman? Born to have good magic power? Gordle's actions just now obviously consumed a lot of mana, right? The two large-scale restraint magics just now also needed a lot of mana. What happened? Leia wanted to move on, but suddenly found that her legs were bitten. Fire Dragon Pillar. It can be regarded as the first batch of magic developed by Yuan Xiling. At that time, it was used to deal with the fighting madman like Ruck who must break the opponent's magic, but the attack power may be a bit too low. Originally, I wanted to make the appearance and practicability full. In the end, the embarrassing situation of the appearance is okay, the practicability is okay, appeared. Later, the source simply ignored the appearance. A week after the exploration of the Magic Palace, that is, the week before the attack on the capital, Yuan Xiling carried out the second wave of magic development. The idea at the time was this. If you try to use some unsatisfactory magic together in battle, can you create unexpected complex magic? Just like the previous one, Wind Thunder combination Magic Wind Thunder God's Boots. In the end, in terms of conclusion, it is still very good. For example, the Wind and Thunder combination Magic Storm and Thunder Arrow, when the capital was attacked, and now this. Wind and Fire combination Magic Hatched Fire Dragon. Layers of wind attribute magic power surrounded from all sides, directly wrapping the Fire Dragon Pillar, confining it to an egg shape, making Leia immobile when trapped in it, even for only a few seconds. Then there is the most unique feature of Fire Magic, Bursting. A fiery red dome more than 2 meters high bursts directly, causing Yuan Xiling to quickly retreat. What he has is only heat change resistance and physical resistance, and he is still not completely immune to such high-temperature magic attacks. Don't talk about him. In the original work of Rimuru, in their world, before becoming the awakened Demon King, they can only be immune to most elven magics, like some elemental magic and the most special, sacred magic, they still have to obediently avoid. Not to mention that he now only has the template of Limla when he first came out of the cave. After the fiery red dome burst into flames, it once again revealed the hideous dragon heads of Fire Dragon Pillar, directly biting the figure in the flame. Fire Dragon Pillar. Those dragon heads were also weak in attack power, so Yuan Xiling simply told them not to attack. The design was restrained and bit each other with his mouth. Leia's clothes had been burned to ashes by the flames, but the iron color of beast magic spread to him in time, blocking some private parts. The skin that was not blocked was completely scorched to black by the flame. On the contrary, the wounds that had just been washed out by the magical power of the head of Yi Jian, but had no time to stop, stopped because of the scorching of the skin. It seems that I was a little miscalculated, but it's okay. Leia squeezed hard, because the muscles in his body burst out, and the fire dragon heads exploded with a wave of his hand. Beast magic gives Leia a strong defense force, which enables him to hardly meet the leader of the night to meet the leader of the dark blade, a black blade, only to reach the level of serious injury. So let alone how much damage Yuan Xiling's hatched fire dragon can cause to the opponent. I have to say that the elves are really tenacious. With a fierce wave of his hand, Laya squeezed several fire dragon heads and still rushed towards Yuan Xiling. He knew that he had made a mistake. Although the opponent was wearing fancy clothes, the magic power was obviously a nobleman, but he decided to take a gamble. Blocked in the other party is still young, and still a nobleman. For the nobles, it would be more suitable to be used as a hostage. You haven't given up yet? Jen Yuri pulled out the knight sword behind him and directly turned on Guardian, blocking Leia's attack while watching this guy. Most of the skin was scorched, but the hair unexpectedly survived tenaciously. It might be because of the opponent's beast magic. The scorched skin was falling off rapidly, and there was still faint hair growth underneath. Speaking of it, this guy uses imitation magic to copy beast magic. If the opponent is in this state and preys on the opponent's hair or blood, will he get imitation magic or beast magic? The high probability is imitation magic. If you follow this principle, then you definitely can't use imitation magic to copy other magic, and you really have that magic from this way. Without really possessing that magic, one cannot open up the realm of magic. So, imitation magic is simply a big taste. Leia smashed another claw on Guardian and still failed to break the barrier, but the light barrier seemed to retreat a bit. Guardian is one of the 3 skills that the Knight Sword comes with. It is a pretty good defensive skill. Because it doesn't belong to this world, it doesn't need magic. Beast magic, light magic. Leia continued to switch magic, and this time he flew directly into the air, while healing his injuries, while dropping a large piece of lightsaber from the air. Asta, who had been stunned next to him, also hurriedly swung an anti-magic sword to resist. And Yuan Xiling just built a diamond wall in the air. The smooth diamond surface is like a mirror, directly reflecting these lightsabers. Speaking of it, it seems that he still has a mirror magic that he has never used. The head of Yi Jian relied on the sparks left by the explosion to ignite the smoke that had been biting his mouth. The magic has recovered a little. Go ahead. As he spoke, he drew out his treasured sword. No magic was used, and the magic power was gathered on the side of the leg and covered on the blade at the same time. I knew I brought the broom here today. It's boring to meet these people who can fly. The head of the knight sees that he can't fly, so he always stands on a broomstick in battle. He set his posture again. Just when he wanted to continue the attack, there was a bang from the sky, as if something was broken. And the voice seems familiar. Except Asta, everyone in the room looked up to the sky. Isn't it? The space magic of the royal capital obstructs the barrier. Is it broken again? It was different from last time. It was revoked last time. This time it was really broken. That also means that space magic can be used in this place now. Come on. This time it was really hard. Leia whispered, returning to his original lazy appearance, but he still didn't forget to treat his injuries. He touched his forehead again. Had it not been for the late time, he would have lifted the seal long ago, and he wouldn't have been dragging the 2 of them so long. This is a bit bad. The head of Yi Jian also estimated and immediately accelerated the recovery of magic power. Now, if the opponent's 4 captain-level guys come over, this situation is absolutely unstoppable. The advantages and disadvantages are reversed all at once. If the group leaders or the Magic Emperor were still there, it would be much easier to handle. And like that kind of melee, it would definitely destroy the headquarters of the Magic Knights. It's really difficult. Yuan Xiling also felt very troublesome. The 3 demon eyes, including their leaders, are all elves, and their magic power is huge, and they are definitely incomparable in a war of attrition with them. It must take a lot of effort to defeat them. In addition, the growth of Yuan Shiziro's strength exceeded his expectations. When I first came to Clover, I struggled to deal with the young Sith. When I joined the Black Bullfighter and fought with the leader of the night, I felt that I couldn't beat the leader at all. When he was in the group assessment, he faced off against Jack. If he didn't use the Predator series of skills, he might really not be able to beat the opponent. Then the growth rate gradually became ridiculous. When he went to the Magic Palace to explore, he could already start fighting against the weaker captain-level Mars, and he still concealed his opponent. It may not be that Mars is weak, it may be that Yuan Xiling's own strength can already match the captain. When I was in the banquet hall, I used the long-forgotten long way, but I didn't expect that the momentum also overwhelmed the two heads. Therefore, the single combat power may have surpassed a regimental commander. And the four of the eyes of the White Knight demon might be stronger, because of the magic power. Suddenly I feel that some of my previous concerns are somewhat redundant. I didn't know when the Great Sage would come back, so I decided to integrate an auxiliary magic device to make up for my lack of skills. And now his world power collection is a little more than 3%. The return of Great Sage is just around the corner. Is it still necessary to fuse magic devices? The answer given by Yuan Xiling at that time is yes. Who knows if the power of this world will suddenly be stuck at 4.99%. In the same way, Yuan Xiling now faces another decision. When he was weak before, he was afraid of exposing the most inconsistent, anti-magic, because the opposition of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom would run over to block him when he was still weak. And now? People have come to the door now, and Yuan Xiling's current strength is not weak. Is it necessary to conceal anti-magic? The answer that Yuan Xiling gave now is, it is completely unnecessary. Next, you must not only use anti-magic, but also use it crazily. It is best to use the magic field. Then he can walk sideways in the world of Black Clover. But don't leave other things behind. If it's not for the magical world, anti-magic is basically useless. Even in the magic world, their magic power is not necessarily the same thing as the magic power of the four-leaf clover world. After the barrier of the royal capital was broken, the group of Byakugans' demon eyes did not appear for the first time. The head of Yi Jian slightly estimated the combat power, once again drew the knife out of the sheath. The magic power was attached to the leg and the blade, and leaped strongly towards Leia again. This time Leia stepped on light magic and quickly retreated and was not ready to face the destruction god. Although the beast magic ensured the defense, it still hurts. The wounds were all chopped and bleeding, and it is estimated that there were some internal injuries that light magic did not heal very well, and then the bleeding wounds were all scorched. The head of Yi Jian wanted to continue the attack, and suddenly a space door appeared in front of him, directly separating him and Leia. Then from the space door stretched out a hand that was thicker than the head of Yi Jian. If it covered part of it, Yuan Xiling thought it was someone's thigh. The owner of the hand is a brown-haired savage with black skin and his ears, but he should still be an elf. The true owner of beast magic, Werther. The spaceman did not immediately shut down, and then a somewhat unexpected character appeared. It was the master who activated multiple space trap magic when the capital was attacked, causing the two regiment leaders to accidentally fall into it. Although it is a sneak attack, isn't the essence of traps focusing on sneak attacks? Anyway, the combat power is not good, and the space trap magic is very powerful. Walters followed Wit, and this time he should have sent Wit over. I hurt my friend. It's really unforgivable. I tore you to pieces. Leia used beast magic, but a lot of hair grew on his skin, and the true owner of this beast magic was exactly like a beast. His teeth were sharp like sharks, and his teeth were clenched tightly when he spoke, and his voice was like roaring from the bottom of his throat. There are also some savage stripes on his face, and a necklace made of some monster teeth on his neck, and his arms are as thick as other people's thighs. Wit glanced around, and finally looked at the knight captain, who was a little thinner than him. I think you are the only one who can beat him down here, right? But it doesn't look great. Wit rubbed his beard, the voice still coming from his throat. Yuan Xiling faintly felt that this beast judged its strength based on the size of its muscles. Beast magic bear claw. Wit didn't use the cheetah impact that Leia had just simulated, but he had already surpassed that speed. The red magic power directly covered his entire palm, forming a pair of sharp claws, and directly rushed towards the head of the knight. The head of Yi Jian had to raise the blade, and was also ready to use magic to counterattack. But just as his sword was lifted, Werther had already rushed in front of him, and the tyrannical red magic power directly pressed against his blade. The black magic is constantly offsetting the red magic, but there is no huge force to stop Werther from continuing to move forward. Call out. It was the sound of metal scratching, and Yuan Xiling saw a piece of iron flying out. It seemed that the sword of the head of Yi Jian was broken. But the magic attached to it didn't stop, and it still pierced Werther's chest, but it seemed that the effect was not good. No. This guy will also chi. This time he read my anger completely. The head of Yi Jian thought quickly, and suddenly felt something wrong. Why does this knife feel so lighter? UB asterisk 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 D. This is my specially customized knife. It's super expensive. Lose money quickly. Head Yi Jian looked at the remaining hilt, and angrily directly attached dark magic to the knife again, creating a little bit, still forming a blade. But it feels too light, not very good. Come on, quickly show a desperate expression. That is the best condiment for the prey. When Wit saw the captain yelling at night, he was also whispering something incomprehensible in his throat. These two people are talking to themselves. While the leader entangled Vit during the night, Gen Yuri slowly approached Leia, who was still stranded on the battlefield. This guy is imitation magic. He must have copied space magic. I really can't figure out that he is like this, and he is still here. Since he is still here, he just put it away by the way. Anyway, anti-magic. Won't hide it anymore. Let's try the effect against the enemy. What? Little girl, I don't want to fight you now. Leia was lying on the lightsaber, lazily, his eyes fixed in the air. If you insist on fighting, it will be very troublesome. There was also a little reaction in Yuan Xiling's black world. In the sky, there is a dragon? It should be said that there is a large group of fire dragons composed of fire magic, but there is a woman in the middle with a salamander sitting on her shoulder. The woman was standing on the back of the fire dragon, slowly landing. The hot breath emitted by the fire dragon directly melted the bird-bound cage. If the guess is correct, that is the last 3 magic eyes, Fana of fire magic. Compared to the other 2-3 demon eyes, her eyes are godless, which in anime terms means they have lost their highlights. Fana? Fana? How do you feel where you heard this name? Don't worry, now the owner of this name is the enemy. See how unhappy this fire dragon is? Just let Prim Chuhua come out and absorb it. The original fire is the natal fire of the cave dragon. The last time I used Long Wei, it directly absorbed Fagorian's magical coercion. In short, let's give the other party a predicament first. First fire plus Long Wei. An illusory fire dragon also appeared behind Yuan Xiling. As soon as it appeared, he looked up at the fire lizard on Fana's shoulder. The salamander took a step back with a little cowering, as if trying to shrink behind Fana. In addition, Yuan Xiling hidden behind the cloak, Book Fairy Magic Guide. It seems that after seeing the salamander, it has been shaking violently. It was the same feeling when I saw the Wind Elf scroll before. Hey, Yuan Xiling, you have to be careful. That should be the fire spirit with the 4 basic elements, but it seems that it hasn't been developed yet. Although the head of Yi Jian was a little surprised at why there was a fire dragon behind Yuan Xiling, he did not forget to tell Yuan Xiling some useful information when he was fighting with Werther. Okay, I will pay attention. Fire spirit? The wind spirit scroll was sucked by the paper man last time, and the wind spirit hasn't appeared yet. But now that the fire elf has chosen the owner, it is impossible for the little paper man to take it back. The little paper man climbed onto Yuan Xiling's shoulders with difficulty, but before receiving his news, Yuan Xiling first ordered Phantom to swallow the opponent's fire dragon. The Phantom of the fire dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dragon came to the opponent's fire dragon to suck water, and the fire dragon's flame was continuously stripped from its body. The last time he sucked Fagrain's lion, he still left him a little lion. This time he sucked the fire dragon directly. As one of the 4 basic element spirits of the Black Clover, the fire spirit with the highest fire attribute, Comrade Salamander, had completely hid behind Fana. Hidden behind the woman, and still trembling, really hopeless. And Fana wanted to say something, but she still didn't say a word. Leia's expression was just like the expression of Asta when he saw the strength of the captain in the night, and was speechless in surprise. because he had already made a preliminary judgment on Yuan Xiling's strength just now, and what he showed now was more than just surpassing that judgment. Fire Wizard Magic Salamander's Breath. The world of four-leaf clover has four basic attributes: wind, fire, water, and earth. According to legend, various magic attributes are composed of these four basic attributes. The four basic attributes correspond to the four basic element elves. Their tracks are uncertain and fall asleep all year round. Only when they encounter the master they want to follow will they reappear. The first three elemental spirits can only lodge in the corresponding attribute magic, which means that those who have basic attributes, although the magical attributes are mediocre, have the possibility of being selected by the elemental spirits. After being selected, the magic attribute will also be transformed into wizard magic, which is basically reborn. As for the Earth Elves, Yuan Xiling had never seen magic that was completely Earth attribute. And the other three kinds of elves have some records in the books that I read last time. The elves here are the most outrageous, and only one name is recorded. Therefore, it is speculated that the elves of the land should host magic with land attributes, such as rocks, soil, gold, and diamonds. The boarding range will be much wider than the other three elves, but there are fewer traces than the other three basic elves. Yuan Xiling did not remove Long Wei, so the salamander still shrank behind Fana. After seeing Fana opening the magic book to use magic, she had to reluctantly cooperate with her to spit fire. It's just that the fire feels like an underpowered lighter. ×2. Leia and Fana glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. You could really have two things, ha. The head of Yijian in the distance was almost smiling, but still stalemate with Werther, but it was obvious that he was at a disadvantage. Yuan Xiling also felt a little funny. This horribly persuaded salamander was so big when he appeared on the stage just now he can only hide behind the women. And Leia also has the lazy look of a big boss, saying, very troublesome. I was slapped in the face immediately. As long as Yuan Xiling has not withdrawn Long Wei, this salamander will always hide behind Fana, so one of the three demon eyes has lost its combat effectiveness. Now they have 4 high-end combat power, and only 2.5 are left. In addition, Richter didn't come, and there was only 1.5 combat power. However, Leia was an elven clan, and his mana must be restored very quickly. It is estimated that he could increase by another 0.3 combat power units. As for the choice of 0.2, it is because he has been injured by the head of Yijian. If it hadn't been for the beast magic, the few, Black Blade, just now would have directly turned it into 2 halves. It looks like it's really troublesome. Sister Fana, you should step back first and let me come. Leia jumped off the lightsaber. He touched his chest, still a little painful. Sorry, I hurt you like this. I can't help you. Fana wanted to create another fire dragon, but the salamander, whose firepower was like a lighter, was nothing but promises and did not dare to stick her head out. Because the fire dragon phantom behind Yuan Xiling had been staring at it, so I was afraid that the fire dragon phantom would swallow it directly. Yuan Xiling was talking to the little paper man, and the little paper man said that he was going to deal with the salamander and the woman's magic book, just like he dealt with the wind spirit scroll last time. Last time you copied the wind elf scroll, you haven't told me what's the use? Yuan Xiling felt the power of the salamander's lighter, and it was okay to burn a paper man. The little paper man scratched his head with embarrassment when he heard Yuan Xiling's words. It has only one function, which is to copy text or patterns. So the strange text that I saw the wind spirit last time was quite strange, so I copied it in the book, and it didn't do anything to the wind spirit. Simply put, the little paper man is a collector. That is, he can copy some incomprehensible words, patterns, or pictures in the book Fairy Magic Guide. The reason why he was so quiet before is because he likes to feel those wonderful things. That's it? Then why hasn't the wind spirit moved at all until now? The little paper man scratched his head again, indicating that he didn't know either. So you have realized the wonder of the words of the wind elf, and now you also want to experience the fire elf? The little paper man nodded and made a boxing movement. Such a weak fire elf can be defeated by his little paper man alone. It's not impossible. Yuan Xiling squeezed his chin. Although the functions that the little paper man possesses are simply beyond his imagination, they are surprisingly practical. Does copying the text of the basic element sprites mean that artificial sprites can be made in the future? It would be a little fun if you could artificially elves. So Yuan Xiling allowed the little paper man to fix the salamander. However, the combat effectiveness of the little paper man is estimated to be weaker than that of the ant. Really, under the rendering of magic, some animals may become beasts. For example, the wild boars in Sosi village, and I didn't know where I heard it before, spiders or ants turned into monsters. Cursed doll magic teddy bear parties. Potties, you take the little paper man and a few shadow guards to stop the salamander, and the woman. Yuan Xiling was not prepared to give too much instruction. Leia had already stepped on light magic to fly over, and that speed could not tolerate Yuan Xiling's excessive movements. Magic plus anti-magic. This is the magic that Yuan Xiling used when he first entered the Black Bull squad. Now Leia is light magic, and Yuan Xiling only needs to hit him once with anti-magic, and he can only fall into a passive state of being beaten. Oh, poor Leia, I'm afraid I haven't seen anti-magic yet. And the next situation is similar to the scene where the leader and Leia were seen at night. Leia held the lightsaber tightly and directly drew a half-arc in the air, deliberately making the track a little more complicated, then suddenly accelerated at the corner and cut it directly diagonally. Opposite was an opponent whose strength was seriously inconsistent with his appearance, and Leia also got serious. Judging from this round-and-round swordsmanship, he was even more serious than dealing with the Knight Captain. But after all, the estimation was wrong. Call out. Lightsaber, I was not as lucky as dark magic, was split in half. This time it turned into light particles and disappeared into the air. What happened? Leia flashed sharply and hurriedly pulled away. When the opponent is preparing to attack, he obviously only has a small dagger. No, it was the trick used to deal with Goldel, which can create all kinds of swords. But why does this sword directly eliminate light magic? Anti-magic, that kid is obviously on the other side. Did he copy anti-magic? Can this kind of thing really be copied? Leia looked at Asta, who was standing on the side, thinking. This guy's magic book, little brother Richter said it seems to belong to the Patriarch. But I don't know why it became an anti-magic sword later. Seeing Leia turned her attention to Asta, Yuan Xi's lips curled up. Asta is still too weak now, and Mars can make him suffer, let alone let him deal with the 3 demon eyes. And he believes in his Gen Xiling so much, so let's show him a little bit. The other side. The summoned patties had a small paper man on his head, and a few shadow guards in the shadow blocked Fana's path. Gen Yururi is holding Leia in check, and the sword weapon attached to it is anti-magic, constantly eliminating Leia's magic. The reason why Yuan Xiling has been driving long way is that the salamander has been unable to exert its strength, and the fire dragons and flame wings created are all miniature. Speaking of which, why didn't Leia just use space magic to send Fana back? If you really want to do this, I'm afraid Yuan Xiling really can't stop it. Was it afraid that Werther would lose because of 2-1 during the time he went back? Then their elves are really united. In addition, Yuan Xiling also feels like Black Clover. The background is a bit like the medieval world in Western Europe, and the people living in it seem to be inflexible. It's really just a feeling of inflexible brain, very stubborn about some things, just make some unconscious actions. If you don't have to be inflexible to describe them, Yuan Xiling really feels that the sense of contradiction is too strong. Just the feeling that the 3 demon eyes must stay here today. Gen Yururi used magic plus anti-magic to hold Leia, and the guard circle surrounding Fana was slowly shrinking on the other side. Fana is a long-range type, and magic is not available now, and being close by is basically a certain loss. She glanced at the salamander on her shoulder. Her hollow eyes still showed no wave. Let's go. For my personal strength, the elves are more important. Fana took out her magic book. Surprisingly, this magic book turned out to be stitched like the Diamond Kingdom. One side is fire spirit magic, and the other side seems to be blue, with shiny objects on it. It seems to be diamond magic? Fana is very calm now. She understands why she can't use magic now. Because the fire elves were afraid of the little girl. If the fire elves left, he could use fire magic and his strength might go back a bit, but at least solving the first few should not be a problem. And the purpose of their coming here today. Leia came here by disguising her identity in order to help Richter conceal her identity, and the lazy Leia must not be fully prepared. However, Richter realized that Leia had a long time in the past, so he decided to change the plan. Their ultimate goal is to collect all the magic stones, resurrect all the dead fellow elves, and take revenge on the Clover Kingdom together. Even if she is dead now, she will be resurrected at that time. So now it doesn't make much sense to go directly in and destroy the royal castle. The most important thing is the magic stone, the compatriots of the elven race. When Leia came here earlier, Richter just told him to keep his identity. But now that his identity has been revealed, then change his mind a little bit to recapture one of the remaining 4 magic stones, the one stored in Yuan Xiling's body. The Magic Emperor encountered a little trouble on his way back. Richter. Magic Emperor? Long time no see, I think we can talk. Richter stepped on a piece of light, wearing that white chief's cloak, and the hands that had been aging before by the Magic Emperor were restored. Huh. Although I feel you are procrastinating, but terrorists are willing to communicate with others, should it be a good start? The Magic Emperor was floating in midair, smiling. The Magic Emperor of the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom, then I will speak straight to you. You are probably the biggest obstacle in our plan. If you insist on blocking in front of us, you will face the revenge of the entire elves. Richter's face darkened as soon as he spoke, as if recalling something bad. The revenge of the elves? I remember that the first-generation Magic Emperor and the Patriarch of your elves at that time were still friends. Don't pretend to say such things anymore. You filthy humans don't have that qualification. Richter interrupted the Magic Emperor directly. I'll tell you directly, when all the elves are resurrected, you will face 12 times the power of the 3 demon eyes. Do you think you can stop it alone? He held the light sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the Magic Emperor. The Magic Emperor ignored his words, but only captured an important message in his painting the resurrection of all the elves. The reason why he became the Emperor of Magic is that he is determined to protect the kingdom of 4-leaf Clover and change it to make him a country where everyone can live and work in peace. Betrayed the Clover Kingdom, this option never existed. Resurrection, all elves? In other words, the elves of 500 years ago, in fact, are the only 4 of them who are dead and the 3 demon eyes? Revenge of the elves? Why are you heading towards the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom? Miss Nero said that the first-generation Magic Emperor and the elf clan chief at that time were close friends who had a common dream, but now the guy who is suspected to be the elf clan chief wants to avenge the Clover Kingdom? What's more, after becoming a devil, can it be changed back? The Magic Emperor was very puzzled. And isn't it a demon that turned the head of the elven clan into a demon god? What the hell is it not to deal with the devil and to avenge the Clover Kingdom? Was it because the first-generation Magic Emperor had to kill him after the head of the elven clan became a demon god? But Miss Nero said that after the elven clan leader became a demon god, she took the initiative to ask the first-generation Magic Emperor to quickly solve him. But in this situation, either the opposite is not the real elf clan chief, or the elf clan chief wants to use this matter to kidnap the friendship between him and the first-generation Magic Emperor. Your name is Richter? I remember that the elven clan patriarch also has this name, right? Look at your appearance on behalf of the elven clan. Are you their patriarch? The Magic Emperor ignored Richter's threat, sorted out the information he had collected in his head, and continued. Hey, the Magic Emperor of the Clover Kingdom, you should know the situation in your country? I have been lurking for 6 years, but have been investigating things in your country. The lowly magical people are groaning. They will eventually become the victims of the strong. In a sordid kingdom like you, magic determines everything. This kind of country is hopeless at all, and the only thing our elves want to destroy is that the 3 arrogant royal families are just. Richter also deliberately ignored the words of the Magic Emperor and began to talk about it. Huh? Emperor Magic, do you still want to change this hopeless country? He seems to know something about the Magic Emperor. Huh? I really can't stand you. It's because the Clover Kingdom is so hopeless that I made up my mind to become the Magic Emperor. But compared to these, you can even get this kind of situation. Presumably it shouldn't be the exchange from Goldel's side, right? Such information that is not very foreign can only be obtained by contacting the Magic Emperor many times in person. As for the guy Gordel, he only appeared in the heads of the group meeting and the assessment of joining the group throughout the year. It is not ruled out that Gordel obtained information from others, but although this type of information is difficult to obtain, it is not of much value. To put it simply, Goldel is a big businessman. If he has time to do this kind of small business, he can immediately make more profitable orders with another customer. There is no need to do such small information and small profit transactions. For this question, I don't think I need to answer. There will always be traitors among your filthy humans. I think you know better than me. By the way, I almost forgot to say that the 3 demon eyes have already gone to your king capital. I think it should be over there. If you waste time with me. Richter still kept smiling, but to be honest, this smile is too fake. Really? But it doesn't matter. As I said earlier, the task I gave myself is to change the Clover Kingdom, not to protect the 3 royal families. The royal families have the power to protect themselves. The Magic Emperor raised his eyebrows, but his expression was not surprised. Let's talk about you first. First of all, I can conclude that you are not Richter, the head of the Elven clan. In other words, you are too immature. Wit gradually lost his patience, but he seemed to have experienced the joy of fighting for a long time, and was finally willing to open his fangs. He started to laugh, the kind of wild laugh to arrest the prey. He no longer spoke hoarsely with his teeth as before, and his laughter became much clearer. However, this is not a good thing. Part of Wit's red magic power has begun to transition to dark red, and this magic power is much more tyrannical than just now. There were actually no people at the scene, and most of them were estranged in time by the capable Marquez. The battlefield between the head of Yijian and Werther was already full of chaos, and the building of one of the headquarters of the Magic Knights that had a rooftop just now had been destroyed by half. Hey, have you ever finished? The head of the knight has been at a disadvantage. Beast magic. Werther also possesses amazing combat intuition. What's terrifying is this intuition. Without the guidance of a system like the Kingdom of Japan, he has also evolved to Qi. That is to say, the leader of Yijian and Wit both have Qi, and after they use magic to strengthen their bodies, their speeds are about the same. Werther's is the basic enhancement of beast magic, and the knight leader uses magic skin to enhance it, which needs to consume mana. In addition, Werther was originally an elven race, with huge magic power, and the head of Yijian had already consumed most of his magic power just now. Therefore, the leader of Yijian can only turn on the energy-saving mode. The most important thing is that the knife of the leader of Yijian is broken. This energy-saving mode is not very energy-saving. Really, it seems that I am going to exceed the limit here today. The head of Yijian also left many scars on his body, but every time they were dangerously avoided, most of them were bruises. Man, accept despair. There was heat from Wit's mouth, and the speed doubled again. Beast Magic Bear Claw. He ignored the knife that the head of Yijian swung from the side, and directly concentrated the dark red magic power on his hand, and swiped a claw directly at the head of Yijian. The leader of Yijian was very distressed, and both of them could read each other's qi, and the anticipation became meaningless. On the contrary, it is even more lethal. Dark Magic Black Hole. The head of Yijian quickly backed away. Black Hole, blocked in front of him. The dark red magic power was still partially resolved, but the leader of the night vision who had no time for other actions was slammed out by Wit. As expected, Master Werther of the 3 demon eyes, even if the leader of the Magic Knights is not your opponent. Walter seized the opportunity to flatter, but was stared at by Werther and swallowed the rest of the words. Fix 1, that little girl and anti-magic kid is still missing, right? Wit used his means of perceiving qi to feel. This little girl's anger is not stronger than the anti-magic kid. Why is the overall strength of the body so much stronger? He even felt some pressure from behind Yuan Xiling, the phantom that had shrunk into a ball to facilitate the battle. In this case. In other words, this little girl is not a human being, right? Just like Richter's kind of aura is not very strong because of race and magic, physical fitness is not affected in the battle. Why would she help humanity? Was it deceived by dirty humans? Damn, it's dirty humans, even the little girl. Wit slapped his fingers, seemingly determined to help the little girl out of deception. Hey, are you underestimating me? The head of Yi Jian crawled out of the ruins, and his whole body exuded a faint purple-black magic power. It should be the magic skin he had been using just now, but this time it covered the whole body. I just wrestled with you slowly there, but I recovered a lot of magic power, that person with hairy body. Yuan Xiling sighed. He thought that Werther was about to rush over, and was so scared that he wanted to hurriedly shift the combat mode, but fortunately, the head of the knight saw him still hold it. But Potties didn't seem to be optimistic. The Fana woman seemed to want to dissolve the salamander contract. Not to mention that Fana will recover part of her strength. If such a good thing as the fire spirit ran away, where would you go to find it? The little paper man also heard Fana's words and hurriedly reacted. If the fire elves ran away, where would you find your own wonderful text about the fire elves? He stepped on Potties' shoulder and tried to call Potties to stop. But Potties, as a dastardly man, didn't have any means to stop it. Even if he slapped Fana in the past, he couldn't stop the fire spirit who was breaking the contract. It's really troublesome. It seems I can only take a gamble on seal magic. I hope it can seal the salamander. Gen Yuri directly swung the short sword in his hand, and at the same time vibrated the sword weapon floating next to him, shaking Leia back. Then slipped away. Cursed doll magic double doll. As long as it is a doll made with this magic, the user can instantly exchange positions with him. Leia, who was shaken a step back, wielded the claws of beast magic, again, but this time he encountered something very soft. What happened? He looked up and Potties also looked at him kindly. Gen Yuri and Potties exchanged positions. It should be said that it is cursing magic. Puppet magic has no spatial attributes at first, but it can develop such magic. The little paper man who was standing on Potties' shoulder instantly lost its support and fluttered down in the air with his hands and feet dancing wildly. After all, he is a real paper man. In the end, it floated to Yuan Shi's head and grabbed his dull hair tightly. This situation doesn't look very good now. Although the salamander is under the pressure of the phantom, it is still struggling to cancel the contract with Fana. It can be seen that the strange words on Fana's magic book have begun to disappear, and the shape of the salamander is also dissipating. Hurry up, if you go slower, it will be too late. Magic sealing magic chain. Fana had the same pattern as Gordle's back then appeared under Fana's feet, and a circle of chains directly caught Fana first. Cole. All humans deserve to die. She didn't seem to have suffered this kind of grievance, but Yuan Xiling didn't bother to pay attention to her either. Next was the salamander. The salamander still plopped its wings and wanted to fly away because the words hadn't completely dissipated and his figure was fairly stable. While locking Fana, the little paper man jumped with the wind along Yuan Xiling's dull hair and stuck to that page of the magic book. After that, seal magic closed door. Yuan Xiling put another seal on the devil sealing chain, and the salamander whose whole body was bound by the chain fell to the ground, but his figure was still slowly dissipating. On the side of Fana's magic book, those words did not stop disappearing because of the absorption of the little paper man. There is no way to catch it alive, right? Then just put it in the stomach bag first. Can it escape if it dissipates there? Pray. The black mist appeared in Yuan Xiling's hand, and he directly swallowed the salamander who was still bewildered. Fana suddenly found that her connection with the fire elf had been severed, and all the text on her magic book had disappeared. The little paper man hurriedly jumped out. Yuan Xiling did not forget to put a chain on the magic book. As expected, Potties couldn't stop Leia, and the guy had already chased him. Leia punched Potties on the belly, and after reacting, he hurriedly backed away. Originally, there was a bear paw at the place where Leia stood, and the rocks on the ground were also shattered. This bear, didn't he run after Fana? Or he just watched them go by, carrying that black lump and don't know what it was. Where did the little girl go? Could it be that? Leia looked at the battlefield diagonally to the left, and as expected, the little girl had already appeared there. Vanna had also been tied up by the chain, and the black mist in the little girl's hand had enveloped half of the fire elf's body. What kind of weird magic is this? Black mist magic, is it? With that kind of magic, why does the fire spirit seem so afraid? Maybe he wanted something wrong from the beginning. This little girl was the most troublesome in the field. Although the combat experience was insufficient, the magic was not clean enough when the magic was answered. But the endless magic is also overwhelming. And now I'm going to seize the magic stone from her. Now the fastest way to seize the magic stone, it seems that her is really going to be solved first. Obviously, the initial purpose was to gather all the magic stones, reincarnate all the remaining elves, and then destroy the royal family of the Clover Kingdom. I'm sorry, all for the revenge of the elves. Leia touched his forehead lightly. There is the location of the reincarnation magic boarding soul, and it is also the location sealed by the elves, Trinity Seal Art. If the seal is unlocked, Evil Eye and the magic power he accumulated before will also be liberated. Regardless of the consequences, the combat power will be improved again by then, and then there should be absolute certainty to solve the little girl right. Beast magic, light magic. A light came out of Leia's feet again and flew towards Yuan Xiling. Leia, stop. Vanna will take care of it herself. Have you forgotten? Vitor violently repelled the head of Yi Jian a few steps and yelled at Leia. I didn't forget it, but... Leia still chose to stop and glanced around the scene very complicatedly. What kind of magic a person can obtain, and what he will develop in the end, is basically inseparable from his own character. Leia has a lazy personality. When the elves originally existed, he liked sleeping and observing others all day long. In the end, he obtained the imitation magic, but unfortunately, his lazy personality prevented him from developing very deeply every magic he imitated. Then there is his own ability. He constantly observes others and can infer whether others are lying through their facial expressions and detailed actions. He witnessed the friendship between the first-generation magic emperor of the Clover Kingdom and Patriarch Richter, and he could conclude that neither of their ideals were lying. Therefore, it can be preliminarily inferred that the first-generation magic emperor, that is, the human prince, did not betray the elves. This is just Leia's speculation. In the face of the revenge of the elves, Leia did not say his own speculation. Personally, he believes in his ability, and he dare not say that his ability to see lies is absolutely correct. So in the past 6 years, he has also sorted out some relationships a little bit. The demise of the elves must have something to do with humans, because the elves lived in the outside world of the four-leaf clover kingdom, and there are not many people who know the existence of the elves. The four-leaf clover kings have the greatest suspicion, so big that they can almost be determined. Leia has actually died once, not just him, all the elves have already died once. Before he died, he saw a magic circle emitting a weird light in midair. All the elves thought it was weird at the time, but they didn't feel any discomfort. Then the mutation happened suddenly at this moment. A large swath of lightsabers that appeared suddenly assembled in the air, as pervasive as a storm, instantly interrupting the ongoing wedding ceremony. The elves with long ears quickly dispersed, wanting to mobilize their magic to resist, only then found that this area had been blocked by magic, and the magic power was still losing rapidly. No matter how the elves are loved by magic, their magic book did not respond to their call. The one who is getting married is the sister of the Patriarch Richter and the Prince of the Clover Kingdom, but Leia's chest is also stained with blood, and the dimming world has no way to support him to check. In the dark world, Leia's thinking was also fixed. Who? Why? This question keeps popping up in his mind, but the result is like a Python operation error, constantly displaying errors, exiting, restarting, and then displaying errors. Until he woke up again, he saw Patley. It's the guy who has always liked to follow Richter's ****. When Patriarch Richter discussed dreams with the human prince, this guy often complained there. But now he looks exactly like Patriarch Richter with a pattern of reincarnation magic on his face. It must be a human. Only humans know that our elves gather here. The dirty humans have betrayed us. Patley said so, looking very angry. According to him, Patriarch Richter used reincarnation magic at the end to enable all the elves to reincarnate. Reincarnation magic. You can only reincarnate on people who look similar to your own before you were alive, so it was delayed until now, that is, 500 years later. In addition to Patley, Fana and Wit successfully reincarnated together, and they found a magic palace by mistake. It is a place called the Jelbit Rock Belt. It is not only a magic palace, but also a strong magic zone. The environment is terrible and the people are naturally sparsely populated. But the magic palace naturally has a safe place. They found a floating rock city and set up a stronghold there. The four of us alone won't work. Can more compatriots be reincarnated? Although Werther is beast magic, although it seems that his limbs are well developed, but sometimes his mind is quite delicate. I'm afraid not. Even the current state of the three of you is just incomplete reincarnation. Unless you use reincarnation magic multiple times again, you can force those compatriots to reincarnate. Patley was the first to reincarnate, and the most special. His sequelae was Evil Heart, while the other three were Evil Eyes. Unless you use magic stones, you only need to collect 9 of 10 magic stones, and you can force the second cast of reincarnation magic on the previous one. Patley quickly thought of a way, but another soul in his body reminded him in the latter half. Reincarnated on someone else's body, the soul of the other person will not disappear. If you are stronger than the other person, you can suppress the other person and occupy the dominant power of the body. However, Patley and this guy were evenly matched, and in the end they became a symbiosis, and the two became friends, truly inseparable. Looking for magic stones? Then set up an organization? How about letting them help us find magic stones? Now we are seriously understaffed. Wit continued to make comments. That's good. Patley was lost in thought, and Wit was carefree. Leia still feels messed up, or it feels like something is wrong. Before, his mind was like a Python system that kept restarting, and it still feels messy now. Fana's eyes were very hollow. Her reincarnation situation was the worst among the four, and the body she was in was also in the worst condition. This body is already very tired, and the soul has fallen into a dormant state, directly surrendering the possession of the body to Fana. But this is not necessarily a good thing. This dying body constantly feeds back dangerous signals to Fana, and the soul, which has been unstable after drifting for 500 years, has directly become more incomplete in reincarnation. Woo! The state of the soul is unstable, but she still has a certain consciousness, but it is a little uncomfortable, so uncomfortable that she doesn't want to talk. Then build an organization? Or follow this as a stronghold. This strong magic zone is very concealed. Since you have inherited Richter's appearance now, let you be the leader and discuss with us for extra matters. Of course. Patley became a fake Richter and founded the White Knight Demon Eye in the name of Richter. The recruits were all people who had a certain hatred of the Clover Kingdom. In order not to confuse Patley and Richter, Leia calls the real Richter the Patriarch, while Patley still calls the kid as before. When this kid recruited the humans, he propagated that the White Knight Demon Eyes were all family members, and the ultimate goal was to avenge the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. And finding those few magic stones, the leader can help them liberate their true posture. This is not wrong, but the ultimate goal is to reincarnate all the elves, and then take revenge on the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. And that so-called real posture was just a bad joke that the kid made with reincarnation magic. Not the prince of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. Who the hell is it? The royal family of the four-leaf Clover Kingdom. Leia lay at the core of the magic palace. When he was an elven clan, he was very lazy and sleeping was a great pleasure. But now, sleeping has become an excuse for not being in contact with the newly recruited White Knight Demon Eyes. He who can see through lies is not so comfortable among this group of people who are sometimes full of nonsense. Human beings are greedy and willful, and scrupulously use words and magic to hurt others, but they care more about the suffering that others bring to themselves than anyone. It usually discriminates against the same kind for some very ridiculous reasons, and is also strongly advocating some existence to distinguish one's own weakness from evil. For example, they have been admiring that lord that is, Patley, and they have pushed Patley to an extreme, worshipping as a god. Not only Leia, but the remaining 4 elven races have discovered this. Although it is different from what they expected, they are also happy to do so. Originally, I wanted to create the kind of happiness that the elves were still alive, but now these humans are using Patley's idea to cover up their sins. That's really sorry. Greed is indeed a good driving force. For 6 years, before I met January, I never missed. However, Sith was considered one of the most fanatical admirers at that time. If he hadn't taken such an extreme slaughter of the village, he was afraid that it would not lead to such a fate. Is it still human in the end? Limited to the royal family of the Clover Kingdom. Leia, who has been lying in the dark for 6 years, sleeping with her arm on her back, quietly drawn a different line from the other 3. Wit lost the mood of fighting just now. No way, the guy on the opposite side who exudes black magic power is too difficult to get around. Now this battlefield is left to Fana, and he must contain the guy on the opposite side and forcibly transfer the battlefield. But before leaving, Fana, this little girl is not a human. She may have been deceived by human rhetoric. If possible, she will be killed. Wit called to Fana. Damn it? Yuan Xiling was really taken aback and accidentally exploded with a foul language, and the movement of her hand was also taken aback. However, the salamander was successfully collected into the stomach pouch. The text on Fana's magic book completely disappeared, and the little paper man slowly floated back. The characters copied by the little paper man were incomplete, probably because the parts of the characters had disappeared before he absorbed them. Fana's body was bound by the demon's sealing chain, so normally she shouldn't be able to use magic power. Let's take a look at this Wit first. He seems to have said something terrible? So that's it. Leia also dispelled his scruples and anxiety a little. This little girl, like them, is not a human being, so it's no wonder that he frequently made mistakes just now. Indeed, Fana, I just felt that she has not lied. Leia also yelled at Fana. This little girl was put on the royal family's mortal list just now, and now it has been cancelled. Leia's work is much easier, and she can sleep happily again. And Yuan Xiling felt very speechless. Which of these 2 guys are arguing? Do the elves have the ability to see through the opponent's race? If all the elves can see through, then there is no need for Wit to shout at that voice. The most special thing now seems to be this Werther. He must be arrested and tortured with memory magic. Curse doll magic double doll. Jen Yaruri and Potties exchanged body shapes again. The head of Yi Jian has a little trouble here, and both Vit and Leia are here, which keeps him at a disadvantage. It's amazing to say that the leader of the Night sees that he is at a disadvantage when facing Leia. He is also at a disadvantage when facing Werther, and he is also at a disadvantage when facing Leia plus Werther. It has always been at a disadvantage, but the vitality is as tenacious as Xiaoqiang, just not falling. It seems that I have already surpassed a little limit. The head of Yi Jian had completely knocked his forehead, and it seemed that there was no less than a punch in that place. Blood flowed directly along the cheek, and the magic power would not flow out a lot in time to stop the bleeding. He was just a little surprised when he heard Wit say that Yuan Xiling is not human just now, and he even felt a little happy for him. It is not that the Black Bulls are non-human. There is no need to make a fuss, but happy because there is finally information about Yuan Xiling's life experience. Yuan Xiling said before that he seems to have amnesia. Isn't this situation just providing him with information in disguise? The person involved, Yuan Xiling, doesn't think so. He lost his memory before. It was just nonsense. Now the other party has told him the fact that he is now non-human again, which is completely frightened. You must catch that Wit and see if he knows more. Just as Yuan Xiling quickly approached the battlefield of the head of the Yi Jian and wanted to take the opportunity to subdue Werther, Fana's magic seal chain had a problem first. A dark red flame ignited all over Fana. Compared to the violent and impetuous dark red of Werther's magic just now, these flames would appear deeper. just like Fana's dim eyes. But the iron chain that had originally locked Fana's magic power was like a fake. As soon as Fana's dim magic power appeared, it also broke. The magic power is a bit big. Demon sealing chain. The method of sealing magic is very rough, and the principle is similar to that of a big rock blocking a river. And Fana's way to break free is also very simple. The flood will directly break the stone apart. It's a little troublesome again. Yuan Xiling was the first time I saw someone who could break through the chains of magic sealing. This thing was considered his strongest binding magic right now. Fana pressed her forehead, slowly opening a vertical eye over there. As the vertical eyes opened, the dim flames around her became more and more, and they continued to spread towards the surroundings. Just now, a lot of sparks splashed on Potties. As a big bear doll, Potties has a strong defense force, but its resistance to flames is still very weak, let alone this special flame. These sparks directly ignited Potties, and the fire spread all over him. Yuan Xiling had to change positions with Potties again to help him get out of the sea of flames. If Potties were burned out, it would be difficult to summon him again in a short time. In addition, he couldn't guarantee that after Fana blended into the battle here, the head of Yi Jian could continue to be disadvantaged in the face of the 3 demon eyes at the same time, instead of being bombarded by the 3 of them. Speaking of which, I should just prey on Fana, so I don't have to worry about it now. After the salamander was prayed into the stomach, Yuan Xiling did not immediately let the system analyze it. Systematic analysis means decomposition. Once resolved, the salamander is basically gone. Yuan Xiling also wanted to learn some information about the elves from him, and he had another idea about the relationship between the salamander and the great sage. These ideas will be implemented in the future. This time it's a matter between humans and our elves. I don't want other races to participate. So please hand over the magic stone and leave. Fana's voice was flat, but her momentum continued to rise, and dark red strange flames formed a circle around her. In addition, there seems to be a purple-red solid guard guy on her body, the edges and corners of which are smooth enough to be used as mirrors, and the reflection of the dark red flames next to her can be vaguely seen from above. The last is her magic book, which has also become dark red as the keynote. Hiss. Why is this a bit familiar? Is she wearing diamond light armor? Just now I saw that her magic book is also of that kind of stitching type. It seems that the other side is diamond magic. It seems that someone you have met before is also able to use both fire magic and diamond magic at the same time. I didn't pay much attention to that guy and forgot about it. Hint, Mars. Mars? It was the guy in the magic palace with a cold face on the hedgehog's head, and he seemed to be one of the 8 great generals of the Diamond Kingdom. Does it have anything to do with the elves in front of you? The 3-piece suit of the guy Mars has been snatched by Yuan Xiling, but his life is probably not lost. His lieutenant, old man and young man, should be able to rescue him, and the free-flowing, mist magic is still very useful in the collapsing magic palace. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by non-human. If you mean that I am a freak with an extraordinary talent, then I have to thank Ning. Yuan Xiling said strangely. He definitely wouldn't hand over the magic stones. It is said that there are only 10 magic stones in total, and the limited amount is definitely a good thing. The world of Black Clover has been mentioned before, and there are still many races other than humans. And each of these races has many specialties based on the appearance of human beings. Except for the demon with horns, the appearance is more obvious. When I met someone on the road, I really didn't know if the other person was a human. Gen Yururi couldn't judge it either, and he was complacent to be able to infer the opponent's total magic power through the spilled magic power. The 4-leaf Clover Kingdom also does not stipulate that other races are forbidden to do. After all, the Magic Emperor is trying his best to maintain peace and eliminate the contradiction between humans and other races. In this way, if you want to explain why Yuan Xiling is unnaturally talented, non-human is really a good reason. Coupled with the amnesia mentioned before, it seems that a story can be fabricated as a shield. But now it's almost mixed in the world of 4-leaf clover, and shields are as unnecessary as hiding anti-magic. It's too untimely. These Yuan Xiling was also thought of after Fana broke free, so there was no such rush to take care of Werther. It's not bad to find non-human beings. It's just that Vet's method of seeing through races doesn't look like magic. The beast magic that Leia imitated didn't see anything. Also, the magic stone is my personal item. Are you elves so unreasonable? Yuan Xiling released the Long Wei, who had just shrunk into a ball again, and the phantom of the fire dragon once again possessed behind him. However, the reaction of the fire dragon phantom exceeded his expectations. The body of the fire dragon phantom is made of primary fire. It can swallow these dark red flames, but he doesn't like the energy on it very much. I want to use dragon core to convert. Yuan Xiling was stunned for a moment. If there is any problem with those energies, just open a new small space in the magic eye and throw those magic powers inside. Or in the Predator series skills, there seems to be another isolation that can transform useless or harmful things into pure magic elements. As long as the system helps to analyze a little bit, the conversion can definitely be successful. Yuan Xiling didn't continue to think about it and continued to activate Long Wei plus primary fire to absorb the dark red flames. The phantom of the fire dragon also opened a bit awkwardly to absorb those flames. Yuan Xiling could feel that the phantom was not conscious, and those who just thought were instinctive reactions or something. He preyed on the dragon core that was about to break down, the core structure of that world dragon, analyzed it, and then split it into skills. If the fire dragon's instinctive reaction remained in the skill, it would not be a strange thing. Fana had seen the fire elves suppressed by the phantom just now, and now she didn't seem too surprised. She is now the most calm one in the eyes of the three demons. Seeing Yuan Xiling absorbed the flames, a strange smile cracked from the corner of her mouth. It is now the last time of the magic hour, and the setting sun only shows a little on the horizon, but because of the towering buildings of the imperial capital castle, the only little setting sun cannot shine here. Dim light, the dark red flame emits a dark red light when it is absorbed by the phantom, plus the reflection brought by the dark purple diamond mirror. The corners of Fana's curled mouth and the hollow eyes formed a strong contrast, which also created a little horrible atmosphere. But what is this guy laughing at? Without that flame, she can only fight with a broken diamond. Leia switched to space magic, restoring his magic power while obstructing the leader of Yi Jian. Constantly seeing the whole body open many space doors at night, so that he must be distracted to offset it with dark magic. It's really endless. My knives are all broken. Does it force me to go beyond the limit again? The cigarette that Yi Jian held in his mouth was also exhausted, but he smoked as uncomfortable as the battle. He kept holding his teeth in his mouth, and during the battle he had to breathe out and breathe out at the same time, and he almost couldn't breathe just now. In the past, halfway through the fight, the cigarette could be taken down by hand, which was rarely encountered. He spit out his cigarette but on the ground and stamped his foot hard. Listen to Leia. You are the head of the group that the little girl belongs to. Even if humans kill each other, and even coax the little girls of foreign races to work for you, shouldn't you be called extremely dirty humans? Wit wiped a soft wound on his arm, whizzed and waved his paw, and rushed towards the night. Did you say January? I didn't expect him to be a human, but I didn't tell him to go to work. You broke my knife, and I haven't asked you to pay for it. Yi Jian gathered magic power on the broken blade again and forcibly caught Wit's punch. Obviously, individuals have great strength, but now they are both dealing with him at the same time. Isn't this even more filthy? Save what you want to say later, right now, Leia. Vich shouted to Leia, and at the same time he clenched his claws into a fist, grabbed the head of Yejian's knife and slammed it, regardless of the erosion of dark magic above it. Leia also took a step forward, taking advantage of the moment when Yi Jian and Wit were stalemate, setting up space magic on the field. What? Do you want to change the venue? The head of Yi Jian let out a long sigh. This vigorous freak with long hair is also here, and it shouldn't be teleported to some strange places. However, if there are their helpers in the place where it is teleported, it may not be very good. Dark magic black hole. A black Uzumaki appeared next to the leader of Yi Jian, which counteracted the space magic under his feet. It's better not to let them succeed. The head of Yi Jian still thought so, but he soon discovered something was wrong. Space magic hasn't been offset? No, there's another layer below. Space magic concealment. Walters, who had been hiding by the side, had already opened the magic book and used the magic that he transferred to the Magic Knights when he was in the capital last time. Oops, it's not so good this time. Before the head of Yi Jian even had time to offset it, half of his and Wit's bodies had already fallen into the space door. There is no right to laugh at the noble gentleman of the Silba family anymore. And what happened next made the head of the night see even more speechless. The teleportation point opposite this space gate is in midair. As soon as the head of Yi Jian left the space door, he felt a strong wind, and Wit's hand grasping his blade had already been released. See you at night and look down. MD. The following is estimated to be a certain town in the four-leaf clover kingdom Pingjia and this height. It is almost comparable to the clock tower in the underground city Psyker. No, it must be higher than the clock tower. Whether you can live after landing is a big question. Leia did not know when he came here with Walters, and Wit was standing on the piece of light magic that he had formed, showing his fangs when he laughed. Sure enough, I knew I had to bring the broom to fight. Must surpass the limit again. Go beyond the limit. I should be able to comprehend the magic of flying this time. In just 1 second, the head of Yi Jian quickly switched from his surprise and anxiety to optimism. From being squeezed out to becoming the regiment leader, I have encountered many dangerous situations along the way, and each time I surpassed the limit at the end. Every time you surpass the limit, you can get a new magic, and this time maybe it can fill the vacancy that dark magic can't fly. Come on, magic book, awaken more powerful magic. Seeing the head of the night, there was a whistling wind in his ears, and he wanted to shout out loud, but the wind was too strong, so he couldn't shout out, so he had to call wildly in his heart. Come out quickly. At the same time as he called, the only remaining magic power was covered all over his body, forming a magical skin. The magic skin can help the wizards to withstand harsh environments, such as snow volcanoes, but it seems to be tough enough to resist falling from a high altitude. It's better than nothing. If you can use this to develop a magic field, it is good to use the surrounding magic to stay in the air. But in this case, the probability of being able to develop the magic field is almost 0, and the success rate is pitiful, which is lower than using dark magic to develop flying magic. I don't know whether it was the wind or the reason why the head of Yi Jian called. The dark magic book has been turning pages quickly. In the 2 or 3 seconds from the time the space gate fell to the rapid landing now, the head of Yi Jian has been looking forward to it. Until he suddenly felt that the magic power that did not know where it came from was gathering around him. He was shocked. Is it finally about to form a new magic? However, when he saw the transparent magic floating around him, the head of Yi Jian was stunned again. Easy to recognize. Based on years of actual combat experience of the head of the Yi Jian, it was directly recognized that this was a protective shield formed by space magic. Needless to think about it, it must be the one who looks lazy, or another guy with a vertical bar on his face, Walters. Is this because he is afraid that he will fall directly to death? Also added a protective cover intimately? No, this was because I was afraid of flying magic at night, so I gave him a birdcage. At that time, he will also perform flying magic while destroying. It's too disturbing. Sora rejoiced, and the uncomfortable fighting against Ilian and the two was backlogged in Yi Jian's heart. It's really unpleasant. I'm so upset. Dark magic is a very special magic attribute. The basic attribute is offset, but the leader of the night sees it with his sword to develop it into a fracture type. However, facing the physical defense of Werther, it is really difficult to start. On the contrary, it would be easier if the long-striped weirdo, Jack, the Mantis group leader, came to face this wit. That guy's break magic. Just need to cut forward crazy. Cut it off. Yi Jian actually wanted this too. Cut open this defensive cover directly, and cut open the 3 guys on it by the way. I don't know why, with the head of Yi Jian's thoughts, his magic book turned more and more vigorously. By the way, there is no wind flowing through this defensive cover now. The feeling of being cut off. The head of Yi Jian did not know when another cigarette was added to his mouth, and he held the broken knife in his hand. The body was clearly falling with the defensive cover, but when he stepped away, when his center of gravity was lowered, he seemed to be stepping on the flat ground. One cut. Dimensional cut. Yuan Xiling also noticed that Leia had launched space magic, and I thought that the dark magic of the head of Yi Jian should be able to offset it easily. Unexpectedly, the head of Yi Jian was really deceived by them. With the strength of the leader of the night meeting, it should be fine, right? It still feels very hanging. But those two guys just left their partners here. Do you trust her so much? Yuan Xiling created a sword with anti-magic attached to it, and at the same time, the other hand was preparing predation. Fanna's smile was still so weird. However, Yuan Xiling still saw a little clue. This guy must know that Yuan Shi0 will absorb the dark red flames from the beginning, and when the flames are absorbed, it will definitely be accompanied by those black energy. Although I don't know what the black energy is, even the instinctive consciousness of this fire dragon hates it. Rather, it is disgusting, just like the disgust of Yon Tiangong stepped on the road. This Fanna is still too young, and wants to disgust him with this black energy. While the phantom was absorbing these energy, Yuan Xiling asked the system to help open up a small space in the magic eye, and threw these energy into it. Still want to disgust him? Think too much. Yuan Xiling also learned that the head of Yi Jian gathered the magic power on his legs. Xuanpa leaped up and threw the sword in his hand that was stained with anti-magic. The dagger rotated 2 times in the air, and then directly cut through the dark purple diamond defense ring that Fanna had just placed. Fanna's magic seems to be blackened, but it is still within the scope of magic, and anti-magic is their nemesis. A few short swords appeared again in Ginyu Zero's hand, and attached anti-magic. Why are you all right? The previous dagger was a little bit off, and it didn't hit Fanna, but this was not what Gen Yuri said. Fanna was standing on top of a purple diamond dragon, while several huge diamond swords were floating beside her. Sure enough, it was very similar to Mars. But does Fanna like dragon so much? The fire dragon that he rode when he came has just been cleaned up, and now a diamond dragon has been created. Hey, your 2 partners just said they want to keep me alive. Do you want me to die like that now? The dagger in Yuan Xiling's hand shot out again, aiming at the diamond dragon at Fanna's feet, while thinking about Fanna's behavior just now. Fanna didn't seem to be doing anything just now, just letting him absorb the black energy. Just think that the black energy is the culprit that caused his magic blacken, right? Fanna wants his magic to be blackened? They say this because you are not human and want to save you, but you have denied it, haven't you? Although Fanna was a little surprised, she mobilized the huge swords in time to block the trajectory where the short sword was about to fly. Unfortunately, the huge black and purple diamond sword was still cut like tofu, but fortunately the short sword went off track and did not intercept the diamond dragon. Although I don't know why you are fine, but it is still the same now. Leave the magic stone and you can go. Fanna frowned and said. This Fanna is really obsessed with the magic stone. Gen Xiling was not idle while Fanna was playing the short sword, using the levitation of wind magic to quickly approach Fanna. Elves, the B************** D of magic. If you prey on the elves, you should be able to get their affinity for magic, right? You should also know that the magic stone was entrusted to me by others. There is no reason to give it to you. The illegitimate child of magic does not mean that you can demand others. Yuan Xiling reached the dagger and split Fanna's rotating flying knife with a light swipe. It feels like this, diamond magic. Blacken is similar to no blacken, but the color has changed a bit, and the other characteristics have not changed at all. I don't know who your magical B*********** D refers to, but if it refers to our elves beloved by magic, can I understand that you are humiliating us? Unconsciously, Fanna talked more and more, but except for the weird smile just now, there was basically no change in the expression on her face. It's up to you, but I want to know why you keep attacking humans? Yuan Yurua pushed away the hair sticking to her mouth. It's been more than a month since I got this body, but I still don't get used to long hair. I shook my head vigorously and my hair was messed up again. In the future, I have to find a sister who is better at tying her hair and ask her to learn a little about the technique of tying her hair. Tie down this dull hair. I have been walking around with a dull hair these days. To tell the truth, it's a little shameful. Asterisk. Obviously on the Earth, it is cute that girls have dull hair in anime. Why are they so ashamed? Back to the topic. You don't understand, you don't know the truth. Do you want to help these dirty humans? I don't know if it's an illusion. The strange aura around Fana has increased a bit, and the color of the diamond seems to have become more purple, and black. That's really sorry, but no one told me what happened. How could I know? Yuan Xiling was dumbfounded. Huh? Didn't you see what this so-called four-leaf clover kingdom looks like? The royal family enjoys extravagance, while the common people can only work for survival all day long. Fana was more emotional, but her eyes became more hollow, and the third eye on her forehead seemed to start to turn, looking at Yuan Xiling. Give Yuan Xiling a feeling as if the third eye and the other two eyes do not belong to the same owner, and it seems that it is the main body of the body. Fana continued, "Join us, overthrow this dirty country, and build an equal and prosperous country." She was still expressionless when she spoke. To overthrow the four-leaf clover kingdom, you guys are overthrowing the government. You want to kill all the people in the four-leaf clover kingdom, right? Yuan Xiling thought of Suwashi village. Massacre of unarmed civilians. He still can't do this kind of thing. As for the 10,000 souls needed to advance to the awakened demon king, you can deprive them of their soul energy, just like the late Rimuru, and leave them with souls that only have memories. And some threatening ones can be uprooted. So this is your choice? Fana burst out with black magic once again, causing purple-black diamonds to form on the surrounding ground. This elven clan. Yuan Xiling is not good to comment. It is estimated that the Clover Kingdom has done something excessive to them, and they are now going to kill everyone in the Clover Kingdom in the name of overthrowing the regime. What do you want to find a magic stone? Collect 10 magic stones. Can you summon a dragon? Then make a wish for everyone in the Clover Kingdom to die. It is indeed a good choice not to rush to destroy the human beings, to gather the magic stones first. But the most important thing is, there is no need to shark everyone, right? Whoever hurts them, they will kill the shark. Isn't that enough? In this way, Yuan Xiling couldn't control it either. In this case, then you will be buried with these humans. Fana's body burst into magic again, and unlike the spill just now, it was a big waterfall this time. The purple-black diamonds are constantly plucking up from the ground, and roughly estimated to be more than 2 meters high. Not only these open spaces, but the nearby undamaged royal capital castle was constantly shaking by this magical power. In addition to these outermost edges, many diamond spikes also appeared around Fana, all pointing to the outside with it as the center of the circle. Is this playing field advantage? Yuan Xiling once again created a short sword and lightly touched the diamonds with the anti-magic and then swept out a place to hide. It's not the magic power domain. I don't know what the effect of anti-magic is in the magic power domain. Yuan Xiling flicked the tip of her mouth again. Wait, it seems something is wrong. His dull hair suddenly stood up, and the angry black world gave a prompt in time. In that black world, Fana's purple magic gushes out like a flood, constantly impacting outwards. This is not a problem. There is no need to chi outside. Yuan Xiling can see it herself. But why does Fana still have magic power flowing back? Moreover, it seems that Fana's magical power situation can be seen in Jinuri's black world. This is definitely not his chi 3 layers. He has quietly advanced or something. I just saw that the team leader and the enemy are not in this situation. I always feel this guy might as well say that part of the magic power ran away and could no longer maintain the magic power in the body, and then caused more magic power ran away in the body. Basically, all the magic power in the body has entered a violent state and directly washed away her human silhouette, so Yuan Xiling can see the magic inside? If this is really the case, reason according to similar novels and animations seen on Earth. This kind of situation is either a runaway state, which will lose your mind and then lose your life. Either blow, explode, Raze this place to the ground. Fana opened her hands and looked like praising the sun. But it was night now, it should be embrace the night. She closed her eyes tightly again, leaving only the strange one-eyed on her forehead, letting it exude a weird breath. The purpose of this operation was to seize the magic stone and did not make her blew herself up. She is now acting without authorization. Patelina didn't know what he wanted to do. In the 6 years since they woke up, there have been many opportunities to destroy the capital directly like they have now. But always insisting on gathering all the magic stones, waiting for everyone from the elves to avenge. Right now, just clear these obstacles first, and then you can grab the magic stone without any obstacles? Wait for them to wake up, and then show them the results of revenge. Wouldn't it be better? Why, hiding like now? Her thoughts gradually drifted away, as if she was in another world, surrounded by darkness, and the noise of magical collisions outside gradually disappeared. She felt very ethereal, her whole body seemed to be much more relaxed, and time seemed to have passed for a long time. It's nice that there is nothing here? Is this dead? Then wait for their good news here. Just when she was thinking like this, a very discordant voice suddenly broke into this dark space. Damn, I'll give you the magic stone if you want. Fana suddenly opened her eyes and found herself still standing there, throwing a square magic stone necklace at her. 216 pocket watch, magic stone. Just as Fana yelled that sentence and closed her eyes tightly, Yuan Xiling had already determined that she wanted to blew herself up. How could this be? Yuan Xiling didn't understand the situation a bit. It wasn't just that he didn't understand. When White Knight Demon Eyes showed a desire for magic stones, he felt a little strange. Magic stones have powerful abilities, and it is understandable that White Knight Demon Eyes want to seize them. But the White Knight Demon Eye is another elven clan. Nero mentioned earlier that Richter, the head of the elven clan, was friends with the prince of the Clover kingdom at that time. But what is the situation now? Friends hate each other for a very powerful weapon? He didn't know Yuan Xiling earlier in the period, but as it stands now, it seems that the elves are actively looking for faults, and the Magic Emperor only recently learned that the White Knight Demon Eyes belong to the elves. Basically, it is certain that now, at least for now, humans, at least the Four-Leaf Clover Kingdom has not shown hatred of the elves. So, what is the strange plot unfolding now? Say that the elves are the best friends of mankind? Yuan Xiling is actually more real. Joining the Black Bulls, he is now on the side of the Clover Kingdom. At the beginning, I was willing to join the Black Bullfighter group. Apart from the looser group, the main reason was that the Magic Emperor stood behind the 9 Magic Knights. Then came to discover that Magic Emperor is sometimes not very reliable, but his strength is still impeccable. At least Yuan Xiling thinks that he can't beat him now and even lose miserably. To the master of time magic, it was like an old bull pulling a broken car. The progress was so slow that it couldn't be slower, and even gave Yuan Xiling a feeling that the longer you live, the stronger the magic will become. Closer to home. Reluctantly regarded as more real Yuan Xiling, she will definitely weigh the interests of both sides. Although she joined the Clover Kingdom, she certainly doesn't want to help them crime for no reason. Especially this time, the unfounded hatred of the 3 demon eyes directly stunned him. So he wanted to say a few words to Fana to see if he could play any tricks. As a result, Fana was just like that. She was about to explode. Blew himself up. Did he want to get this stuff out of Fana? I can only prey on Fana and then try memory magic to interrogate memory magic. He only obtained it today, and he is not very good at using it. He didn't want to be like this. Yuan Xiling was wrapped in wind magic, while letting the short sword stained with anti-magic revolve around her, quickly approaching Fana. I feel that there is not enough time. I always feel that when I have just arrived by Fana's side, or when I want to predation, the other party will directly explode. At that time, he needed to completely take over the impact of this huge magical power. You have to postpone it for a while. By the way, magic stone. Yuan Xiling did not take out the magic stone, but took out a pocket watch. It was the last pocket watch with the Collecting the Power of the World plugin. Yuan Xiling has been handed over to the system for inspection. Not only the original function is gone, but the time is lost. Then, mimicry. Under the cover of magic power, the original round pocket watch became the square magic stone owned by Yuan Xiling. And the iron chain that was originally dangling is just more convincing. Oh, idiot, take the magic stone if you want it. If you blew yourself up, the magic stone may be ruined by you. After Yuan Xiling threw the magic stone out, he added fuel to the fire and shouted again. Fana was startled. She didn't know how hard the magic stone was and whether it would lose its effect because of her self-detonation damage. If so, then this extra move of myself would seem to be counterproductive. The other party threw the magic stone over to prevent her from exploding. At that moment of stunner, Fana had no time to think about it, and she had no time to think about it or examine it carefully. She wanted to reach out to catch the magic stone, but only then discovered that the oppressive feeling of the magic power that belonged to her and that she was proud of now collided with each other, which made her unable to move. It was impossible to stop the self-destruction, and Fana could not stop it herself. These magical powers were no longer her control. She tried to rebuild the human silhouette to prevent the magic from bursting out of the body and to prevent the influx of magic from the outside, but to no avail. It seems you can only abandon this body first. Fana closed her eyes tightly again and returned to the enclosed dark space. The body exploded, and Fana's soul would continue to invest in the next rebirth due to the incomplete reincarnation magic. It's just leaving early now. Since this body was occupied by Fana, the original soul has been sleeping in the body. If the body explodes, the soul will float out, and there will only be one result at that time. Dissipation, the true death of the world of four-leaf clover. Fana returned to that small dark world, where it was different from before, with a figure that looked exactly the same as Fana, as if she had just woke up. Fana is leaving this body now, so the suppression of the soul in the original body has also disappeared, and she should also be awake. It's just that this guy is a bit pitiful. The body is occupied, and when he wakes up, his body explodes again. It's hard to escape death. Maybe this is the price of being a human being? Fana thought so. Her figure slowly disappeared in this space. Gen Yuri, who was quickly approaching Fana, quickly noticed that it was different from just now. The third eye on Fana's head disappeared. No, to be precise, it should be said that it is disappearing. Obviously, it was the third eye, but when it disappeared, it looked like a sticker dissipating in the wind after a long time. There are traces of the dissipated soul. The system reminds in time. Yuan Xiling had to speed up again. Although these diamond spikes shattered at the touch of anti-magic, they still played a deterrent because of the large amount. Let's all predation, it's really annoying. A cloud of black mist came out directly, turning into a larger cloud of black mist in the air and shrouded it. Hey, enough. Yuan Xiling has not tried the maximum range of his predation, and I did not expect it to grow to this point after trying it today. There was a little Limra feeling when he faced the vortex of the storm, gluttony, turned into a huge cloud of smoke and swallowed those overwhelming scales. But it's so big, people nearby must have seen it too, right? Wait a minute, what is he panicking? This is fog magic, no problem. Yuan Shi0 pressed hard with her palm, and the huge black mist also sank, sending all the magic power of this piece into her stomach pouch. By the way, system, remember to deprive those black magic powers. Yuan Shirua didn't dare to neglect this kind of things that could affect the magical attributes. If even the skills of Predator could be affected, it would be very difficult. Clear. Evil Eye, before it dissipated, it was sent into the stomach pouch by the black mist, separated from the pure magic power by the system, and thrown into the small space just opened up in Demon Eye. What these black energies have to say, the isolation, in the Predator series can turn them into pure magic. But you must know that Yuan Xiling does not lack that magic power now. There is still a whole elf clan magic power in the stomach bag, waiting for him to digest. These magical powers are more than the magical powers he had before combined. Asterisk. Should I say that he is truly an illegitimate child of magic? But now these magic powers belong to him. After those magical powers were sent into the stomach bag, they didn't explode successfully. They were sorted out directly by the system, and the black energy was also extracted. But unfortunately, Fana's soul was still allowed to run away, and the black mist just shrouded in direct coverage and could not be caught, and it was really fast enough. Host, the body you prey on is not from the elves. The system reports his analysis results. Aren't they elves? But don't they call themselves elves? And they seem to have a lot of magic power. Yuan Xiling glanced at the magic in stomach pouch. Have to find time to digest and digest. The body structure is completely consistent with the human female, and the system also compares it with the individual namesith and finds that the body structure is extremely similar. The system continues to report. It's also different for men and women. It seems that this body really belongs to human beings. I always feel that things are getting more and more complicated. In addition, the remaining evil eye has been resolved, and it can be preliminarily judged that the individual is named Fana and the soul previously lodged in this body. Well, things are getting a little bit more eyebrows. It turns out that they have found a substitute. No wonder they dare to blow themselves up. Finally, a sleeping soul was also found in the body. Eh? How come there is a soul? Should be considered the original owner of this body. Yuan Xiling frowned. This guy is also a victim. What should I do? It takes 10,000 souls to be promoted to the Demon King. There is no need to hold on to the soul. If he really wants to accumulate by this little bit, it is absolutely impossible in a few years. In the end, there will be a big cleansing. Another reason is the four-leaf clover world. This world pays more attention to magic. Perhaps no one has ever thought that the soul can become stronger. If you prey on the soul, it is really just a person's soul energy. Take Yuan Xiling herself as an example. If there are other systems that need to be promoted by soul energy, Yuan Xiling's soul energy is definitely more than one person. Alas, the useless human body and the one-person soul. Use memory magic to check and leave it to the Magic Emperor if there is no problem. Yuan Xiling shook his head and glanced at a corner of the headquarters of the Magic Knights that had been in ruins, as well as the royal castle and underground city Sika that had been affected. The four-leaf clover kingdom was really badly damaged this time. Well, it was just architectural. Including Yasta, Marquez had already organized them to evacuate the scene. Astana seemed unwilling at that time. It was Marquez who persuaded him to protect Nero and Anal, and he nodded in agreement. Now that Fana has settled, I don't know what happened to the leader of Yijian. He also wanted to go to help the leader of Yijian, but he didn't know where the three demon eyes sent the leader of Yijian. Call Marquez over and let the Magic Emperor handle it. But, why is the pocket watch that was turned into a magic stone by him, mimicry, disappeared? Pingjia, Cholio Town. It's an ordinary town that is neither rich nor poor, neither large nor small, and is basically a small town inhabited by civilians. At this time, the sun had almost crossed the horizon, and only the sky was still illuminated. People in Cholio Town have also begun to prepare dinner and enjoy the leisurely evening. However, in the upper half of this small town, the place where the sun can still shine is not so peaceful. After Daz bid farewell to Yakushi, he was also ready to go home. Before the husband returned home, he prepared dinner. She inadvertently raised her head as she walked through the farmland, but she saw a white sphere. What it is? It seems to be falling down. She started trotting, holding the bandage just wrapped on her left arm at the same time, so that it would not fall off because of her running. The wound on her left arm hurts even after touching it. Yakushi didn't tie her tightly. And the midair above Cholio Town. In a sphere formed by space magic. The head of Yi Jian sank his chi below his body and wrapped the magic power besides the skin used to maintain the magic power around his broken knife. These magic powers are constantly squeezing on the broken blade, not spreading outward like other dark magic, but instead want to converge into a solid body. Dark magic. Without the help of the rotation of black hole, the head of Yi Jian raised the broken knife above his head and swung it down. Tearing. At the moment it was swung down, the dark magic on the broken knife suddenly stretched, forming a complete blade. Tearing. Dark magic. The sound of cutting something was heard again, and the sound seemed to be louder than before. Dimensional slash. Head Yi Jian said the name of this magic silently in his heart, which also represented the successful use of this magic. There was a sudden flash in the midair of Chiuliu town. What happened? Leia, who was still stepping on the light to heal his wounds, blinked, making sure that he had not made a mistake just now. Hey, Wit. Did you see anything just now? The keen eyes of this same race, beast magic, might see it a little better than him. 2 seconds later, Werther's voice still didn't come. It's strange. At the moment of dazzling, Wit's laughter seemed to have stopped abruptly. Leia turned her head slightly. Bye. His pupils suddenly shrank, and the names of his compatriots got stuck in his throat, unable to send them out. These spaces in midair. I don't know when they have been misplaced in 2 halves. The only afterglow of the setting sun fell on this end, and the space at the other end seemed to be isolated, and the sunlight couldn't shine there, making it extremely dark over there. And this compatriot of his, Werther, was standing at the junction of these 2 dislocation spaces, light and dark, keeping the appearance of laughing up to the sky and showing his fangs motionless. On one side is the sacred brilliance of the setting sun and the light magic, imitated by Leia, and on the other side is the dark magic of the head of Heiha Yejian, who cannot be exposed to the sun. After another second or 2, the space returned to its original state, and the frightened terror bird flew again, and then Leia could see what Wit looked like now. Then connect to the heart from the left temple, followed by a small part of the lungs, liver, and large and small intestines that penetrate completely, and finally stop on the right thigh. Wit was abruptly cut in half. The evil eye, originally hidden on his forehead, opened, but soon disappeared, just like Fana's. Leia knew that his compatriot would be resurrected on the day when the magic stones were gathered, but he also felt sad and terrified for his tragic death. And rejoice. If the slope of this straight line is smaller, Leia's lower body will inevitably end in this way. Wit thought, wrapping Wit's body with light magic. Look down at the same time. The head of Yi Jian had already landed long ago, but unfortunately it was not very safe. By coincidence, he landed on a family's house and directly collapsed the 2-floor bungalow of others. Cough cough, what? Cough cough cough. The owner of the house seems to be an old lady. Fortunately, she is enjoying the cool in the courtyard outside the house. The only injury she suffers is that she has been coughing from the dust raised by the collapse of the house. The old lady just leaned back in the chair with her face up to the sky, and naturally she saw the strange appearance in the sky just now. But a bit old and confused, she didn't react at all, so that her recliner was directly washed down and people were lying on the ground. As soon as she raised her head, the raised dust came toward her face again and choked her directly. Mother, are you okay? Daz trod in under the bandage and quickly helped the old lady up. Ahem, go away. Hole, where did you go? Why did you come now? Instead, the old lady didn't appreciate it and slapped Daz's hand fiercely. At the same time, the other hand severely grabbed Daz's bandaged arm and stood up with strength. Mother. Daz gritted his teeth in pain, lowered his head and took a step back. She was afraid of being pushed by the old lady again. Ahem, you won't come back soon. Ahem, the house has collapsed. What do you want to do now? The old lady made no secret of her dislike for Daz and completely blamed her for the collapse of the house. Daz went from clenching his teeth to clenching his lower lip, and his throat became a little choked. Everyone is like this. Everyone in the village is like this. Her hand began to write again unwillingly. She was in a situation similar to that of Asta, who was looked down upon by others for magical reasons. But she is a little better than Star. Media magic was born from her birth. The particularity of this magic is that she can't store magic power and can only use other people's magic to fight. The potential of this magic is actually very high. It is simply a weapon for team battles, but everyone in the village thinks she is an alien. Because at the same time she was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage, isn't it a strange thing to possess such a strange magic? The nobles laughed at the low magic power of the civilians, and the civilians turned their attention to what they called alien, pushed them to the next level, and laughed at them instead. Ahem. What are you crying? When he comes back, what are you going to do? The old lady continued to shout again. This he refers to Daz's husband and the old lady's son. Daz, who had been squeezed out since she was a child, thought that the man's love to her was true, but only now did he find out that marrying her was just humiliating her. If you put a guy who is weaker than yourself next to him, you will feel superior in your heart, and you can also show your compassion in your neighbors. Willing to marry a stranger so that she, who is excluded by the crowd, can have a happy life. But in fact, Daz didn't feel happy anywhere. Although the husband earns money during the day to take care of the house, but when he comes back in the evening, he will turn the troubles in work or life into a mockery of "it is your honor to marry you, and you must make me superior to you." I'll throw it to Daz. In addition to psychological stress, domestic violence often occurs, such as the wound in the bandage on her left arm. The whole village is like this. No, the whole country is like this. Those kings and nobles just let it go like this, just like this. Daz continued to protect the bandage with his hands, and seemed to begin to agree with Bor, the only female Yakushi who was kind to her. Only by gaining great power. I'm still alive. From the ruins of the house on the side, the whisper of the head of the night sees from there. The head of Yijian pushed aside the debris on his head and saw the sky that had fallen into darkness. F***K, it hurts too much. I'm afraid that this leg is already fractured, and I can't use any force at all. It hurts when I use force. The broken knife that I had been holding just now, it fell down and bumped all the way down, and only the handle was left. I'm really unlucky lately. This dimensional slash is very in line with the aesthetics of the head of the night, but just now it clearly wants to awaken the magic that can fly. Obviously, after praying for flying magic for so long, I thought about the fighting method of the long weirdo, and the magic book immediately responded. This magic book, is there any misunderstanding about him? He doesn't just think about destruction. Isn't it good to have a diversified battle? When you gambled with Old Man CC, you should treat it as a bet. F***KF***K. It hurts. This dimensional slash seems to have been slashed a long time ago, but it has been slashed to the sky. I wonder if those two guys ran away. In fact, Leia had returned to their base camp with Wit, who had become a corpse, and Walters, who had never spoken. Walters was glared at by Werther before and did not dare to speak. Later, when he saw Werther was split in half, he was shocked and could not speak. Why? Scared? Leia originally hated the humans that the kid had recruited when he formed the White Knight Demon Eyes, but he saw Walters frightened and stupefied, and somehow started talking to him. Yes, my lord. I'm thinking if I die, it will be liberated into a real form. What's the use of gaining stronger power? Walters did not lie. He really wanted to know the answer to this question. You are called Walters, right? You still don't quite understand what is truly powerful. Really? Powerful? Yes, Richter should have told you before. Collecting the 9 magic stones, Richter can help you awaken into a real posture. At that time, you can avenge the 4-leaf Clover Kingdom to your heart's content. Have you ever wondered how powerful this real posture is? The fact that Walters did not lie made Leia's impression of him slightly increased, and Leia also unknowingly learned Richter's God Stick mode and flicked Walters. Better than the leader of the Magic Knights? Walters seemed very hesitant, and still seemed a little uncertain after saying this. He had seen how outrageous the leader of the Black Bullfighter group was just now. Let's just say that, when you gather 9 magic stones, Wit will also be resurrected. You will also become as strong as Richter. Master Wit? Resurrection. Walters exclaimed. Yes, as you think, immortality. That's the real power, and it was the same for you back then. Well, you can do your thing with peace of mind. Okay, Lord Leia. Walters answered and left quickly. Wit continued to go deeper with a ball of light. But just after 2 steps, he stopped again and stroked his forehead with his hand. What happened to me just now? Leia is good at observing others, but also quickly discovers her own changes. Evil heart, is it? Or what made him change so much? Was it the light and dark scene when Wei was cut in half? To be honest, he was shocked, but it should not be so exaggerated. I always feel like evil eye again. Fortunately, Richter returned to the Gelbit rock belt. He understood one thing this time. The magic emperor of the four-leaf clover kingdom will be their biggest obstacle. The power of the 9 magic stones they will use in the future is against the laws of this world. And the magic emperor, this man, this human. It's the world, the existence prepared by fate to stop them. Then sure enough, because of this, he must be eliminated. Boy, are you okay? Only Leia is left in the 3 demon eyes, so now he is the only one who dares to call Patley that way. It's okay, but it seems that something went wrong on your side. Richter glanced inside the ball of light and frowned. As you can see, I am the only one left in the 3 demon eyes. Wit is there and Fana. Leia took out a magic stone necklace from his pocket. Richter also understood Leia's meaning, took the magic stone, and asked at the same time. She blew herself up with evil eye? Yes, I sent this magic stone back before I fell into a coma. Leia shrugged. He understood why Richter had chosen to lurch for 6 years to collect magic stones. The magic knights were indeed dangerous. It was not only the leader who could reach the level of the leader. It's okay now, they don't know the location of the stronghold. If they come out in full force, apart from the 2 remaining elves, the other human beings are afraid that there will be nothing good to eat. So, Richter felt a very headache. Fana blew herself up on her side, proving that there was at least 1 regiment leader in the position she was right, and it is not yet known whether that regiment leader was taken away. And Werther seems to be dealing with Yi Jianjieda, that foreigner. His strength should not be underestimated. There are a total of 10 magic stones, they need 9 now, which is still 2. Richter himself needs to host the reincarnation magic, so Leia needs to find the remaining 2 magic stones. Obviously, Leia thought of this too, but he just yawned tiredly. There is a non-human girl in the Black Bullfighter group, whom Wit can see, and Fana's opponent. Richter remembered that there was only 1 knight in the Black Bull group. Jieda's strength reached the standard. Why is there another one now? What does it look like? Blue-haired golden pupil short. Leia paused, then added, very cute. When Leia said this, Richter immediately understood. He seemed to have seen the little girl in the enrollment assessment of the Magic Knights, and seemed to be standing next to Yi Jianjieda. But Leia seems to have changed. I feel that you seem to have relaxed a lot, and you will praise people. It feels like you are back at that time. Really? I used to be like this. Leia remembered the characteristics of other compatriots 500 years ago, but only forgot his own. In other words, he never had this idea. Yes, although I am not qualified to speak of you, you have been depressed for the past 6 years. It's the hardest battle in the past 6 years, and then let's relax, not to mention, I will go to bed. Leia waved his hand, turned and went back to his room. Richter squeezed the magic stone in his hand and continued to go deep into this huge rock castle. Finally, he came to the end. Where was the stone steel that Magic Emperor saw last time? Richter inlaid all the magic stones he brought out this time, except for the square one. Magic Emperor, wait, this time it will be our victory. After speaking, he also inlaid that one. A few days later. In the case of strong magical convective movement, such as the elves' self-destruct, it is difficult to use some conceptual magic. Yuan Xiling wrote in the little book in her heart. This does require attention. When Fana blew himself up, Yuri wanted to use space magic to travel directly through the past, and then he suddenly discovered a problem at that moment. It's not that it can't be used, but it's very messy. Just now, he clearly set up coordinates next to Fana, and in the next instant, the magic coordinates were scattered by the violent magic power or rushed far away. The magic coordinate was completely unable to be shaped in the space next to Fana. It could be used, but it could not achieve the desired expectations. Yuan Xiling did not show too much surprise at that time. In fact, this issue had been discussed before. Before entering the Magic Palace to explore, he had discovered this problem when Asta and the others were in the group assessment, and at that time he used gene expression to help him understand. Fana blew himself a bit too much because of strong external factors. Not to mention these for now, Yuan Xiling is lying on the little bed that belongs to him in the Black Bullfighter group's stronghold. He is sorting out the trivial matters that have not had time to deal with recently, and when these are dealt with, he will go to the next world. It was after completing the magic field before going to the next world. But this time I predated the fire elves and got in touch with the elves up close, so I understood the difference between the elves and the elves. While understanding the elves and studying the books brought from the library, Yuan Xiling still has a new understanding of the magic field. The magic domain is developed through the magic book, that is to say, it is based on the attributes of the magic book. And what attribute is Yuan Xiling's blank magic book? And his own attributes are different from the magic book. It has a little dragon. So at least for now, it is impossible for one attribute to create a magical field. Even if the proficiency is pulled up, it is impossible. The other is the matter of the elves. The elves can control the magic power in the air. From this perspective, they are born with magic power domains. And as long as the predation elves, hey, the magic field is not easy to catch. But Yuan Xiling soon discovered the problem again. That is, the 4 elves can have such abilities because of their races. For example, in Rimru's world, dragon species can be resurrected because they are dragon species, or they have dragon species factors. Rimuru became a dragon in the later stage, and it was also the advancement of Shire, the great sage, and the theosophical core born after Wisdom King, was named to help transform the body. Therefore, Yuan Xiling now wants to transform into an elf, which involves more than just the issue of predation. In addition to the current 4 functions of the system, don't think too much about the other functions. It is still incomplete to make a Mangwang template. I still remember that when I first became a slime and explored the cave, the maps that the system helped to draw were still blurry. To sum up, Yuan Xiling must keep at least 1 elf now. Since he wants teacher, great sage, or her future advancement to help transform it, it is better for her to analyze it. It may be better to start by analyzing it yourself. Then, Yuan Xiling seemed to have a few martial soul awakening stones before it was useful. To perform the martial arts awakening ceremony, that is, to arrange the 6 black stones in a circle, it still needs a relatively empty place. This small bed does not seem to be suitable. Yuan Xiling pushed open the door slightly, and he felt that the big stone in the small forest outside was pretty good. It was the one that was still cultivating qi on it before. The head of Yi Jian is still lying in his own room to recuperate. According to Uncle Owen, the injury needs to be recuperated for at least a week. I have to say that Uncle Owen has quite a high level of accomplishments in treating injuries with water magic, and this type of injury requires lying on the bed for 3 to 5 months. In this magical world with the theme of combat, the treatment of injuries has always been a more important object. In addition, I heard the head of the knight say that he fell directly from the air, or he relied on the magic skin to buffer a part of the impact, otherwise he would fall more miserably. In the end, it was the people in that small town who contacted the nearby magic knight's stronghold and sent the leader of Yijian back. Fortunately, the leader of Yijian destroyed the house and did not cause any casualties, but he had to deduct a part of his salary to compensate them. 692, 693. Yasta was doing sit-ups in the open space outside, and when he saw Yuan Shirue, he greeted him by the way. Senior Yuan Shizero, do you want to come out for training too? No, I just came over to do a little experiment. Yuan Xiling also responded with a smile. Asta had felt that he couldn't help in the 2 times during the exploration of the Magic Palace and the attack on the king, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't help this time. Become stronger, stronger, stronger. Asta was thinking about these things now. The time is still approaching noon, and most of the members of the Black Bullfighting group have not yet returned from their missions. Yuan Xiling laid out the 6 black stones on the rock, sitting in the middle by herself. Senior Yuan Shizero, is this one? Yasta squatted aside, asking somewhat curiously. Yuan Xiling was afraid of any accident, so he called Asta over to protect the law by the way. These things are called awakening stones, which can awaken special powers in the body. Asta, do you know Otherworld? Otherworld? Underworld? Asta raised his head, a little surprised. In the Black Clover anime, in addition to the human world where the Clover Kingdom is located, there is also a world where the devil is located, which is the so-called underworld. This is not a big secret. It is mentioned in the well-known legend of the first-generation magic emperor defeated the demon god. Well, this kind of awakening stone comes from Otherworld, but it's not the underworld. It's a world that humans here have never explored, and I haven't been to it either. Gen Yururi didn't want to be honest with Yasta, but wanted him to protect the Dharma and always tell him what he was doing. Impressive. Stars appeared in Asta's eyes. In addition, this awakening stone seems to not only help a person to awaken power. Yaster, will you try it later? Hearing the compliments of the younger generation, Yuan Xiling shaved his nose in embarrassment. Helping Asta to awaken the spirit of martial arts, it is a gift left to him when he is parting. The juniors who will praise others are so likable. He was also curious about what kind of martial soul Asta would be. Huh? But this is a very valuable item, right? Isn't it for you what you want? It's just for you to try it out. Oh. Asta chuckled. Yuan Xiling poured magic power into the Black Awakening, looking forward to how he would react. Without soul power, I can only use magic power to replace it. I don't know if the martial soul can be awakened smoothly. Finally, the 6 black stones finally reacted under the washing of magic. Suddenly, a layer of golden brilliance was released from the awakening stone, forming a pale golden light mask, enveloping Yuan Xiling. It doesn't seem to feel anything. Yuan Xiling was a little confused. This special effect was pretty cool to be honest, but it didn't have the lazy feeling of woohoo and awakening. One by one, golden light spots floated out of the black stone again and kept getting into Yuan Xiling's body. It seems that there is still not enough, and some more estimates will be able to awaken the martial soul. Yuan Xi fumbled. Impressive. Asta's eyes were exactly the same as these golden light spots this time, and the golden light spots directly reflected the stars in his eyes. The Wuhuan awakening ceremony continued, and golden light dots floated out of the black stone, crazily penetrated into Yuan Xiling's body. Suddenly, an awakening stone was overwhelmed and split into 2 halves from the middle. Immediately afterwards, there are the second and third blocks. No way? Following this trend, Wuhuan was afraid that he would not be awakened. Yuan Xiling complained about how the quality of Su Yuntao's martial spirit awakening stone was so poor, while trying to prevent the black stone from cracking. Fortunately, when the 5th piece of awakening was about to split, the martial soul awakening ceremony was completed. Yuan Xiling could feel something about to get out of her right hand. Not only her right hand, but even the back of her left hand was a little itchy. As expected, I am actually a twin martial soul. When Yuan Xiling was about to summon the martial soul, she received a reminder from the system. The martial soul awakening stone is a twist, so it can awaken the martial soul. And the awakened spirit is not a twisted thing. Please take care of the host. This. Yuan Xi's mouth twitched frantically. The system says nothing is wrong. The 2 spirits that are now awakened are not twisted things, and they don't use twisting as a rule. Who knows how they will be tampered with by the rules of the 4-leaf clover world. If the host wants to check, you can go to Jihai to check. Right. Yuan Xiling sinks his qi to simulate the sinking of his soul, and adjusts his vision to the sea of consciousness. This trick was developed by him himself a few days ago, and it can be used with qi triple to quickly enter the sea of knowledge. There is no obvious change in the sea of knowledge compared with before. The golden tower and the long list of magic eyes each emit golden light and blue light and occupy one side. Where is Wuhuan? Yuan Xiling took a closer look and discovered that 2 things that did not exist before were caught between the golden light and the blue light, shivering. It is a white book and a blue dumpling. Skill slime, Wuhuan. Skills magic book, Wuhuan. Slime martial spirit, he could understand. This did not even exceed his expectations. And the magic book Wuhuan, is it because of the blank magic book? The magical book of unknown origin seemed to have recognized him and established a connection with his soul. In a sense, Wuhuan could be a projection of the soul. Therefore, the magic book also became a Wuhuan. This is all right. 3 magic books. Just find some time when you come back in the future, Predator. A magic book. Fight with others, and directly build a magic book shield. Anyway, the magic book is very difficult to use magic to destroy, unless a bit of technology is used like the Diamond Kingdom. By the way, anyway, this magical book Wuhuan has no attributes, so it's better to merge with Shuxian Magical Book. Blank Magic Book can also be hidden inside the body, and the only way to hide Book Fairy Magic Book is to throw it into the magic eye. In addition, the relationship between Yuan Xiling and him is actually not as close as the Blank Magic Book. At the time, it seemed that he had recognized the Lord with a drop of blood, and there was no soul bond. Moreover, as long as the other party uses more powerful blood to refining, it may be possible to erase his original imprint. Very wrong. This little paper man is now also part of the elf plan, but he can't let him run away with him. Just do it. Yuan Xiling quickly switched out of the system template and dragged the icons of Magic Book, Wuhuan, and Shuxian Magic Book onto the system furnace. Synthesis. There was the sound of iron strikes again from the furnace, but the speed of synthesis was much faster this time than the previous times. In the process of fusion, the perfect fusion is successful. Skills Book Fairy Magic Book, Soul. The product of the fusion of martial arts and objects, unfortunately, still has no combat power. There is a small paper figure in the book, and its content can be copied by clamping it in the book. The product of the fusion of Wuhuan and objects? Only then did Yuan Xiling realize that Magic Book, Wuhuan, is a skill and Shuxian Magic Book is an item. These two things weren't at the same level, but I seem to have merged recklessly just now. It also blended perfectly and finally turned into a skill. Hiss, pay more attention next time. Yuan Xiling withdrew from the sea of knowledge. Asta was standing in a place far away, looking at it with some worry. Genyuri had Asta there just now. If Genyuri hadn't asked him to come over, don't come. Well, Asta, it's quite successful, but this martial spirit awakening stone has already been cracked in 3 pieces. I don't know if it can still be used. Item cracked martial soul awakening stone ×4. Together with the other 2 unbroken martial spirit awakening stones, they may be able to be used again, but it is only to the extent that ordinary people can awaken the martial spirit. The system pops up a pop-up window for identifying items in time. It seems that there is no problem. Yasta should be regarded as an ordinary person. Judging from the current situation of Yuan Xiling, the awakening spirit of Asta is probably another magical book with no attributes. The possibility of 5-leaf clover is unlikely. Isn't Yuan Xiling's own magic book also that kind of weird number attribute? Wuhuan awakened, and it was just a magic book with no attributes. As for the issue of the last distortion, Yuan Xiling didn't worry about it. Distortion is to treat distortion as a rule and will not be actively modified by other worlds. And the world modification is to make that item or skill more conform to the rules of this world. For people like Genyuri who run around in various worlds, non-distorted objects have to be modified once to enter a new world, and after 2 or 3 times, they will be modified into meaningless information. For Asta, who is fixed in a world, being modified to conform to this world is the best for him. Yuan Xiling put the 6 black stones back together, and the cracked part was placed together. Yes, Asta, stand in the middle. Yuan Xiling looked at Asta, who looked excited and frantic, and felt a little amused. No matter how strong the willpower, how ambitious dreams are, after all, he is only 15 years old. Although he is not strong enough. The error-free chapters of The Cute Slime starting from 4-leaf clover will continue to be updated on suhu.com. There are no advertisements in the site. Please collect and recommend suhu.com.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.